Arc 6, Chapter 74, Natsuki Subaru. Translated by Archbishop. Archbishop 17. Proofread by Yerek Nanashi. Art sources. Peppersite Harusabin MSG 09242006 MS Chinese letter PLMU. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero starting a life in a different world from zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Short, black hair, legs with the same length as his upper body, Senpaku eyes enough to kill someone. Those almost unpleasantly familiar features, no matter which one was to be chosen, were overlooking Natsuki Subaru whilst sitting on the white, bare ground. Subaru, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Astounded, fixedly, he gazed a deep stare into the opposing person's face. No matter which angle he looked at it from, it was a face he was acquainted with. Japanese letter, no. It looked slightly different. That was perhaps because it was, in a true sense, not the form he was accustomed to seeing. That which he had grown accustomed to looking at ordinarily, on overwhelmingly multiple occasions, was something reflected upon mirrors or the surface of water. Strictly speaking, the human face was not perfectly symmetrical on both halves, that alone shaped a sensitive disparity. That is Japanese letter. Ah, is that so? It's not a mirror's reflection, so it feels a bit awkward, huh? In that sense, this is probably closer to imaging it as facing a photograph or a video recording, isn't it? Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Japanese letter. Ah, could it be you thought of the same thing? When he slightly tightened his cheeks upon the single voice, seemingly having read his mind, the opposing person precisely guessed those feelings as well. Though Black Square was flustered by even that, any response he could possibly give could neither serve as poison nor medicine. In the first place, what was essential for Subaru was not something on the likes of quick exchange of remarks. Far greater, precisely that, the problem which seemingly jolted away everything WRS Japanese letter. Once again then, hey, sibling. Subaru. Japanese letter. No, sibling feels slightly faulty for an expression, huh? More accurately this'd be, hey, another me. Raising a single hand, the personage greeted with a relaxed tone Japanese letter, no. He was not a person so unduly distant. He was an existence such that even calling him someone close would be a half-hearted expression. After all, because the one present there was unmistakably was, with the same face as Natsuki Subaru, none other than Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, Japanese letter, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. You know, doesn't that have a strange ring to it? On top of that, calling yourself using the full name, though I don't know using what else would be correct. Though it's a situation often there in manga and stuff, it's pretty troublesome in reality. Subaru, Natsuki Subaru. Discerning rage for Subaru, who piled up remarks as if talking about good weather. Subaru stood right up at that spot. And as he tried to grasp the opponent's collars, his legs tangled instantly. With no strength driven into his knees, his stance crumbled Japanese letter, Subaru. Whoops, watch out. Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK, don't touch me. Subaru, who was in front, caught his body which was pitching forward and falling. The moment he came in contact with those arms, Subaru experienced unbearable repugnance and shook off the opponent's arms. At the same pace, taking steps and distancing himself away from Subaru, he continued glaring at the opponent. Subaru, why are you here? First of all, where is this place? With Subaru within his field of vision, Subaru signaled the surrounding white world with his hands. White space, a place with nothing, that was just as the cradle of Ard Lagna where he had confronted that sin archbishop of gluttony, Louis Arneb. Subaru, shit. It was a total mess inside of his mind. In accordance with the real time that flowed within the tower, his meeting with Louis was not something which happened even a few hours ago. However, for Subaru, who had stockpiled multiple attempts pertaining to the 5 obstacles, it felt like an incident in the faraway, distant past. Furthermore, Subaru had personally experienced the life and death of Natsuki Subaru more than 20 times through the books of the dead. Even if the contents of the books of the dead were something which felt short, running through life and death in less than 5 minutes, there had also been more than a year's time where nothing had occurred. He had tasted those successively, indulgently. Neither were there any guarantees regarding his recognition not getting disordered. The passage of time was vague. On top of that, he had much awaited this meeting with the unanticipated opponent. Subaru widened his eyes and waved his arms about violently. Subaru, why are you in this place? Subaru, Japanese letter IT is the proof of you having caught up to me. Subaru, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Subaru, you read the Book of the Dead and caught up to me. Everything you were not aware of, you must have seen it in the form of personally experiencing it. My life in a different world, all right. Subaru, ha. With an indifferent tone, Subaru responded to Subaru, who had depleted his breath and clamored. Viewing that composed attitude, Subaru gritted his molars. He was unable to stomach that conclusive expression, that attitude of seemingly knowing all, anything and everything. Japanese letter, FIRST of all, what did this man, making that odious face, say just now? Subaru, I caught up to you. Subaru, that's right. There's not a single thing anymore which you don't know about me. That's why, Subaru. Japanese letter, DONT, joke around HK. Subaru. Japanese letter, Subaru. I caught up to you, you say. Stop kidding. Don't lie, not yet. I don't know about that which is the most important, which is much more essential yet. Roaring with his eyes open wide, Subaru seized hold of Subaru's collars this time. Upon that usage of brute strength, Subaru made no attempt to parry it. Pulling the opponent's collars towards himself at the same pace, from a distance where both of their breaths entwined, he glared into those black eyes. Japanese letter, within the dark eyes of the face, which was the same as his. The instant he perceived the same face reflected within, nauseating self-hatred surged within his own self. Whether he harbored that self-hatred for himself or for the himself present before his eyes was neither known to him nor did he even contemplate considering it. Merely remaining at that extremely close distance, he glared at the opponent and unraveled his fangs. Subaru, tell me, it's pretty convenient you're here. Tell me now, the reason you became yourself must be somewhere. I haven't seen that. I haven't found it. That is, Subaru. The reason I became myself. Subaru, that's right. There must have been a cue for you to turn into yourself. You are, Subaru. Japanese letter, THT must have been seen by you now. With his collars seized, Subaru was gazing at Subaru, non-resistant. He did not even try to repel away the arms waving him about. Subaru received that as a hallucination, as if he wasn't even doing anything. He perceived exactly that, as being looked down onto from a higher level. Japanese letter, Subaru. Stop looking at me like that. Subaru. Japanese letter, GRH tilde HK. Aiming at that conclusive side profile, Subaru launched his fist. The fist wielded firm impact, blowing Subaru off as if he had been strummed. There was no recoil, no similar pain striking back at Subaru. The pain Subaru sustained injured was only the pain Subaru had sustained. That was not identical to what Natsuki Subaru had sustained. Subaru, lining up words as if knowing that, is that so? I get it. Smacked by Subaru, Subaru had knelt down on his right leg. Observing him rubbing his struck cheek with the back of his hand, Subaru consented. That opponent ahead of his eyes, who spoke with a mouth as if knowing everything, was not mistaken. First of all, if this was the cradle of Ard L a GN a Japanese letter, the hall of memories, would that not make him the opponent he should be utmost vigilant of above all other matters? Subaru. Are you, Louis, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony? It's you again, right? Subaru. Me. Subaru. Don't play dumb. Last time, Louis, whom he had encountered in the Hall of Memories, attempted to prompt segregation between Subaru and Natsuki Subaru, and eat that existence away from his head through one way or another. Back then, he had managed to escape those fangs from a hair strand's breadth worth of distance, but had their nature been such that they would be willing to give up through simply that alone, they would not be called sin archbishops. Just how ugly, how irredeemable the existences known as the sin archbishops were, He had witnessed that in its entirety. Beetlejuice, Regulus, Sirius, Capella, all of them were the absolute lowest and worst of failures as personalities. Lay, Roy, and Louis were no exceptions to that either. He could especially affirm that. What if Louis, who had been lying in wait inside of Reed's Book of the Dead, was utilizing some form of method and hiding in ambush within the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru? Thus, it was plausible that she had been boldly lingering and awaiting Subaru. Subaru. Isn't that true, Gluttony? Louis Arneb. There's no way I can be confused by you, who can change shapes and forms like this, relying upon the memories and names stolen from others, rather than just the opponent's abilities, but extorting even their form, and chewing and digesting them as if they were her belongings was the authority of Louis Arneb, as well as that of her elder brothers, Lay Batenkatos and Roy Alford. She had demonstrated that artifice even within the tower, lacking any regret. Nothing felt out of place should her place of demonstrating that merely have gotten changed to the Hall of Memories. Subaru, this time for sure, devouring me and hijacking me, is that what your plan is? Even after being rejected once, persistent little. Do you really want to return by death so much? Without any vacillation, he voiced the words return by death. He had personally experienced the memory of having to taste hellish anguish by voicing that on several instances. The penalty of having his heart be crushingly gripped, accompanied with immense pain. However, it was still all right if only his self was to be the one to experience that agony. Japanese letter COMPRED to the cases where it befell over Emilia or the surroundings. However, the penalty was not invoked for Subaru, who had shouted whilst crushing faint horror. Subaru before his eyes did not seem to have had his heart crushingly gripped at all either. In Bug, a single instant, he understood that Subaru had also been relieved at the lack of the evil influence's ingress, seemingly having been on lookout for the same. That was infuriating. With the same face as his, he also bore the same thoughts as him. Japanese letter H, he thought of it as an assertion that, at maximum, he and his opponent were the same. Subaru, Japanese letter tilde HK, just get it already. Is this really that amazing of a power? Is this an admirable power? It's just dying and redoing, nothing more than that. If I who uses it am shit, then the results it brings are also shit. That's why, Subaru. Japanese letter, Subaru. That's why I couldn't save anyone. I let everyone die. Because I am weak, I make everyone miserable. Just like how, even now, nobody will get saved. Japanese letter return by death was nothing so adequate. It was always far better to not have something like this be of need. Though there had been a witch who claimed this power to be something splendid, the utmost prime and nonpareil thing in this world, he could never hold the same opinion. Even if an ant is made to wield artillery, it can never utilize it. Ultimately, it was unsuited to it. He was a weak, petty, lonely child who kept crying and throwing tantrums. What the witches in that dream tea party had stated was correct. He was hopeless. He was weak. He could never find it. He could never use it. Both Gluttony and the Witch of Greed, who failed to comprehend that, were damned. Just how many times would he have to get deceived? How many times would he have to get his hope trampled underfoot? How many times would he have to get his black square vanquished until he learnt? Why, after countlessly getting deceived, countlessly having his hope trampled underfoot, countlessly having his black square vanquished, does he still think of doing it? Return by death displayed all of the unpleasant fragments of the world. It displayed the absurdities, the irrationalities, the destiny enough to make one avert one's eyes. Yet how COME Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, I love everyone. Without noticing, with his head hanging down, kneeling down at that very spot, Subaru shouted as if casting a curse. And upon the disgraceful grievance similar to weeping, Subaru horizontally shook his head. Whilst shaking his head horizontally, for once at this instant he said, converging with his words, Subaru, Japanese letter, I love everyone. That's why I can't stop. Subaru, Japanese letter, erasing the tinge of red on his struck cheek with his fingers, Subaru stood up in Subaru's stead. The same attire, the same expression, possessing the same face and name, Natsuki Subaru, who seemed to be decisively different from his SELF Japanese letter, whilst that looked at Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. The position you were put in, to be honest, even imagining its difficulty is rough. Everything completely new, starting from level 6 having the status of initial stage without the option of going back. The complaints you voice out too, I understand all of them, because those are wounds I have gotten to taste time and time again. With immense powerlessness, with immense ignorance, it was a countenance that had gotten to taste that countless times. Japanese letter, N-O, he had gotten to taste that countless times. The defeat, the agony, the grief of death which Subaru had to taste, Subaru was aware of it all. He had witnessed it all with these eyes. He had tasted it all with this body and black square. Precisely because he had tasted those, precisely because he knew that was not a lie, he could not accept Subaru's words. He did not want to accept them. Subaru. Had I been strong, had I been smart, had I been more, it must be frustrating. Subaru. Speaking as if you understand it. About me, what the hell do you, Subaru? I do know. You must also be aware of what I know. It's a pointless quarrel, actually, for both me and you. Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. There was no strength in his words of objection. It had been a matter of course. An objection repels away the opponent's words, brushes them away, suggesting lack of agreement, crushingly defeating them, making the statement that you are wrong. Such an intention was essential. Subaru of now did not have the ability to face Subaru with that. After all, he was aware of it. He was aware that that was no lie or deceit, but the entirety of Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, I didn't look at your memories or anything. Subaru, hey, you can't be doing this, after looking through one's diary as per your own convenience. Subaru, I didn't look at your memories or anything. Upon hearing Subaru's seemingly sullen voice, Subaru powerfully clenched his fists. Slapped, poured with jeers. Yet not bending his approach of dialogue, Subaru gave the impression of being far more mature than Subaru. Perhaps even that was a matter of course. After all, the truth is Subaru was supposed to be a year older than Subaru. That too, having observed rich experiences in the different world and having personally experienced death on multiple occasions. On top of that, having woven many bonds and acquiring the position of his current self. But STILL Japanese letter, Subaru. I didn't look at your memories or anything, HK. Once again, Subaru utilized those words. For once, right now Subaru said nothing to Subaru, who stockpiled the very same repentances. Subaru, without even seeking any response, resumed as if incoherently muttering. Subaru, I wanted to have hopes for you. That you were an amazing guy, and that if I got to know the something which was supporting your amazing nature, I would be able to do the same thing too. But still, he ended up knowing it. He ended up witnessing everything. Natsuki Subaru had absolutely no difference from the Natsuki Subaru present here, that he was a weak and petty man. He ended up knowing that. In the time unknown to Subaru, meeting people unknown to Subaru, running past a chronicle unknown to Subaru, having witnessed a scenery unknown to Subaru, he was merely an ordinary human who had done all that. Subaru. Japanese letter, BY denying you. I wanted to proclaim something plausible and fulfill it. However, he could not do that. Subaru. After all, I understand your feelings. Japanese letter, BEC a US EU on me. The world Natsuki Subaru had witnessed, had tasted, he had viewed it. Natsuki Subaru had fallen in love with this world, with the people of this world, with Emilia and everyone else, and the wounds he had accepted for them to survive. He had viewed all of that. He had been misunderstanding. He had been misapprehending. Since it was regarding himself, it may be appropriate to say he had conceited. The illusion of Natsuki Subaru being a superhuman had been shattered and cast aside. Subaru, yeah, I get it. I got it. Why you kept standing up again and again, why you never gave up after dying again and again, is because that's all you can do. Just like Subaru. Subaru had also gotten slammed into walls he could do nothing about on innumerable instances. Upon each occasion of that, he died recurrently, repeatedly, stockpiling deaths, amending the way he met, amending the way he connected. Subaru overcame hindrances. That was all. Subaru, can there be someone who won't stand up despite Rem telling him so much to do so? Acting conceitedly after getting knocked by Otto, I noticed that. I always knew that Dad and Mom were considerate like that. I mean, they are my dad and mom after all. The scenery Natsuki Subaru passed through, the cue essential for surmounting, not the something which Subaru sought but merely accumulated wishes were certainly there. Subaru. I love Emilia. I want her to rely on me to protect her. I want to be with her. The reason I wanted to be a knight was so that she thought of me that way. I was happy. I want to walk outside with her without any failures, she who is afraid of getting hated, and I want to boast around that she is someone capable of being loved by everyone. I finally had Beatrice accompany me. I want to make her happy as much as the time she had been in pain. She has the right to be happy. That is WHY Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, THE. Reason why you don't give up is just because you love everyone. Bloody bastard. Why aren't you a superhuman? Why are you still an idiotic brat? Subaru. Japanese letter, Subaru. Be strong like Reinhardt. Be someone who can do anything like Julius. If you can't do that, then be useful like Ferris. How about exceeding in a single thing like Wilhelm-san? Choose even one, for you too. By taking time, and even experiencing agony, what he realized was merely that Natsuki Subaru was an ordinary human, that he possessed only the cards which were the same as what Subaru did, that he extremely lacked skill in properly utilizing them, that neither did he have good fortune when it came to victory and defeat. Even a single one of just THOSE Japanese letter, Subaru. Any single one of them, with a powerless voice, having forfeited all spirit, he whispered. Any single one of them, even a single one of them, grasping tightly the hand incapable of wielding anything. Subaru, you are Louis, aren't you? With a husky voice, he uttered a query unrelated to what he had said till now. Listening to that, Subaru, who had remained silent for long, nodded, saying, "Ah." Subaru, no, I'm not Louis. Unfortunately, I won't say even that. I'd rather not have her disturbing. You don't need an explanation for her personality being the worst, do you? Subaru, yeah, I guess so. Responding with a meager, feeble voice, Subaru hid his own face with his arms, concealing that his throat had shriveled up due to his howling up until the previous moment. Oozily, pain started to well up in his fist, which had hit Subaru. If this was the Hall of Memories, then Subaru's body could not be stated to be a real entity here, is how it was supposed to be, and yet it was absurd that he could feel pain. Japanese letter, YES, pain, death, was ever absurd and ever difficult to bear. That was accurately why the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb, was mistaken. The thought of wishing for that by one's own accord was unmistakably mistaken. Subaru, why did you disappear? Subaru. Subaru, why did you vanish away? You disappeared, that caused so many hardships, the impetus of the ever-present incomprehension and the origin of everything. The reason why Natsuki Subaru disappeared and Natsuki Subaru was born. Just what happened to the body of Natsuki Subaru, who had disappeared alongside his memories. Subaru, the reason why you disappeared. Subaru, that was a total miss on my part. I entered Tegeta with the intention of finding a way to capture Reed. Then, through the series of events, it was all great till I found Reed's book, but Subaru. Then, Reed's book turned out to be empty. Subaru. Then I was put in the same bowl as Gluttony. The rest is, you probably get it even without me having to say it. Scratching his head, Subaru looked back onto his own shame. Encountering Louis Arneb in the Hall of Memories, Natsuki Subaru had gotten memories stolen. And forgetting all of his life in the different world until that point, his self, of course, created Natsuki Subaru, who could not apprehend the feelings of the people around him. Subaru, don't depreciate yourself like that. Would be difficult even if I tell you so, huh? After all, you are me. Subaru, Natsuki Subaru is a weak, petty, irredeemable, huge idiot. Subaru, that's not wrong. Subaru, but Subaru, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Whilst making a wry smile and gesturing his agreement, Subaru raised his eyebrows in response to Subaru, who had whispered powerlessly. While looking at that Subaru voiced the continuance of the words he had held back. That WRS, Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, YOUR, an amazing guy, Natsuki Subaru. Japanese letter, THT was, his honest opinion lacking all exaggeration, having witnessed him return by death greater than 20 times. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Whilst looking at the man before him, he steadily narrowed his eyes. With a face he was used to looking at, with a face he was tired of looking at, a face he thought that was distressful to look at. It was his own self. It was his own self. It was not his own self, though it was his own self. He did not believe it to be his own self. That face had a reaction as if having been pricked with something unanticipated for the first time. It was gratifying. Subaru, the closest person, huh? There were not many humans who loved their own self from the bottom of their heart. Subaru particularly belonged to that category, and Subaru hated himself. Perhaps Natsuki Subaru was no different in that regard either. Japanese letter, Subru Subaru hated himself. However, as the closest person, when Natsuki Subaru saw Natsuki Subaru, to say this would be exceedingly embarrassing but so cool was the thought that crossed his mind. Subaru, I respect you, who is weak, hopeless, unable to do anything, but still continues to struggle and loves them. That's WHY Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, THE meaning of me, reading your Book of the Dead, was there. He had not opened up the Book of the Dead merely in order to gnash his weakness, to grieve the cease of trails, to slam grudges on his self who had the same face as his own self. Of course, neither was it to have the megalomania of following up to the superhuman Natsuki Subaru's roots and attaining unparalleled strength, granted. What he sought was learning that Natsuki Subaru was merely human, his deeds, his path. Subaru, you sure are a guy who says embarrassing stuff suddenly, you. Subaru, who had remained frozen by Subaru's oration until then, abruptly came alive. Subaru had his eyes narrowed at the HUMOUR Japanese letter no. In a state of feeling somewhat awkward, he sharply gazed at Subaru and slowly stretched his fingers ahead. Subaru. It's pretty questionable for me to say it myself, but you sure can say all that after having looked back onto my entirety up until now. Now that it's mentioned, it's Natsuki Subaru starting life in a different world from zero, you know. Subaru, it feels so weird to have the leading actor's name be the same as yourself. Subaru, it's better than having the heroine have the same name as your mom, isn't it? No, not that. Unreservedly reciprocating persiflage, Subaru exchanged a gaze with Subaru. Subaru, who somewhat seemed to have tasted an under-shoulder swing down, he pointed at himself with his hand, and Subaru. I had said all that earlier, but is this seriously okay? The possibility of me being a fake of Louis is not supposed to have completely disappeared, you know. Subaru, it has disappeared. You didn't revert even after I seriously hit you. Subaru. I mean, to revert back by that is just in the case of Yanagisawa's copy ability. As per Subaru's objections, that could not truly be used as rationale. However, at that point in time, Subaru had let go of his skepticism regarding Subaru. The reason for that was perhaps what Subaru had commented earlier. For argument's sake, even if Louis Arnib ate away one's life away from head to toe without sparing a single part, he believed that she would not be able to reconstruct that face, that voice, because she did not have the ability to comprehend blessedness, felicity, happiness. That is WHY Japanese letter, Subaru. She, who loved nobody, cannot understand the emotion of returning by death for the sake of someone you love. Subaru. Japanese letter, Subaru before his eyes kept silent as Subaru took a long, painful inhale. Now that he had voiced it out, it was terribly stale, naught but sweet nothings pleasing to hear, nothing more. Yet he had been unable to discover any other responses. That is why the Subaru before his eyes was unquestionably Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, why are you here? Were you waiting for me? He recognized the Subaru before his eyes to be possessing the same roots as himself. On top of that, the doubt surfacing in his mind was regarding the two Subaru happening upon each other here. Upon that question of Subarus, Subaru firmly stepped on the pure white floor. Subaru. The reason why you and I met each other here is because this place is the sole point of contact between you and me. Subaru. The point of contact between you and me. Subaru. The reason me, who has memories within the tower, and you, who doesn't have memories, crossed over is just because of the Book of the Dead of this area. Both ahead of this and before this, you and I couldn't have met each other. Subaru, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. On second thought, let's go back to the first question. Why are you here? Without digesting the explanation Subaru gave, Subaru once again cast the same question. Strictly speaking, he could not comprehend the logic behind the two Subaru coming across each other here. It ended up being that Subaru, who possessed memories, and Subaru, who did not possess memories, both existed alongside each other. Japanese letter, THE rules of the formation of a Book of the Dead. Its intricacies were unknown. Now that if it were to be mentioned, the Book of Natsuki Subaru piling up the count of deaths up until now was strange in itself. Precisely, that was a phenomenon which, if the deaths of Natsuki Subaru were not being observed from outside of the world, it would not come into existence. Did that mean that Odd Lagna fulfilled the role of that observer? Subaru, but if that's the case, then Louis, who was in the Hall of Memories, if she had been observing return by death, I don't know for what reason she would be in such high spirits. If she can recognize that from the outside, Subaru, she may be staying in the Hall of Memories, but she can't be its ruler. Its ruler is probably a guy even more nasty, I think, if you consider it from this situation. Subaru, I get it when you say it's a nasty guy. The one most plausible is, halting words there for once, Subaru and Subaru collectively stated. Japanese letter, THE Sage Flugel. They called that to be the ill-natured utmost plausible personage. The personage who had connections to the establishment of this Pleiades watchtower, installing a trial such that Reed was placed in it. Furthermore, imposing an ascetic of unknown termination upon Shola for 400 years. In all honesty, Shola was pitiable. If it would be possible, then he wanted to snatch her away from that master of hers, Subaru. Then, the reason for myself, both possessing and not possessing memories existing alongside, is Subaru. Japanese letter, That's the type of question difficult to find an answer for. Since I am here and you are here, Subaru. That's just how it is, huh? Whilst feeling a sense of unease, catching Subaru's words, Subaru drew his chin in. The truth is, it had been the kind of question lacking a question setter. Even if theories of some kind were to be arrived at, in the end, they could never provide the answer. If this question must be investigated thoroughly and the answer must be found, then it WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. As long as you truly aren't Louis Arneb, it shouldn't be a problem. Subaru. That's a pretty bothersome way to confirm. Do you really trust me? Subaru. I trust you, I trust you. If you let me hit you one more time on the other side, I'll trust you more. Subaru. Is that so? I wouldn't say it's the best bargain, you know. Interchanging frivolous dialogue in a relaxed manner, Subaru shrugged his shoulders at Subaru's words. The cowardly way of conversation for delaying the core of the dialogue like this, with other people aside. But when it was used with oneself, it got seen through far too easily. That is why Subaru took it upon himself, and for the third time fired the same question. Subaru, he tilde why another me. Japanese letter, FOR, what purpose are you here? Subaru. Japanese letter, Subaru. You must also be knowing, I won't listen to something like that. Upon Subaru's attitude, who opted for reticence, Subaru whispered with his black eyes straightened. Even after hearing that, he did not return back persiflage similar to the one until now. Instead of that, what levitated in Subaru's black eyes was the radiance that had always been present since the beginning. Perhaps that was often called what is known as the feeling of GUILT, Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, HEY. What do you think will happen in unification of memories? That was why Subaru had deliberately asked that question cheerfully. Japanese letter, I end the pattern of a conversation about this trick. What would be the normal answer, huh? I have no idea. Clearly, it feels like something which has no answer to it. To be honest, you seem to be the more knowledgeable one here. Do you know about any rules that would be advantageous to know about which I don't? You read the book Dissecting Me, didn't you? It's as likely as not. As likely as not, huh? As likely as not. If you and I carelessly bump into each other and one eliminates the other, if it's something like that, what will you do? Don't say all that. Whatever you think when you're anxious, generally I also think the same when I'm anxious, that's why. That's that. Then no hard feelings no matter which one wins. No, I sure will be crazy bitter. And so if I'll be bitter, then that means you'll be bitter too. Well, I guess so. That's probably right. Pretty shallow black Ed, huh? What did you say? Pretty shallow black Ed. Huh, is something wrong? No, I just probably misheard, I guess. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Ah, that's right. There are some things you may wonder about their possibility, so there are some things I want to tell you, can I? Well, since you've heard everything I've said up till now, go right ahead and say anything. Originally, you were more informed than me regarding this world. Though that advantage has more or less disappeared by me reading the Book of the Dead, there are some things that have changed a bit, you know. Things that have changed. After losing memories, I talked to everyone. I got to know everyone. It's the story of Natsuki Subaru starting life in a different world from zero you don't know about. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. First up, Meili, okay. She's a bit in various ways, saddled with balms upon herself, so it's rough, but she understands if you talk to her, so please, properly talk to her. I'm imagining Meili Senpai to be pretty angry right now. Yeah, got it. And then there's this huge scorpion wandering about inside the tower, but its true identity is Shola. That makes things really dangerous, but she's not doing that because she wants to. Please help her too. Yeah, got it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say this, but when I met Louis, I got my back kicked hard by Rem back then. I didn't remember Rem, so it was only after I read the book did I recall what kind of a girl Rem was, but, as expected, that had been my Rem. No, it's my Rem, you know. No, mine. Mine. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Ram had said that when the season of snowmelt arrives, things invisible will be visible and will surely show their faces, as expected of her. Yeah, I guess so. About that guy Julius. Well, it'll be fine even if I don't say anything, isn't it? He's not that unreliable that I must tell you something about him. Yeah, agreed. Thank you for apologizing to Dad and Mom. Yeah, thank you for saving Otto and Garfield. Yeah. Thank you for saving Petra, Frederica, and everyone from Erlam village. Yeah, thank you for taking Beatrice out and holding her hand. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Emilia, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Thank you for falling in love with Emilia. I also love her. I really love her. Yeah, I know. Japanese letter, and a TSUKI Subaru. You are an amazing guy. I sincerely know that. If it's you, then it'll certainly be all right. Yeah. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. I guess so. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Yeah, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. If it's us, then it'll certainly be all right. It'll be all right, huh? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it'll be all right. You are amazing. I sincerely know that. Yeah, but I have to say that. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. LOOKS, like my summer vacation is over. With a shake of their hands, a cliched exchange had been the finale. Subaru. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. He inhaled and exhaled. Likely, the unification had not been conducted in an irregular form. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. No, by all rights, there had been no supposition of the process of unification being carried out in this place. Subaru's very existence, all happenings that had very much occurred, all of them had been irregular. That is WHY Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Standing stark still, Subaru finally noticed the tears rivulet down his own cheeks when they dripped down his chin and fell as droplets. For some reason or another, he did not feel like wiping them off, as seemingly those streaming tears certainly had not been shed by Subaru, is what it appeared as. The tears shed by someone who was right now steadily melting together with Subaru within Subaru, and repeatedly breathing deeply, he went around the consciousness within his mind. What had been scorched within his own memories, WERE Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Suddenly, 20 deaths Natsuki Subaru was unmindful of, flashed back. All of them told of struggling and writhing within the tower, and the numerous deaths which became a part of the course of events. TRSTED Japanese letter, as if getting taken over, the visuals of all worrying sections established a connection. They had established a connection, but Subaru, even you, are crossing over the bridge more than sufficiently, you know. His other self, who had lined up words thoroughly commending Subaru. Digesting his fight in solitude and his heavy struggle for trusting his comrades, Subaru arrived to an understanding. Certainly, it was just as what Subaru had stated. Japanese letter, I can respect you. With such thoughts, deep breathing as if trying to decelerate his eccentrically rapid pulse beat, he bowed his head. After that, Subaru raised his face and glared towards the front. That was the unchanging white space. The area of blank space resulting from the Hall of Memories, which had produced his irregular state. The place where another Subaru had been until merely a few moments earlier, who had shaken hands with Subaru. Japanese letter, Looking, down onto the petite shadow of someone crowding that space. Subaru straightened his black eyes. RND Japanese letter, Subaru. So, did you get to see what you wanted to see? Japanese letter, Louis Arneb. Subaru softly asked that to the one who had proceeded to read through the books of the dead and had reached this place and subsequently disappeared. Natsuki SUB, or are you Japanese letter, no, Louis Arneb. Arc 6, Chapter 75, Louis Arneb. Translated by Archbishop 17, proofread by Nanashi Art Sources, made by u/Juxubast and Archbishop 17 https://www. Pixiv. NetN Artwork 7394586 Tatamachi Sala Parallel RNTMGMGMG. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. TL note. My heartfelt gratitude to you/Juxubast for providing immense help in the making of the cover of this chapter. Japanese letter, WRNT, to become happy. Japanese letter, WHT, are termed as the positives and negatives of life, are great gambles determined by birth and environment. That had been the philosophy Louis Arneb acquired, upon the extremity of eating and hunting down the lives of innumerable humans, as the sin archbishop of gluttony. Louis Arneb was the youngest sister among the 3 siblings who were sin archbishops affixed with gluttony. By nature, contrary to the scale and unsound state of control of its activity, was the witch cult with surprisingly unascertained true state of affairs, though much regarding the sin archbishops especially was enveloped in mystery. Although the principal source for that was that the majority of people who happened upon them had lost their lives, the ones to have their names well known even amongst sin are RCHBISHOPS Japanese letter no. It is past tense, so the ones who had their names well known must have been the 2 of sloth and greed. Aside from those, even if it was identified that the sin archbishops of wrath and lust, and finally gluttony existed, for several years it had been fogged with enigmas what kind of a bunch they were. Much less the very existence of Louis Arneb, the youngest sister among the trio of siblings of gluttony, save for fellow sin archbishops being the only exception, was unknown. The concealed sin archbishop that had been the position Louis Arneb stood at. Well, it's not as if we wished for it, you know. So whispered Louis, stretching her legs within the white space she had been in since birth. Impotently, Louis could not exit this white space, and did not have the ability to meet anyone. Unable to avail the authority of gluttony anywhere except in the location where it was highly restricted as well, it was what is called an unused treasured possession to her. However, thanks to her 2 elder brothers, only when it came to meals was she not incapacitated. That was because the memories and names her elder brothers, a Japanese letter, that is to say, the lives of others, she could unassociatedly snitch that food and be able to fulfill her hunger. Why do we have to be like this? Fulfilling her hunger through her elder brother's leftovers, whilst indulging in the lives of others, Louis, who was having her self-identity molded and taking form little by little, immediately discerned that she was in circumstances entirely different from others. Without a body that could be free, what she could operate was merely consciousness. Though she possessed the memories of having walked, she possessed no experience of having walked. That was the defective article known as herself. Ah, we are in such unhappy circumstances. That was how Louis recognized to herself that she was in a sorrowful environment, and she understood these circumstances shan't change, regardless how much she lamented. In order to console their younger sister lost adrift within such sorrow, her elder brothers seemingly vied with each other and ate, and provided their little sister the platters same as what they had eaten themselves. Those platters which her elder brothers served to her were brimming with respective individuality. Lay, who named himself Gourmet, loved lives with strong flavors for both better or worse. Roy, of bizarre eating, anyhow gave precedence to amount, becoming entranced for fulfilling hunger with off flavors. From Louis' perspective, if she had to say then she had been able to enjoy the platters chosen by Lay on numerous occasions. But on numerous occasions, she had also made gains from the platters chosen by Roy, who ate and hunted in an unprincipled manner, chewing and digesting 11 lives, comparing flavors by rolling them atop her tongue and within her mind, what she came to understand. Japanese letter, T was the difference in the absolute amount of joyfulness. Louis, who possessed the power to compare the lives of others through her own sense of values, graded various items such as the difference of wealth and poverty, or the presence or absence of affection, from the environment of growth to family and friends, the existence of lovers, through a formula based on their extent, awarding scores to the lives of others from one to the next, and continued rating. For being prosperous by birth, for being loved by parents and siblings, for living a life sailing smooth without any trials or tribulations, for having a great number of friends who could be reached out to in times of difficulty, for possessing overflowing talent such that it was possible to stand above all others. Either this or that, or this or that, regardless of fortune and misfortune, countless reasons, such that some could be discarded. Though it was an idea terribly prideful and conceited, Louis possessed the authority to make it attainable. If it were to be expressed in alternate words, that was equivalent to the act of peeping onto the screen of a game other people were playing, complaining and pointing out they should have done this, and they should have done that, all whilst ridiculing them. Knocking disdain and mockery across the entire screen, she criticized the lives of others, as per her own conveniences as a bystander. Showering jeers as well, striking frank impressions, lacking all distinction between likes and dislikes as well, all to her own contentment. Those were Louis deeds, rating as per her principles, egoistic abuse and slander. However, that which she enjoyed at first soon turned wearisome as well. That was natural. What Louis could do was to review the memories passed on to her. She could not interfere with anything further. She did not possess the ability to speak of the present and the future. Even if she tried to speak ill of or correct the gameplay of others, there was nobody who would lend an ear to what she would point out. That is why she lost her initial amusement. To incessantly look at the play of unskillful humans was close to torture rather than just being tedious. Even though if allowed to, then we would do it so much better, because each and every single one is incompetent. Despite possessing feet to walk their own life, despite having arms to cut through distress, despite owning a head to picture the future, all of the other people were brainless. Louis' elder brothers, Lay and Roy, were no exceptions to that either. Rather, they could be called the incarnation of ineptitude. If memories would be peeped into, it could be well understood what that life failed at, and at what point was it unable to recover. All of them accumulated failures terribly simple and trivial. Why would one stumble at such a spot? Louis was unable to comprehend it all. Incompetent, incompetent, incompetent. If you're going to live irresponsibly, then hand it over to us, that life. We will do it way, why better. Everyone is too brainless. From one to the next, lives ought to be felt contempt for were itemized in the form of platters. Chewing and digesting numerous, multitudinous of them, Louis was overwhelmed with rage and became nauseous. Without realizing such emotions of Louis, Black Square, her elder brothers, who successively resumed eating for fulfilling their own desires, she also felt irritated at. Without even feeling anxious for their younger sister, who was making a nauseous expression, the folly of continuing to provide filled platters incessantly, what could she possibly detest? Could she not detest that? Ah, you sure eat while finding it delicious, Onii-chan. Ah, you sure eat while finding it fun, Neksama. Japanese letter H. We are, even now, feeling nauseous, you know. That was the reason why Louis Arneb named herself satiation, the starvation not fulfilled no matter how much is eaten. For what was starved was not her body, but her black square. Japanese letter W or NT to become happy. Japanese letter W or NT to become happy. Want to become happy. Want to become happy. Want to become happy. Japanese letter a H a H a H a H a. This is the feeling of walking outside, isn't it? Both Onii-chan and Neksama doing this the whole time. A tilde H. Unfair, unfair, unfair. Within the enforced confinement, her shackled self-consciousness followed the lone road to expansion. Just as eating facilitated healthy growth amongst humans, while being provided with platters unwished for as well, Louis underwent favorable growth vigorously. The same was also the case with Lei and Roy, her two elder brothers. Her elder brothers, too, had their own ego enlarged rampantly, having their feel greater zeal for meals. The insensible food selection by such elder brothers of hers, Louis anyhow felt irritated by. That change had been a byproduct of Louis' such growth and irritation. This is the air of outside. This is the water of outside. This is the soil of outside. This is the blood of outside. A tilde H, amazing, amazing, amazing. It's real. It's Rhea tilde L, lying sprawled on bare earth, whilst lovingly licking the soil, having his fill of the world with his entire body, was a young boy Japanese letter no, though that very flesh body belonged to the personage who named himself as Lei Baiting Katos. The content within it was disparate. It was not Lei wielding the right of control over that flesh body and moving about freely. Believed to possess the fate of being unable to leave the white world congenitally, Louis Rneb Japanese letter, the Sin Archbishop of Tragedy. It was her form having broken through the white cage for the first time. It had been a coincidence. Certainly, she did not think the authority possessed such an ability. Or perhaps Louis, craving spirit, had stimulated the authority to bloom instead. There was no definite answer. Neither was it momentous. What was momentous was that this had been realized. Japanese letter She had walked outside. Ah-ha-ha. Intervening between her restricted reality, Louis grandly guffawed for the fruit it bore. It had become possible for her to borrow her elder brother's bodies and independently manipulate that body, that authority. Nd Japanese letter. Ha! Lei, just what is the meaning of this? While putting on airs as something like gourmet and being fastidious, are you sure you didn't get too hungry and go crazy? A tilde ha-ha-ha. That's wrong, that's completely wrong. That's wrong anyway, as that's wrong, that's certainly wrong, as that's certainly wrong, that is wrong because that's wrong. Japanese letter. We are, which cult sin archbishop representing gluttony Louis Arneb. Saying so, Louis gave greetings to the baffled Roy Alford, using the body of Lei Baiting Katos. For this had been the first time ever since she was born did she get to even converse with her elder brothers, after all. It's the cute little sister, the third sibling of Onii-chan and Naksama. Please be loving, please be doting, please be well-wishing, and please be caring, okay? Japanese letter W or NT to become happy. Japanese letter W or NT to become happy. Want to become happy. Want to become happy. Want to become happy. Japanese letter W or NT to become happy. Want 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 to become happy, 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 want to become happy. By borrowing the bodies of her elder brothers, she acquired a method to meddle with the outside world. Her elder brother's supply of food did not halt, and as always, never did she suffer with hunger. However, such long-awaited opportunities, and jumping out into the outside world she much yearned for, Louis Arneb grew tired of it before long. Japanese letter, SHE ended up growing tired it. Outside is pretty boring, more than what we though tilderat. In the end, a borrowed body was a borrowed body. There lay no change in the fact that the real form of herself, who was unable to be free, was trapped inside the white world. Rather, by firmly making certain of her shadow, she strangled her throat by herself. In the end, something like life is not what you eat or how much you eat, who you eat with, and yet. Her elder brothers were living lives of their own, for that must be why they were not seeking it. Louis alone had been dispossessed of her own life. For that must be why she was eternally seeking it, want to become happy. Within the white world, whilst untidily scattering around countless memories, she wished for that with all her black square. That could have perhaps been the GREATEST Japanese letter, or the sole desire of Louis Arneb. Want to become happy. A desire unfulfilled, unfading regardless of her borrowing the bodies of her elder brothers or kicking others as per her liking. Albeit tasting rich lives and getting drunk on momentary pleasures, it all perished immediately. Want to become happy. She grew tired of it. She had grown tired of it. She wished for a life which belonged to herself and her alone. She wished for a body, a soul, a destiny. Want to become happy. Louis was sorrowful. The origin of Louis' sorrow was that nowhere present a life which was her own. Want to become happy. However, at the same time, Louis knew herself. Even if her fickle-natured, easily resigning self attained a life that suddenly appeared before her, it would be inconceivable for her to be satisfied by that. After all, she had known. In this world lay countless lives. In them lay the absolute amount of joyfulness, and they were primarily determined upon the result of the incorrigible great gambles. In what way would things play out for a human belonging to a poor residence born into the harsh, holy kingdom of Gustico? In what way would things play out for a human weak by birth born into Valatia Empire, which valued warriors? In what way would things play out for a slow-footed nitwit born into Kararagi city-states, which expected perpetual progress? In what way would things play out for a mixed race, a silver-haired half-devil born into the kingdom of Lugnica, which was spoiled by ancient customs? By possessing the selves of others, Louis was aware that they would not have a decent time. However, to say joyfulness would be being affluent in those aspects would be an immense mistake as well. Being born into the household of a great priest in the holy kingdom of Gustico, being born into the household of a general in Valatia Empire, being born into the household of a distinguished merchant in Kararagi city-states, being born into the household of any kind of an influential noble in the kingdom of Lugnica. As one looked upward, it continued without cease. Louis did not want to be inferior. She wanted to be affluent. She did not want to be looked down upon. She had continued rating the lives of others. Within those, naturally the lives who had received the worst evaluation, but with all the lives who had received the highest evaluation, it was not as if all of the items to be graded within them were the greatest. Even those highest evaluated lives, she could not gain satisfaction by. A tilde H, want to become happy. Japanese letter, Ley and Roy, around that time, discovered a novel transfiguration of the authority, eclipse. The ability the authority of gluttony was endowed with was the ability to plunder the memories, the names, from others, chewing and digesting them. Applying that in practical use, the authority of solar eclipse and lunar eclipse which reconstructed the plundered populace, drawing out techniques or knowledge from the memories of others and using them as one's own belonging, lunar eclipse. To the utmost it drew out skills, not the benefits of the likes of physical abilities, so the possibility of not utilizing that power perfectly was high. Conversely, Solar Eclipse used the captured name as foundation and reconstructed the person's existence in its entirety, completely reconstructing the techniques polished by that flesh body. It could manifest strength to its maximum. As an ability, it went without saying that Solar Eclipse was overwhelmingly excelling, but her two elder brothers preferred to exercise not Solar Eclipse, but Lunar Eclipse. Japanese letter, NO. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they feared using Solar Eclipse and found it repugnant. According to Lei and Roy's cognizance, Solar Eclipse seemed to drag along the thinking in the flesh body, which had transformed. That sensation felt as if their selves were being damaged. It was unendurable, was the two's reasoning. Hearing what her elder brothers had to say, Louis, from the bottom of her black square, found it to be utterly ludicrous. Despite even possessing their own flesh bodies, despite standing on a position where even their person had been established, to not be able to preserve themselves possessing firm beliefs, how deficient and puny must that self-consciousness be? It was no jest to assume the airs of being more sorrowful than her, who possessed no flesh body of her own, did not have even her siblings be cognizant of her existence for greater than 10 years, and had at last grown tired of even the sourness and sweetness of life. The authority of Solar Eclipse was very much splendid. Rather, for Louis it was convenient. It would be no misstatement to say that precisely this was the power Louis Arneb longed for. Japanese letter, Louis Arneb, was craving for a life belonging to her alone, that too, a life which was the greatest. That was unlike her elder brother's self-pleasure, who gained contentment by eating the lives of others and capturing memories. A right further refined, and ubiquitous Japanese letter Louis wanted to live. Birth could not be chosen. That was the entire source of what brought forth sorrowful humans. However, Louis was different. Louis had acquired the power, the opportunity to choose her birth, her life. She could heist the memories of others, reconstruct them by way of solar eclipse, and make it to be her own belonging. She had the ability to choose life. Japanese letter, Everything. She could choose again. She shall be fastidious, seeking the greatest memories, a name which she was yet to see. Though there had been some aligned favorably amongst what all Lay and Roy had eaten, they had not been perfect. There had been a dearth of novelty and ingenuity. Happy homes, tender parents, wealthy livelihoods and rich environments, magnificent friends, and seemingly destined companions, all of it seemed not but happiness which had seemingly been seen somewhere else. She was searching for not that, but the greatest life. Having the ability to choose as per one's liking did not coincide with the fact that one would not get tired of what one was choosing. Getting tired of the countless platters lined up before her eyes, what could she possibly find enjoyable? Louis Arneb was searching for the greatest life. Japanese letter, SHE had been searching. That is WHY Japanese letter, TH a T is why, when she happened upon Natsuki Subaru, Louis' chest pulsated intensely. Oh ho, Oni Isen is. Natsuki Subaru was it? To be precise, it did not throb the instant she had met him. Natsuki Subaru's outward appearance was not to Louis' taste, to make it throb the instant of meeting him. From start, though it seemed a face not to her taste, in accordance with the sense of values cultivated within Louis, the beauty which a vast majority of humans pictured would precisely be the face Louis would seek. In that sense, there did not exist even a single atom which would throb for Natsuki Subaru's outward appearance. Moreover, from Louis' perspective, Natsuki Subaru was certainly a personage she had already known, but he was not someone she had been attentive of simply because he was in the memories of others. Though it was something not requiring much thought, the memories present within Louis went up to enormous numbers. It was not simple to draw out the intended memories from within that, all the more when the opponent was one she held no interest in. The reason why Louis yet recollected the opponent's name at a single glance was because not Louis, but one of her elder BROTHERS Japanese letter Lei Baiting Kato's had been considerably attached to that name. If not mistaken, then there had been something mightily attached to Natsuki Subaru amongst the platters Lei had eaten. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. This place, this place you see, is the cradle of Ard Lagna, the Hall of Memories, the place where the souls of dead people are filtered. As it's rare for a person to come here maintaining oneself, you shall be welcomed, Oni-san. We have too much boredom at hand, you see. Smiling sinisterly, Louis gave a warm reception to the visit of the rare guest. Truth be told, there lay no dishonesty in those feelings of welcome. Louis longed for others, quite a bit. The birthplace of Louis Arneb, the white world she could not leave, the Hall of Memories. The reason why Louis was aware that this place had been designated that title, that the gigantic existence of unknown disposition was a workshop of such an enormous scale, was the result of her generally mobilizing the knowledge of the memories which Lay or Roy had eaten and hunted down. Within the ones fallen prey to the authority of gluttony, there had been many wise men who, in reality, had done great studies which would remain for posterity, and had made historical findings. Without seeing the light of day, they had settled into the soul of the bellies of the three gluttony siblings, but they were profoundly serving Louis. In all honesty, Louis was not at all interested in the reason why she was born here, or why she was confined here. Neither would there be any means to dispel those doubts, nor did she find it to be meaningful. She had assented it, as that's just how things were. Even if she was suddenly taken into the outside world at this point, it would have merely been troublesome in its own way. The day she shall leave this place must be the day she has discovered the greatest life. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Oh, wow. Sorry, name-giving was still left, isn't it? But do forgive. After all, introducing like this while being sober doesn't happen often in this place, you see. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Well then, guess its introduction one more tie tilde me. Japanese letter, W.E. Our witch cult sin archbishop representing gluttony, Louis Arneb. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Don't know if it'll be for a long time or short, but please be caring, okay, Oni-san. The opponent was exceedingly surprised and distressed with regards to Louis, who named herself in that manner. Obviously enough, standardly, humans who step a foot here do not possess the aim of coming here. Though occasionally there are some who thus slip in, Louis considered that as something like lost SOULS Japanese letter rephrasing, the consequence of near-death experiences. A situation where the soul was easily separated from the flesh body, or a situation where it had come unstuck, perhaps. From their perspectives, such situations were close to the feeling of being summoned out of the blue by Ard Lagna. If that were to be considered, possibly, Louis' role was something like a guide who quelled the turmoil of people who had experienced near death and elucidated what this place was. If that were to be considered as being atop Ard Lagna's invisible palm, that was, again, infuriating. Of course, being looked down upon, but Louis also despised being directed. That was the same as Ard Lagna, an existence for whom that perpetually was the usual state of things. Louis did not want her life, which yet remained to commence, to be distorted by the interference of anyone but Louis. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Of course we do know. Lei and Roy, Oni-chan and Nek-sama, right? Don't get so excited, Oni-san, as the two are just devoted to their little sister, you know. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The two of them devouring here and there too, part of it is for our sake. They lack brains and don't have a grasp on our preferences at all either, but they are being considerate. Probably, isn't it? But it can't be helped, isn't it? After all three of us have never even been together. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. By borrowing Oni-chan or Nek-sama's body, you see, we have gone outside a wee bit on times, you know. But when we do that, the one lending his body goes to sleep and can't be met, is what that means. That's why all three of us have never been together. Spilled that out. Enumerating while speaking rapidly in somewhat agitation, Louis carefully observed the opponent's reaction. Slight panic, just a smidgen of daze, somewhat preponderant rage, and a fairly strong sense of purpose. What was perplexed at first had now regained presence of mind, possessing the ambience of trying to proceed ahead logically. He tilde her H. Not bad. With that thought in her innermost black square, Louis licked her lips. Whether it should be labeled as being accustomed to diving into scenes of carnage, he was suitably fast in adapting to situations. If observed and compared with the impression she had received at first, that was quite a mismatching attribute. That which varied greatly from the original attribute, a posteriori, too, was an attribute compelled into polishing. What lay at its origin, Louis incited her appetite with interest, and her LONGSIDE Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, H. There it is, there it is. This is it, right, Oni-san. Whilst conversing, what Louis towed out were certain memories. The greatest reason why Lay, through a single platter which Lay had indulged in, was attached to the juvenile before her eyes. Reeling in and collecting the memories mightily, potently calling out to that existence, Louis synchronized with them. Japanese letter, a W, a. At that precise moment, her breathing was obturated by feelings of love overflowing out in the interior of her chest. Welling up unaware of any bounds, the feelings of love for the juvenile within her sight. He was so beloved, so in love with, it was unbearable. Louis' small chest heartened, and her entire body throbbed with a sweet premonition. With her eyes moist, her breath sweet and warm, her lips smiled. ND Japanese letter, please don't make such an anxious face. Japanese letter, SUBAR Yukon. Japanese letter, UPO. In that instant, there existed mighty, potent rejection. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Honing his eyes whilst maintaining his rage, Natsuki Subaru charged ahead and pounced. Though she possessed the impulse to accept his outbursting self by spreading both her arms wide, she somehow immobilized that and sharply crawled into his chest in accordance with memories. Catching a hold of the juvenile's arms with smooth movement, pulling him towards herself, she gave him a twisting throw. With a flesh body which was not a real object, hallucinating the sound of his bones creaking, the juvenile, giving rise to a roar of anguish, was held down onto the white floor by her. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Please stop. If you throw yourself so bravely, it will be embarrassing. Japanese letter, SOMETHING like that. Utilizing the memories which thought lovingly of the juvenile, she held the juvenile down through sheer force. With her sadistic black square fulfilled, she ended up relaxing the edges of her mouth. As if giving further satisfaction to that desire to afflict belonging to Louis Black Square, frantically continuing to scream was Natsuki Subaru's voice as he twisted his body. His form, earnestly calling for rage for the sake of someone, Japanese letter upon that. Incidentally, Louis tilted her head. Japanese letter, Onii-san, why do you remember the memories we had stolen? It had been an unnatural response. Perceiving that whilst holding him down, Louis greatly twisted her neck. The memories eaten by gluttony did not remain extant within the person concerned. The names eaten by gluttony did not remain extant within other people. That is because the authority tore them off from the soul, which defined existence in the world. The proper cleansing of the soul by Ard Lagna, which was practiced in the Hall of Memories, Japanese letter, arbitrarily acting as its agent, and stealthily deceiving, plundering, and harvesting was what the authority of gluttony was. Therefore, the memories and names snaveled by gluttony did not remain extant within anyone. Restrictively, though there had been ones who had only memories, only names stolen away, respective negative effects got applied. If the memories were stolen, then said person, if the name was stolen, then other people could no longer remember the person concerned. That could not be altered as long as the disposition of the soul remained within the protection of Ard Lagna. Yet Natsuki Subaru did remember. The ingredient, the soul which had been rendered naked, having both sides of memories and name gotten stolen, despite not being supposed to be able to remember it. Why, WHY Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. We may have developed a bit of interest in Onii-san now, though it seems Onii-chan will resent us. Licking her lips, Louis dyed her cheeks with welling passion. It was the opponent Lay had been attached to. To have that food snitched detachedly from the side would surely make even Lay take befitting offense. Though Lei was actually quite soft and sweet to his little sister, the major premise of him listening to her selfishness was to the utmost until they did not cross each other's appetite. Appetite was, gluttony was, the meaning of living for Louis, for Lei, and for Roy as well. To have that be invaded arbitrarily could not let there remain calm. If a dear platter that has been looked forward to is usurped, even if by a sibling, even killing them would be something that can't be helped, isn't it? Japanese letter H. But how irresistible, Oni-san. Whilst twisting his arms behind his back, she drew her lips closer to the nape of the juvenile pushed onto the floor. It was something alike the form of the spirit with no true substance. She could not sense the taste of sweat from him, who was in the state of mere soul. Though by nature, even pain was something similar to hallucination, she did not intend to expressly inform him. Merely, the feelings of love she wanted to be in contact with erupted. Japanese letter, IT, seemed the owner of these memories had been attached to this juvenile greater than what was appropriate. She could feel that strongly. Well, right now that goes for us. Should it even be a hearsay memory, now that it had been stored like this, it belonged to her. She could slightly understand Lei or Roy's feeling of fear for Eclipse. She held no fear, but she did understand that the two's premonition was correct. Japanese letter, PERH. If she continued at this pace, we will certainly end up loving Oni-san, isn't it? Japanese letter, He tilde H. Nauseating, you say, that is so hard tilde RSH. Because despite everything, we are still a girl, even though we mustered up courage and confessed. How cruel. Ah, you're acting violently again. That won't do, Oni-san. It won't hurt, so please calm down, okay? Japanese letter. There's no way we would hurt Oni-san, you know. After all, he is so beloved. That's why calm your black square. No matter her tenderly addressing him in an effort to calm him down, she faced opposition through frantic meager movement. With the name of the memories called countless times, Louis had her entire body tremble with a sensation terribly ecstatic. This ecstasy could only be tasted from a personage remembering one who had their name stolen. Namely, a flavor which Louis had never tasted. Japanese letter, or an unknown, sweet, sweet berry. Japanese letter, and a TSUKI Subaru. Japanese letter, WH a T-shall, your flavor be. Let's eat. Seeking the answer to that glacé inquisitiveness of her black square, Louis tenderly licked the juvenile's nape with her scarlet tongue. Calling his name, whilst tasting a lanuginous texture on the tip of her tongue, amiably, suavely, she licked. In the significance of being fulfilled, what was termed as appetite lay similar to sexual desire. Within such strengthening of affection for the person before her eyes, for even this unremitting appetite to be fulfilled, this must now be something alike copulation sought after sordidly. People who mutually valued each other blend within the existence known as Louis. The sufficiency of that flavor, or how a saccharine a thing would it be Japanese letter, thank you for the treat. Savoring adequately, as per her contentment, Louis conveyed her gratitude for the food through words. That was the procedure of invoking the name of the opponent whose memories are desired to be stolen, peeling off one section of the soul from the opponent's flesh body, and eating that. Japanese letter, WHT, are termed as memories, are things similar to sediments accumulated upon the soul. It was also possible to adorn that with alluring words, such as feasts dished upon white platters. However, should everything be exposed to its origin, what shall be stretching before would be the meaninglessness of adorning it beautifully. That was the cognizance of Louis, who was affixed with the authority of gluttony, and the ability to indulge in those souls, Louis, privilege. With this, the entirety of what was associated with the soul of the juvenile before her eyes shall get particularized. What would then remain would be for her to mix it with the memories of the young girl already within Louis, then have her fill of what nature of chemical reaction it would see a USE Japanese letter, YOU, just now. What did you do to me? With a voice not supposed to be audible echoing, for the first time, Louis faced Natsuki Subaru himself. Until then, it had not seemed like they had been conversing. They had not faced each other as if facing each other. It had been naught but such a vague, drowning dream. That was, for Louis too, an occasion of never-before-seen circumstances abruptly getting tinged with colors. What had been said just now? Oni-san, it can't be, you remember us. A gaze charged with mighty, potent animosity was the answer to Louis' doubt. Japanese letter RH. That had been the moment Louis' slim, petite chest throbbed at a definite high rate of pulsation. Why, in spite of getting memories eaten, could he remain composed? Why, even now, was he glaring at Louis with such a look in his eyes? Why, despite within such bewilderment, was Louis having her chest throb so intensely? Why? WHY Japanese letter. Rather, that could have perhaps been the impetus deserving to be called premonition. Why does Oni-san remember us? Whilst glaring at the back of Natsuki Subaru's head, under her eyes, whom she had held down, what Louis suspected at first was the possibility of having failed at the meal. In the authority of Louis and the others, of gluttony, there were a certain set of protocols absolutely necessary. The prime amongst them was to know the name of the opponent who was to be eaten. This was an indispensable element necessary for meddling with the soul of the opponent. Therefore, in the case of seizing an alias, the authority was rendered powerless. Until now, there had been a number of cases of having failed at the meal. In those cases, the one to face the painful experience had always been either one of Lei or Roy. So not even once had Louis herself faced the painful experience. Japanese letter. Oni-chan and Sama felt unpleasant, like it was painful, but Louis stiffened up her body, assuming there would be similar recall upon her. However, though she waited for a long time, there were no signs of that supposed recall rushing upon Louis. To begin with, new memories were certainly being poured within Louis. Watchtower of the Sage, dear comrades, and there were trials, murmuring indicating approval. As if carefully reading a single book within her mind, Louis became entranced with excavating through the new memories. Appending to the fact that there occurred no recoil, she was being successful in the extortion of memories. Referring to those memories, she had comprehended what Natsuki Subaru and his comrades were doing, and even the sequence of events due to which he strayed into this hall of memories. What remained was for Natsuki Subaru's specialness to be Japanese letter, HUH. Upon that instant, the voluminousness of the impact which was firmly placed upon Louis, what words shall be apt enough to describe it? Japanese letter. Astounded due to the overwhelming substance, with the strength in her arms fading, she widened her eyes. Prodding that interval, the held-down Natsuki Subaru made his escape from Louis' arms. Taking distance at the same pace, he took a fighting pose nothing too impressive. Though it was opposition rather comical and creasing up, Louis was not made to laugh at it. There existed no scope for her to be laughing over that. The impact of having seen something improbable was stabbing through Louis' petite physique. That WRS Japanese letter. Why are there memories of the time of dying? Japanese letter. No, that's not all. That's not all, Oni-san. It's of course strange to have the memories of the time of dying. Plenty odd, you know, but it's strange. After all, Japanese letter. After all, in the memories we ate, there's nothing like the memories of killing Oni-san, yet Oni-san has the memories of getting killed. That was something abnormal. There was no origin. What was occurring was a mysterious paradox. The influence of Natsuki Subaru's memories, the repertoire of words originally she was not supposed to be aware of increase. It was a paradox. Under the emergency due to the paradox, Schrödinger's Maxwell's Einstein was Nikola Tesla Japanese letter. What is this? What's the meaning of this? Memories are different from delusion, you know. The sediment stuck onto the soul can't be distorted or bent as how one pleases. That's why. This is the world Oni-san witnessed Tildatsu. This is the history Oni-san tasted. This is the story of Oni-san. Only Oni-san knows Tildatsu. Putting her fingers into her long, golden-colored hair, Louis detonated her flaring impulse. Not even for a single second could she remain without hurling it, instead of simply stockpiling this impulse. The very instant she did so, Louis Arneb erupted. Erupting and scattering across in all directions, her mind was fractionated into tiny fragments. New, new sense of values Tildatsu. It had been her meeting with that. Her meeting with an article which surpassed all imagination, which Louis had not known, had not seen, had not thought of. Her entire body transfixed by lightning, she was unable to think of anything else but that. What else could this be possibly called, should it not be called destiny? What name should possibly be affixed to these emotions? Oni-san, could it be you're the same as us? Aren't you a Sin Archbishop? Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Though we have never met directly, Betelgeuse said so, that the factors were supposed to have reached, that since the positions of sins were filled, eventually everyone would gather. That vacant seat is the seat belonging to Oni-san. Belonging to me, is it not? Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Ah, ha, ha. Don't get angry, please, Oni-san. Don't make us perplexed any more than this, Oni-san. At this point, our mind is at its absolute limit. This small chest is about to burst open, it really hurts. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Tapping continuously, striking the temple of her own forehead with her fingers, Louis chewed the memories down to its very bones. Difficult to believe in, unable to be believed in. The margin of having it believed in existed only in a fortuitous meeting with none but gluttony. Since Louis could jointly own the same memories, she could believe in Natsuki Subaru's progression. Japanese letter, no, she could not believe in it, but savvy it as fact. For this was the journey Louis Arneb had traversed as well. Ah, what pride! Unfair, unfair, unfair. Unfair, 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 unfair. Japanese letter, wonderful Tildatsu. Oni-san, you really die again and again, again and again and again, isn't it? Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Wah, tilde H, amazing. You're really dying. You're dying so miserably, Oni-san. Again and again, you're dying without any method of succeeding, Oni-san. Even something like this is possible, right, Oni-san? A round of applause, a standing ovation. Congratulations for taking birth. Gratitude for the miracle of meeting you, the train to future which shall advance with me. Welling forth inspiration, receiving stimulus and innovation. Oni-san, so you came from a place not here, not anywhere, ha? Ah, we can't even think, Enimo, Ray. Spouting sentiments without confining her momentum, Louis, who was unreservedly immersed by it, making no effort for resistance, suddenly recognized that potentiality. Japanese letter, and oh, she inclined her ears towards her inner voice. To know a scenery unknown, to have taken birth in a world untold, all were finest quality full courses which would fulfill the hunger called the inquisitiveness of Louis Black Square. However, the speciality of Natsuki Subaru which was deserving of utmost attention, WRS Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, MEMORIES of death, not supposed to exist. Absolutely unattainable, there existed the memories of death and beyond. This was principally dissimilar to something like near-death experiences, which were like cheap test tour, a phenomenon established due to the soul-shattering, life slashed into 1,000 fragments, the lifeline terminating in its true essence. The other side of the river of three crossings, the border of the living world and netherworld, which was impossible to rebound from. Neither swimming through it nor striding across it, the memories of redoing the life supposed to have been robbed a W or Y Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, returned by death. That was how Louis read the greatest showpiece of the memories blossoming within herself, accumulating the experiences of sundry deaths as memories, that which could not be carved into memories, even once he handed over to his next self as something certain. And that Natsuki Subaru had surmounted all kinds of hardships. Amazing, amazing, Oni-san, truly amazing. We've been moved deeply. We admire it from the bottom of our black square. You really can do something like that, overcoming death with complete freedom. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. No need to be modest. We are serious, you know. We really do find Oni-san to be enviable. After all, something like the memories of death, nobody possesses it no matter what Tildatsu. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Also, why is it so? Why are you all composed despite getting memories stolen by us? What specialness is it? Souls save, backup, invariance. Makes no sense, makes no sense. Within the struggling, writhing Natsuki Subaru existed numerous, multitudinous memories of the time of dying. That was stimulation Louis, by no means, managed to acquire. Furthermore, to continue to die interminably, the power with the ability to stockpile death was the target of her jealousy. Japanese letter, WRNT it. She desired the power of return by death, not for it being capable of repeating death. Naturally, that fresh stimulation was also a factor eternally captivating Louis, but what was further momentous was the ability to redo. Japanese letter, LOUIS Arneb was searching for the greatest life, and the conclusion derived by Louis, having indulged in diverse lives, was that what was termed as the greatest life was neither being affluent, nor being loved by many, nor being blessed with a high status. What was termed as the greatest life referred to the life which went as one wished. Anything and everything would occur as one believed, as one expected, as one wished. Without any flaws, without any incompletion, without any irrationality, the perfect world view. She had always searched a method for its realization. The answer to that was an endlessly unbearing darkness within Louis, but finally she understood. Japanese letter, ITS return by death. Should she procure that, she would be able to recover from conflicts, from failures. Should she know what shall happen in future, she would be able to cope with it. If only she can know what failure shall occur, what irrationality shall await, what incompletion shall she come across. We can live the greatest life, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. What should be done? What should be done in order to steal it? If Oni-Isen's return by death is an authority, then it can't be stolen by just eating. It's different from things that come attached with memories and names. Which factors are the antithesis of Ard Lagna, after all? It won't come detached easily. That's why. That is why, was an authority to be stolen, there was no choice but to steal the witch factor itself. However, even Louis was unaware of a method to steal as far as witch factors. Until now, never had she wished for an authority belonging to other Sin archbishops. That kind of a bunch was disgusting to even come in contact with. HOWEVER Japanese letter. Oni-Isen, the authority of the killed Betelgeuse, you're using it. The unseen hand present within the memories had weakened in both numbers and range from the original, but indubitably was the power utilized by that lunatic. In other words, that was none but proof that several witch factors were being stocked in the interior of Natsuki Subaru. Stocking witch factors, if that was possible, THEN Japanese letter, we will absolutely, no matter what, get our hands on return by death. Oni-Isen's authority is our hope. If that can be obtained, we will. Japanese letter, we will be able to live our own life Tildatsu. Want to become happy. 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 Want to become a PPY Japanese letter. The method for that is right there. The method for that, Tildatsu. Japanese letter, tilde HK. How arbitrary. Something like return by death is nothing so good. A person possessing it can't understand the feelings of a person who doesn't possess it Tildatsu. Something like allotted persuasion, which had seemingly been heard somewhere else, was nothing but tedious. One who had continued using that power as per his contentment, disliking using that power, seemed foolish. That is why she shall definitely obtain it. Absolutely, definitely, with certainty. What shall be DONE Japanese letter? What shall be done in order to steal the authority? Wrong. That's wrong. It's wrong anyway, as it's wrong. Certainly it is wrong, as it's too wrong. We're saying it's wrong because it is wrong tilde-tsu. Gluttonous, drinking tilde-tsu. Gluttony-tsu. Clapping her hands mightily, potently, Louis widened her eyes. Unraveling her sharp fangs, she applauded, suggesting how clear-headed herself was. Before one could notice, the means and objective switched positions. However, that wasn't the case. That was not the case. Louis' objective was not to plunder because she wanted to return by death, because she could amusingly live the greatest life by obtaining return by death. It was no good to have the bad habit of considering things hazardously remain clinging because of having played something like Sin Archbishop representing gluttony for a long period of time. Problematic. Imprisoning in fixated notions. That was a cause of defeat. It was simple. If it was not to plunder, but to obtrin Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, itll be fine if we just become. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. It'll be fine if we just become Oni-san. If we become Oni-san and have him be consumed by the authority of gluttony, we can integrate witch factors. Since if it's Oni-san, then they can be stalked. Saying so, Louis plucked her cheeks with both her hands, continuously, forcefully, tempted into violence. Not an endearing gesture, but excruciating, she did so wielding the intention of injuring. For what purpose? To tear apart her flesh and blood, and dividing herself, that was the purpose. You know the three great witch beasts? It's said that those are monsters created by the owner of the witch factor long before us. We, too, can do something similar. We didn't do that because there wasn't really any meaning in doing so, but you see, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, if we think of doing it, then we can do anything. Japanese letter, if we think of doing it, then we can do anything. That was what is called the monster of potentiality. That was what is called the potentiality of a pure existence prior to taking birth. That was one affixed with the destiny of living the greatest life, hereafter in the future. Japanese letter, THT was the destiny of the utmost joyful being named Louis Arneb. Japanese letter, THT is the existence known as us. The speech of the slowly spinning Louis was overlapped and enunciated. The phenomenon of hearing the same voice doubled was not some kind of auditory hallucination or mishearing. That was in accordance with the occurrence happening, for there appeared two of the same people, with the same voice, with the same tone. Got surprised by Oni-san's memories, but Arneb is a star of the constellation of the Hare, ha. It was also astonishing that Oni-san and the others were the ones to destroy the sizable hare too. But if that's the case, then it doesn't become too much of a surprise. How come we multiplied? Or is it Oni-san's great delight that cute Louis-chan multiplied? No, ha. No, eh. So Oni-san is the type who doesn't sexually desire little girls. Is that so? Observing the opponent who was frozen in place, with his eyes widened in astonishment, Louis linked her shoulders with the existence standing immediately beside HER Japanese letter, namely, the same Louis. Within this place, called the Hall of Memories, which was separated from reality, Louis was merely an existence of a witch factor possessing no flesh body and a soul joined together. Other than that, it rather seemed that the respective names of the three siblings corresponded with the three great witch beasts, though that, well, did not matter. Anyhow, separating the witch factor into two, Louis Arneb multiplied into two. This was a stunt perhaps Lay and Roy, who feared losing their selves upon the utilization of solar eclipse, those two were not capable of. To know it was possible to duplicate oneself, also tied together with forfeiting the true essence of one's real self. However, that did not apply to Louis, whose self had been established as vague from start. It was possible to have one Louis, two Louis, and so on. With this, Louis Arneb obtaining Natsuki Subaru's authority was Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. What? The juvenile, the receptacle of the witch factor, declared some words. Upon glancing at the juvenile, aside from the glamour called return by death, simply feelings of love welled up. Finding that annoying, Louis abandoned the memories emerging to the surface. Upon peeling them off of her own soul, she discarded and abandoned them with the notion of them being useless. Japanese letter no, that was not simply a notion. Truth be told, they were indeed useless now. All of the memories had been mere fillers until the greatest life was discovered, naught but side dishes. However, Louis Arneb had finally reached her full course. Japanese letter, if we think of doing it, then we can do anything. That is why she shall tread onto this path, eating into Natsuki Subaru from the interior. Chewing the eaten into Natsuki Subaru from the exterior, sparing not a single bit. Japanese letter Louis Arneb shall obtain Natsuki Subaru. Japanese letter youll, black square. Until the very end of the end, the receptacle continued saying something. However, what had it been saying? Something like that no longer held any relevance. Licking the sediments stuck onto the soul with her tongue, Louis inherited the memories. And within the receptacle which had forgotten anything and everything, Louis personally had herself appended to the witch factor. As for the rest Japanese letter, as for the rest, it's fine to simply wait for completion. Unremittingly waiting in the Hall of Memories was something she had grown all too accustomed to. Problem lied in the usage of the memories. There was a scheme for stealing memories once again from an opponent who had already been eaten once. The gourmet authority did not deem the menu of the same name, the same taste as a separate article in its judgment. That is why there present was a need to alter the flavor from the soul into an article separate to such an extent that it was not possible to recall that it had once been atop the tongue of Louis of gluttony. Anticipating it proves to be the taste of the finest quality, that which Louis Arneb had fervidly awaited, hoping it achieves completion into the greatest, utmost, supreme dish. Looking forward to that moment, whilst licking her lips, and LONGING Japanese letter. So, did you get to see what you wanted to see? Japanese letter LOUIS Arneb. Louis. Ha! Upon the sudden accost, Louis, who had gained awakening of her consciousness, rounded her eyes. Blinking a few times, she made certain of her location. White environs, white ground and white skies, standing within the world blanketed white, Louis had been making a stupefied expression. Louis. Japanese letter, having a hand touch her face, making contact, she made certain of the sensation. Since there was no mirror in this place, she could not take a look, but this sensation was irrefutably her own face. There not being even any moderate amusements in this place, speaking of things touchable, only her own face, own body counted as one. That is why she had touched her face to an extent one would grow sick of touching it. That is why, upon touching her face she had grown sick of touching, she could immediately know in what state her face, her body was. Just as before. Yes, just as before. Japanese letter THIS was Louis' own body. Did you get to see what you wanted to see, huh? Slowly, stupefied, making certain of herself was Louis. With that behavior reaching a point where it could pause, abruptly, the accost now overlapped once again. Lifting her face, Louis looked at the personage who had been standing before her, in front of her eyes all along. Rather short black hair and stabbing senpaku eyes, with legs the same length as his body, wearing a shabby appearance was the juvenile. His name, Natsuki Subaru. The existence Louis herself had become one with as a witch factor, RND Japanese letter, Louis. Japanese letter, RH. Japanese letter, RND, the being of unimaginable insanity, wielding the authority which had the ability to return by death. Louis. No, NOOO Japanese letter, tilde tsu. Louis opened her mouth and roared. As long as the strength remained, as long as the possibility remained, with complete devotion she roared. Should she have not done that, she would get crushed by the pressure, by the terror, by the menace, by the despair. She would get snared in the insanity of a lunatic who repeated and resumed continuing death time after time. Louis. Don't want to die. We don't want to die. Hate it, 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 hate it. Hate I tilde T tilde tsu. Swinging her head, collapsing onto the bare ground, Louis frantically appealed while drawing back. Assimilating with that existence, Louis had personally experienced death. She had tasted it. By being taken in by the soul who practiced return by death by her own volition, she had experienced return by death firsthand, which turned back even time. The memories of death that had been incomplete as merely Natsuki Subaru's memories. After all, memories were not but memories. The sensational impact of never returning again upon letting go even once of that instant, of that juncture of that moment, could never be obtained. That had been why she thirsted for that. She had thirsted for what flavor death had. Even if death had been something less vivid than what Louis had expected, using the authority that goes by the name of return by death, she could gain sufficient change with the right to walk a life in which redoing was a possibility. That is what she believed. Japanese letter, UNTIL. She herself tasted death, that is. Louis, something like that. Something like that can never be withstood. That anguish, sense of loss, no way can it be withstood. Impossible, 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 absolutely impossible. Hate I tilde T. Not even once had she possessed a way to die comfortably. Not even once had she felt death to be luscious. Not even once had she wished to die on her own volition. Natsuki Subaru had tasted that greater than 20 times and had replayed that. Louis, someone who can withstand that, is not human, monster, a monst tilde R tilde tsu. She could not. No way she could. Louis had indulged in a great number of lives, affronted all kinds of souls, and had searched a life of her own. She believed she had possessed the right, the privilege, to do so. That is why she stretched her hands even into the soul of Natsuki Subaru. Japanese letter, the consequence. She got her naive shattered. BECAUSE Japanese letter, Louis. Japanese letter, THE human heart cannot withstand something like itself. D tilde NG tilde tsu. Want to become happy. 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 WRNTED Japanese letter to become happy. Wanted to become happy. That was the wish Louis Arneb had envisaged all along, for the whole time. Trampling upon all aspects of everything, she possessed the right to exercise her power for the purpose of acquiring the greatest life. Louis had remained, believing so without any pangs of conscience whatsoever, until today. That premise crumbled, wanted to become happy. However, right now, the wish right now was different. Louis, don't want to die. 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 Don't want. Die, don't want to 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 die. Japanese letter, Subaru. That is why, when you were trying to eat me, I told you. Her arms hugging her head, cowering, shaking her head in fear, desperately trying to protect herself, was Louis. In close proximity to that Louis, immediately above Louis, who did not raise her face, onward came a voice descending. She did not want to listen to even that. Listening was terrifying. However, something which may befall upon her due to not listening was terrifying. Japanese letter, DYING was frightening. That is why she had no choice but to listen. And whilst looking down upon Louis curling herself in fear, the voice continued. Its preface, saying you had been WRRNED Japanese letter, Subaru. That you'll definitely regret it. Arc 6, Chapter 76. The Hell Bearing the Name of Oneself. Translated by Archbishop 17. Art Sources, Archbishop 17. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero, starting a life in a different world from zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, WITH. The young girl who had experienced return by death and was sobbing with her hands on her head before his eyes. Natsuki Subaru intently stared at his own palm. It was not as if he was feeling hurt after having been called a monster, after having been spoken ill of, that he was crazy. that it was impossible to withstand. He agreed with those notions as well. Subaru himself had died countless times until now. He was aware of something as basic as those experiences being unordinary, but he had simply gritted his teeth and endured it, believing with all his heart that it would be better for him to suffer than the death of someone aside from himself, a friend or an acquaintance, people whose names and faces he did not know, his precious comrades, or the people he loved. That WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, YERH. I sure am amazing, right, Natsuki Subaru. Tightly clenching the fist he had been gazing, Subaru sang his own praises from the bottom of his heart. He had been commended, through loose-lipped logic impossible to be held true. Such words had been used as if to console oneself, or for encouraging oneself. However, the singing his own praises just now had been different. The memories and real experience which had observed the existence named Natsuki Subaru terribly objectively were commending the path oneself had walked until now. Subaru. Dang. I'm unexpectedly a pretty big deal, huh? That was something which Natsuki Subaru, who had lost his memories and had returned to the starting point of being summoned into the different world, and ultimately reached this point after taking a deep read of the books of the dead, could also be told. Starting from being ignorant with regards to the different world, accumulating personal experiences of death sufficient to equal the single year Subaru had lived through, and had returned without letting his heart shatter into pieces, impressively. Thanks to that, the lost memories and the memories thereafter had been unified. Subaru, Meili, Shola, entrusted to me, and I will take responsibility for them. Meili, for whom murder had become a habit and had locked herself into a dark future. Shola, who had been liberated from a vain wait which lasted for 400 years and wished to continue the blessed present. Subaru, Ram and Julius, both of them sure act unreasonably. For those two to be doing that, that's quite a feat. Ram, who already knew the best possible option and displayed prudence more reliable than anyone. Julius, who had lost his own resort, yet embraced faith and still resumed holding the sword. Subaru, Beatrice, and Echidna, I've really been a bother to them as well. Geez, I'm such a... Beatrice, who dedicatedly supported Subaru and noticed the limits of his heart before anyone else. Echidna, who was utmost suspicious regarding Subaru's amnesia and had granted him forgiveness at its extremity. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. And no matter if he lost his memories, no matter how many times he redid, he ultimately returned to the path of being drawn towards you. He wanted to do that. He must do that. He could not think of any other path. That is how much URRE Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, EMT. With love and certain tranquility on his lips, Subaru raised his face and looked at Louis, who still had her face covered and was shivering. Subaru. Hey, Louis, eek tilde HK. Subaru. You're too scared. Subaru scratched his cheek with a single finger upon her, being excessively frightened by a single call. She was a young girl with an outward appearance which could unobjectionably be called young. The form of that young girl, shivering in fear, desperately rejecting the world, was a sight heavy to the chest. It seemed she had been endowed with something akin to fleeting fragility which would make one thoughtlessly extend a hand to her, by birth. Surely, an attainment of the nature to undo the opponent's vigilance and crawling into their interior. Japanese letter, TH, a T could perhaps be, a crystal pure like a child that had been coercively refined. That Louis Arneb, who did not know of the world, was like an innocent, pure child. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, LOUIS Arneb, you lose. Japanese letter, NATSUKI Subaru shall not forgive Louis Arneb, who was sobbing like a child. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Louis widened her eyes, frozen, upon the verification of defeat that had been slammed right before her. Whilst witnessing fear fill her eyes like ink spilled on a white sheet, Subaru's heart yet remained peaceful like the calm at sea. The world was not filled with problems that could be ignored simply because of not knowing, and the deeds Louis or her siblings had committed were countless inhuman and demonic atrocities. It was not as if she did not get a chance to know. Through the memories of others, she must have also had a chance to come in contact with human emotions, likes and dislikes, and learn from them. However, what she absorbed from there was not something akin to affection for others, but a further dusky, grisly desire and the conduct of trampling upon and spitting on the effortful lives of others. Perhaps the fault was that of her teachers. Her elder brothers had been bad role models of her life. However, it was her decision to never use any chance to return back from the mistaken path. Subaru, you may know as well if you were a part of me, but the ranks which you all, sin archbishops, name yourself as is common with the 7 deadly sins. 7 deadly sins is a pretty English term for Tunabiu purveyors, but there also exist the 7 heavenly virtues, which are something close it. The 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, gluttony, sloth, lust, greed. And the 7 heavenly virtues: chastity, humility, temperance, patience, diligence, charity, kindness. If the 7 deadly sins were karma impossible to be sundered from humans as long as they live, then these were 7 conventions which mustn't be forgotten in order for humans carrying the burden of those sins to live with others. Because they respect that humans can live with other humans. Subaru. But you violated that. That is why the sin archbishops, Louis Arneb, had become an unforgivable great evil. Louis. Eek, eek, eek. The frightened, curled up Louis was struck with Subaru's words and was shivering as if she had experienced agony. The slightest effort of others, of the world, connected to fear. Subaru was also aware of that sensation. Having tasted the otherworldly sensation called return by death, in a situation of not knowing how to surmount the obstacle, however much one may die, even the sound of dry leaves swaying in the breeze seemed fatal to life. Because he remembered that feeling akin to the soul being frozen, Subaru closed his eyes. And Subaru, Louis Arneb, you lose. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Subaru. So, recognize that and release anything and everything. Once again, Subaru repeated her defeat such that she could hear it herself. On top of that, he pushed a firm demand toward the young girl, who remained silent upon hearing that. The return of Subaru's own memories was due to the chance meeting between Natsuki Subaru, who lost his memories, and Natsuki Subaru of the moment, immediately previous to his memories being ROBBED, Japanese letter, since his advance through the different world was replayed in the books of the dead. He was able to restore his own memories in the form of tracing them back, in the form of re-experiencing the stolen memories by utilizing the books of the dead, and fulfilling the unification of Subaru before and after losing memories. The result was the successful second advent of Natsuki Subaru. As its byproduct, Louis, who had gotten into Subaru in the form of a witch factor, had been forced out as a foreign substance. However, Subaru had witnessed with his own eyes her self-indulgent treatment of the stolen memories, of freely bringing them out and peeling them off. If that was possible, then a method to save the people who had their memories, their names robbed, would be Japanese letter, Subaru. If we think of doing it, then we can do anything, is what you said, right? Then, from being conceited and bragging about her own abilities, she had even succeeded in a stunt like splitting the witch factor into two. Since she had achieved that, then surely it wasn't impossible for her to cancel out the effects of her own authority. If that alone, could come true, then PERHAPS, Japanese letter, IT would be possible to recover the people who got their memories and names stolen, to recover Rem Subaru. Then, release all of the people you've eaten up until now. If you do that, Louis, do that, then what? Japanese letter, Subaru articulated powerfully, but Louis shortly intercepted that voice. Louis remained on white floor in the posture of pulling her knees towards herself, making her long golden hair spreading out on the floor blanket herself. She was glaring at Subaru through the gaps of her hair. What dwelled in her eyes was the sole unquestionable hue of fear. Louis, do that, then what? Repeating, Louis piled up the same question yet again. Subaru had been caught off guard by her retort for a moment, but got a hold of himself immediately after she displayed her stance of conversation. Far better than her not talking due to fear. He must accept the words head-on and fumble around for a compromise plan that could change the situation. Subaru, release the great number of people you have eaten. If the names return, then even the honor of the people who have already died can be restored. The people who are alive can even reunite with their families. If you would do that, then I will let you, Louis. Japanese letter, OFF the hook, you say. If we do that, then Oni-san will let us off the hook, you say. His words intercepted yet again. Subaru felt daunted. Viewing that reaction of Subaru's, Louis said, "Ha," and opened her mouth, bearing sharp fangs. Louis, that can't be, isn't it? That isn't possible. Energetically lifting her face, Louis shouted with a blazing glint in her eyes. Her two eyes glaring at Subaru, they immutably remained soaked in fear, twinkling darkly. With those dark twinkles in her eyes, Louis forcefully rocked her body back and forth. Louis, it isn't. It really isn't. It isn't after all. It indeed isn't. We're telling you it isn't. As it isn't, as we know it isn't, that's why. Oni-san will not let us off the hook. Absolutely, certainly. After all, Japanese letter, Louis. Oni-san destroys his enemies, absolutely crushes them until the very end of the end, without any exception, completely thoroughly, closes it with a perfect game. He can do that. Then there's no way he wouldn't do that. There's no point in him not doing that. As if having heard a first-class joke, Louis ended her silence and let her emotions explode. And to Subaru, Louis' outbursting form was visible as terribly distant minute. Louis' facial expression was disordered, trying to laugh, trying to be angered, trying to be doleful, and baffled by the notation of fear not present in any of those. She was perplexed and was imploring. Japanese letter, the gateways of all of Louis' surging emotions, all directly connected to fear, regardless of whether they began with delight, rage, or sadness. Knowing that all would ultimately lead to fear, for what should she be delighted, be enraged, be saddened? Even if she were to believe, that conclusion led to fear as well. Subaru was more than sufficiently aware of the ingrained nature of Louis' rejection, cursing the entirety of the world, being flung into a storm of suspicion and distrust, becoming trapped in a sensation of being forbid into the slightest movement. That was the hell named oneself, which Natsuki Subaru had also experienced. What pulled Subaru out of that hopeless hell was surely because there had been someone who held his hand, and that warmth never let go of Subaru. That was the silver-haired young girl who had saved Subaru's life, his heart when he had first arrived in the different world. That was the dressed young girl who strived to protect Subaru when he had been betrayed by anything and everything. That was the blue-haired young girl who gently made Subaru realize when he sought to abandon everything. Japanese letter, THT was the reason why Natsuki Subaru had remained without being prisoned in hell. Japanese letter, that foundation of heart was not possessed by Louis Arneb, who was drowned in fear before his eyes. That is why she did not possess the ability to conquer fear. Japanese letter, SHE, could never think of return by death other than being a nightmarish curse of being dragged into an inescapable hell. Though quite a cliched expression, humans cannot live by themselves. That is why, for her to be saved, she who was caged in fear, it was necessary for someone to extend their hand to her. Someone offering their hand, just as Subaru had been offered once. HOWEVER, Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, I will not save you. Japanese letter, SUBRU shall not extend his hand to Louis Arneb. Louis, Japanese letter, RH. Subaru, I will not save you, neither will I pity you. Louis Arneb, the sin archbishop of gluttony, the blasphemer of souls standing in the white world. Not matter how sweet an appearance, no matter how miserable and transient an ambience, no matter how luring an attitude of craving being sheltered by adults were she to possess, Subaru shall not forgive her. The sin archbishops had committed sins difficult to forgive. Japanese letter, THT was the conclusion Natsuki Subaru had derived. Subaru, I'm sure no matter what I say, it'll never prove to be salvation for you in the first place. Louis, eek. Louis' distended eyes were filled with naught but terror toward Subaru. In this place, though only Subaru could understand the fear she bore, the very reason for her fear was Subaru himself. In other words, her labyrinth couldn't possibly be opened up. And upon Subaru's head-on declaration that we won't save her, that he detested her, Louis stabbed her claws into the shapeless white world, and whilst desperately distancing herself away from SUBRRU Japanese letter, Louis. We know. We know Oni-san ploy. We had been Oni-san after all. That's why we know what Oni-san is going to do. However, we won't let you Tildatsu. Subaru, you, Louis, return what was eaten. Absolutely never. After all, this is our lifeline. If we lose this, then Oni-san will be able to kill us. As long as this isn't returned, Oni-san won't kill us. It's the other way around, completely the other way around. In order to not be killed by Oni-san, we cannot return this. That's why you know tilde W. Howling with a loud voice, Louis turned her palm towards Subaru. It's not as if something was being fired from the fair palm held out. However, Louis' aim materialized in a different form. Subaru's field of vision steadily distorted into white. A change was yielded in the Hall of Memories. It commenced constricting the world, having detected the presence of a foreign substance and seeking to eliminate it. As a result, Subaru's existence was extracted Japanese letter, Louis. Enough. We don't want to be in the same place as Oni-san for even a second. Impossible in terms of physiology. Impossible in terms of life. Impossible in terms of destiny, you see. That's why disappear. The ones who will eat Oni-san will be Oni-chan and Nek-sama. Either of them can do however they please. No thanks from our side. Louis' decision, infuriatingly enough, was the best possible option for her, banishing Subaru from the Hall of Memories and sending him back to reality, and entrusting opposing him to her siblings Lei and Roy instead of herself. If the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony could choose to share or not to share a meal, then Louis would be able to part ways from the worst platter named Natsuki Subaru. Whether her siblings would bear the same anguish as herself or not, that itself was something her current self did not know. Subaru. Japanese letter, GH. It was difficult to hold out. With not a single thing to latch onto, and with even the ground to stand firm on becoming vague, Subaru was hopelessly the weaker side in this hall of memories. Subaru, if you don't like me doing it, then if you settle this by yourself, Louis, we won't go along with that Tildatsu. Even if you try to make us kill you, it's futile. You intend to take us to task through return by death. We won't let you. Oni-chan and Nek-sama will utterly eat away Oni-san. That is the condition for our victory, Tildatsu. Unraveling her fangs, Louis scowled at Subaru, who tried to hold his ground. He could no longer oppose her will. Comprehending that, he let in a deep inhale. Afterwards, Subaru's black eyes directly pierced through Louis Japanese letter, Louis. Japanese letter, EEK. Subaru, if your siblings are your final rope to rely on, then I understand. Japanese letter, I will slash that rope and make you pay. You better remember this, Louis Arneb. With a single finger pointed towards the frightened, cowering Louis, he resumed. Subaru, everything distressful, everything painful, bear all of it by yourself. Japanese letter, DONT, run away from the memories. Humiliation and repentance were all memories necessary to shape the current oneself. Its entirety had become food for the human named Natsuki Subaru, and the Natsuki Subaru constructed by its entirety had reached this point after having stockpiled many a death. If Natsuki Subaru was amazing, then that was because humiliation and repentance let him be so. Subaru. With that being said, I don't really want even a part of that shame. That was what Subaru whispered whilst being expelled out from a space to its edge, which wasn't present in the world, with his field of vision turning white as if nothing had been there. And the Hall of Memories came UNTIED Japanese letter, and within the Hall of Memories, wherein the form of the dreadful lunatic had been erased, Louis Arneb took in a deep, deep shivering inhale and confirmed her own pure life. A tilde H, her throat shivering, her lungs shivering, her heart shivering, her soul shivering. Even Louis, who had indulged in every possible variety of memories, couldn't comprehend an existence that repulsive. What was truly frightening about that thing was its inconceivable spirit. Louis, WHY. Whether she could remain as per ordinary, she did not know. Louis had become a part of that thing, and prior to that had eaten that thing's memories thoroughly down to its roots. Slowly crunching the memories without exception, she had masticated them. That deed itself was roundabout, as if peeling off the layers of an onion's skin one by one. A code of action separating that which yielded new life upon each instance of death into greater than 20 sections. Before having experienced return by death, that deed of dividing those memories into several portions, then eating them, was something that made her heart pound with the notion of it being a new experience. But now all she found was incomprehensible fear. In the first place, why couldn't the memories prior to the occurrence of the summoning into the different world or whatever be robbed? Originally, the power of the authority of gluttony was supposed to eat away all of the memories of the subject until the moment of birth. Yet, what could be robbed from that thing were merely the memories of this 1 year, as if Ard Lagner did not assess the memories previous to that, abhorred them, or OTHERWISE Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, LISTEN. Listen. Isn't this a bit from what was supposed to be? Louis, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the hall of memories supposed to have been left alone, and Louis turned around, astonished. However, her doubts were immediately dispelled. The one who stood before Louis' line of sight, who had turned back, WRS, Japanese letter, Louis. Us, Louis. That's right, us. Because we got the short end of the stick, it's us who had been waiting here in vain. Which one will play the trial version of The Greatest Life by becoming Oni-san? Was the play environment properly arranged? Came here to report that, is it? While saying so, smiling at Louis, was the existence exactly the same Japanese letter, Louis. Dividing the witch factor, originally supposed to be one into two, having segregated the soul despite being the same personage, in the utmost correct sense, another one of herself. The greatest factor which made that possible must be that Louis did not fear the deterioration of herself, an existence of mere soul devoid of a flesh body. That Louis, who was one more of oneself, did not share that personal experience unlike Louis. That is why Louis found the genuinely smiling form of Louis to be unordinarily distant. Louis, Japanese letter. What happened us? Making such an expression, huh? First of all, what about Oni-san? Being here means got into this place by reading the Book of the Dead again, no. Louis. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Louis. Besides, what's with this being all crouched since earlier? Why be so curled up? Hey, the goal was properly accomplished, right? Though we failed on this end, we were supposed to have fulfilled the role, isn't it? Amazing. Got him pretty cleanly, ha Oni-san G's, didn't take notice at all. Of the us inside of himself. Clasping her hands energetically, Louis reminisced the forbidden tryst. Of course, unneeding of a necessity to mention it, Louis was aware of that affair. It referred to back when the Hall of Memories got connected to when thinking of investigating the way of capturing the atrocious swordsman, Reed Astria. Louis then once again came in contact with that thing, which had forgotten anything and everything, and had the circumstances permitted, intended to eat that thing including Louis, who was a witch factor. Though it was an experiment to see if that thing's authority, including the integrated witch factor, could possibly be successfully plundered by doing that, it failed due to an unexpected hindrance. She surely never mused having to taste a counterattack by one of the eaten memories. However, reflecting on it now, had the hindrance not entered there, then Louis might have become one with that thing by this time. With that THING Japanese letter, Louis. Hey, what happened us? Talk about various more stuff, let us hear it. Saw it right, heard it right, scented it right, touched it right, tasted it right. Japanese letter, Ena TSUKI Subaru's authority, Louis. Japanese letter, DONT mention that thing's name. Louis. Japanese letter, Tildatsu. Resuming her merry words, Louis stretched her hand. The moment that arm attempted to touch her own shoulder, Louis shook off the arm in accompaniment of exasperation. Violently, powerfully, with as much rejection as possible, she did, to the arm of her literal other half. Louis. Ha! Naturally, unbeknownst to the meaning behind her other half's action, bafflement was yielded forth in Louis' facial expression. However, Louis did not possess the leeway to look back onto that expression of Louis. Louis hugged the shoulder others had tried touching and stepped backwards whilst shaking her head in rejection. Louis. No. Don't touch. Don't come near. She was astonished by her own cognizance. However, it was her own sensation. It would not turn traitor like the hell named oneself. She comprehended. Louis before her eyes, who possessed the same face as herself, who had undergone the same experiences as herself. The existence supposed to understand her soul Japanese letter at present, it was someone other for Louis. It was unknown what others will do. They will not protect Louis. They could become Louis, cause of death. Baleful enemies who would not but kill Louis, who did not want to die. Louis, don't come. Don't come near, don't come near, don't come near, don't come near, Tildatsu. Don't come close. Don't touch you, Tilda S. Louis. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, hugging her own body. She was unable to do anything but react in exactly the same way as when she had confronted that thing. For Louis, who had continued molding herself through the memories of others in this space, devoid of the freedom to even look at a mirror, the sense of foreignty she felt towards Louis, who possessed the same face as herself, was stronger than the unskillful others. Witnessing Louis repeat denial and rejection like this, Louis reciprocatively shifted her gaze along with the hand that had been shaken off. And Louis, what's with that? Pertaining to Louis' rejective response, Louis clenched her hand that had been shaken off. She then looked down onto Louis with a terribly thirstful voice, biting and clanking her fangs. Louis, what's with that? What's with that? What's with that? What does this mean? With what purpose? With what idea? With what plan? With what thought? Hey, Louis, E tilde K tildatsu. Louis, this is different from what was supposed to be tildatsu. What happened us? What's with that reaction, attitude, response? The rejected Louis enraged, closing in towards the huddled Louis. Crouching down before Louis, who knelt her throat upon the vigor, Louis grasped the hair of her cowering other half, subsequently making her raise her face through sheer force. The two with the same faces glared into each other at a distance that their breaths entangled. Louis, it sure is strange. Strange, how strange, isn't it strange, pretty strange. It is strange, as it's strange, quite strange, as it's too strange, as we're saying it's strange. Louis, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Louis, what about the strategy? The plan went well, didn't it? The plan was to become a factor and get inside Oni-Isen and put wickedness to work, wasn't it? It was a job really well done. Oni-Isen was frightened after all. Oni-Isen completely thought that Natsuki Subaru was the closest person to him. Louis made no response to the plan which Louis recited and its progress. The truth was, Louis and Louis' plans had transitioned smoothly. Louis experienced return by death inside Subaru and stimulated the separation of Subaru and Natsuki Subaru by putting wickedness to work. And whilst staying behind in the Hall of Memories, Louis shall eat Subaru, who had differentiated himself from Natsuki Subaru, and make the authority her own belonging. A single step had remained. And even if that had not went WELL Japanese letter, Louis, Japanese letter, and no matter how many times, tens of times, hundreds of times. The arrangement was to challenge until the authority of return by death has been looted, isn't it? What's wrong after failing a bit? It'll be fine by stealing Oni-Isen's memories again and trying again no matter how many times it takes. Let's mutually exchange roles and challenge, no matter how many times it takes. Failures can be recovered from. The one to assimilate as a witch factor, and the one to stand by in the Hall of Memories. She had intended to accomplish the complete extortion of the authority by exchanging roles, and regardless how many times it would take, without getting tired of it. And YET Japanese letter, Louis, Japanese letter, or ND yet, to do something like rejecting us. What happened, huh? Louis, NOOO Japanese letter, tildatsu. Louis, whoa, with strength poured into the arm which had grasped her hair, Louis gave rise to a screech in agony and fear. Afterwards, she shoved the chest of Louis, who was before her eyes, making her other half rumble in pain and fall onto her back. Mutually glaring at each other with eyes of disbelief, a painful silence fell upon the white world. And whilst Louis remained silent, Louis widened her eyes and Louis. It can't be, aiming to monopolize the authority. Louis, Japanese letter, Louis. Since the authority of return by death was obtained successfully, erasing Oni-Isen immediately and aiming to enjoy it by oneself, leaving us as is too. Louis, T, that's wrong, tildatsu. Louis bellowed before the frozen Louis, who had painted a picture of repulsive misgivings in astonishment, in shock. That was not true at all. It was improbable. She had not thought in the slightest bit to monopolize this. Something like this, if it was possible to throw it away, then she wished to throw it away. However, she could not do so, for these were the memories of nobody but Louis Arneb. Oneself's own memories were impossible to be erased, impossible to be stolen, impossible to be taken in and out. Everything distressful, everything painful, bear all of it by yourself. Japanese letter, DONT, run away from the memories. Louis, eek. So she had been told by that thing just previously. What was experienced by oneself, what path was walked by oneself, could not be erased. Having certainly taken birth within Louis, that was the history of Louis Arneb herself. Louis, this is no joke, Tildatsu. Something like this, as if it can be excused. She had wanted to become happy. She had wanted to attain a joyful life that was hers alone. However, the life solely belonging to her which she had attained in an unexpected form smashed Louis' black square Japanese letter heart into pieces and wounded her to an irrecoverable extent. Louis was unable to comprehend, Louis fearing the wounds and abrasion of her heart. Louis, as if we'll let someone like you monopolize our means to become happy. Louis, that's wrong. That's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's ro tilde ro tilde ro tilde ro tilde in G. That's not it. That is not it. That's definitely not I tilde T. Louis, as if we can believe that. We never thought that we'd be betrayed by us. As expected of us, isn't it us? That's right. We get it, we get it. And we do get it, Louis. No, don't get it at all, don't get it at all. Don't get our feelings at all, tilde Sue. Louis, no, do get it indeed. After all, it is about us. That's right. If it's for the sake of becoming happy, then we'd be willing to do anything, and must do anything. Joyfulness is something which keeps on declining by the slightest thing. Louis bounced and joined her hands before her slim chest, and with a magnificent, broad smile, she directed a sidelong glance towards Louis, who articulated her rejection in a tearful voice. Louis, what if we carelessly schemed wickedness? If that's done to us by us, who have attained return by death, then no matter how much the struggle, we can never win, isn't it? Amazing. Really put thought into it, isn't it? Louis, don't want to die, we don't want to die. Don't want to die, don't want to die, don't want to die, e tilde, e tilde, e tilde. Louis, don't say such utterly obvious lies. Don't want to die. Why? How come? If it's unneeded, then hand it over to us. What a filthy desire to monopolize. Can't even think that it's us. Louis, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. From Louis' words, she was repudiated being the same existence. At that instant, Louis felt like she heard the note of something inside of her thirsting, cracking, shattering. She did know what had been present inside of her which shattered. Though she did not KNOW Japanese letter, Louis, Japanese letter, and a TSUKI Subaru belongs to us. This thieving cat. Despite not knowing what that thing was whatsoever, it was condescendingly called as a belonging, even though the only one who truly comprehended what thing was only herself. How arbitrary a thing to say. Japanese letter, T-H, the only one who truly comprehended that thing was herself alone. Louis, Japanese letter, T-H, the only one who understands Natsuki Subaru is us. This foolish girl. That thing was fearsome. That thing was repulsive. That thing was abhorrent. That is WHY Japanese letter, Louis. Japanese letter, LET, us taste it TOO Japanese letter, tildatsu. Louis pounced, advancing in order to purloin the memories which made Louis Louis. To hand that over would resort to give the meaning of it being the death of Louis Arneb, giving the meaning of death. Japanese letter, GIVING, the meaning of the world witnessed by that thing. Louis. Ah, a tilde, a tilde, a tilde, a tilde, a tilde, a tilde H Japanese letter, tildatsu. Screamed. Screamed. Screaming, 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 she screamed. Continuing to scream, whilst resuming screaming, whilst continuing to raise a screaming VOICE Japanese letter, DONT, want to die. An exceedingly fierce, meaningless conflict commenced in the hall of memories. A conflict with nobody watching, nobody interested. Commenced and ended. Japanese letter, a conflict, devoid of victors. Japanese letter, ICE brand arts. The instant those words were fired, she tightly gripped a sensation born within her palm and swung it completely. What had been generated in her hands was a longsword shaped with ice, and its cutting ability was far greater than that of some incomplete iron sword. Though she had only just begun practicing the sword, moving her body was her specialty. Swinging the ice sword atop the extended line, she attempted to land a fatal blow upon her opponent whilst sealing off his routes to escape. HOWEVER Japanese letter. Ha 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 tilde. You're doing I tilde T. But this is far from too far from being enough to land. G tilde Z. Japanese letter tilde HK. The enemy, with his long hair waving about, evaded her fatal strike by seemingly crawling on the ground. Glaring with his sharp cuspids unraveled was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony who named himself as Lay Baiting Catos. Upon hearing the name of Sin Archbishop, something akin to dislike swelled up within her. That was because approximately a month ago, clashing with a great number of Sin archbishops in the Watergate city Pristella had led to a large number of settlements, as well as a large number of settlements being delayed, at any rate, led to mountain worth of grave happenings. Plentiful emotions of sadness or bitterness had been borne forth. Their elimination or solution had yet not been achieved. That is why everyone was doing their best, and yet, why do you all act like this? ND Japanese letter, lay. Why indeed? Why we wonder? Why is it why? Why must it be why we wonder? Why is it what we certainly one tilde are? Why must what be why? Why is what why is why a? His teasing words possessed no echo of seriousness. Her opponent did not intend to give a proper response. Sensing that, she powerfully stiffened her cheeks. Being able to converse would be the best. However, should the opponent not comply with conversation, then she shall not hesitate any further. That resolute exchange certainly occurred with clarity during that moment. Japanese letter, ICICLE line. Lay, wow. Accompanying the chant, a sound of freezing space echoed from her rear. Countless ice stakes with sharp tips were borne in the air, signifying they were ready to be fired. Gazing at that, Lay's composure, yet, remained unchanged. With no strong feelings for that, she merely commenced the offensive abiding by her frozen fighting spirit. Japanese letter. The count of the fired ice stakes was close to, but no greater than 100. Submerging the aisle seemingly constructed of stone, the dust of the ice which had impacted the floor, the walls, the ceiling fluttered about, and the space frozen white brought immense damage upon the one who had been immensely hit. HOWEVER Japanese letter, lay. Sorry, one-san. We're tired of seeing that. Is something we won't say, but we have seen it. See, because we are genius after a tilde LL, we don't think an attack that has already been seen once will hit. Swinging the daggers fastened to both of his hands, Lay laughed, having outdone the terrific attack of ice. She inhaled in astonishment, witnessing his talent and skill, and having withstood and outdone it as a matter of fact, as he stood completely unwounded. However, if he had outdone it once, then twice, thrice. If that still won't work, then even more. Lay, you're thinking you'll be able to win if you do it 100 times. It will not reach through even after you do it 1,000 times, you know. Then I'll just do it 10,000 times. I won't let you go where everyone is. Lay. Ahaha tildetsu. Well, that sure is a large scale. Good gracious, how outrage you tilde s. Putting his hand on his forehead, Lay let out a sigh divided into disgust and irritation. Whilst viewing that, she quietly abided by her own words. Though she had pronounced those words while simply going with the flow, she must abide by them. Thus, the moment she attempted to step ahead and fulfill THAT Japanese letter, LEY baiting Kados. Japanese letter. From the rear echoed a voice in the aisle that was neither hers nor Lay's, leading her to thoughtlessly halt her feet. Upon looking back after being immediately lured by the voice, a shadow showed itself by the corner of the path and leapt into her field of her vision. That was a black-haired youth with a somewhat nasty look of eyes. He rushed into the battlefield with a gallant expression and was looking at Lay and herself, who were sparring in the aisle. Ah, suddenly, oh no, was the thought which surfaced in her innermost mind. Though she must say something, a vacuum was born in her words. This was due to the various emotions which overflowed in face of the rushing youth. However, before bafflement was yielded in front of the youth, she hurriedly moved her lips. It's dangerous, so wait. You may not know about me, but he is the enemy. Leave this place to me, even though you may not know about me. She wished for him to leave this place, and for him to not think of herself much. At the very least, right now at the present instant, should she begin considering things aside from fighting, she would certainly burst into tears and cry. She did not wish to show her weak side like this and trouble everyone. And YET Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, ITS all right, Emilia Tan. The youth who had rushed in called her name. Emotions she could not concern herself with, like anxiety, like sorrow, strummed and sprang within her chest due to simply that, for which she tried her best to make sure they did flow out. After her LL Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, MY name is Natsuki Subaru. Emilia Tan's one and only knight. Right now, Emilia's heart was beating with such warmth, such warmth. Did you enjoy reading this translation of the Ray Zero Starting Life in Another World unlicensed web novel? Please consider supporting the translators of the Witch Cult translation team through our Patreon. Arc 6, Chapter 77, The Beacon of Counterattack. Translated by Archbishop Art Source, Pabo Bingu. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Abiding by his warm emotions, dashing with the entirety of his might, he stepped foot into that place. Opposite to his heart, sending out hot-blooded pulses within the depths of his chest, the outside air had become chilly enough to whiten his exhales, and within this glaciated world, he discovered the back he was looking for. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. His gaze plunged towards the slim, supple back, and his heart voluntarily came on the verge of bursting. Though affection lighted his chest, he narrowly managed to suppress his impulse. This was no time for him to let his heart explode and die. Powerfully gnashing his molars, he looked at the face of the enemy opposing on the other side of the struggling back. Long hair of a dark brown hue and a crude outfit as though being wreathed in rags. What was the most impressive, outstanding of all, was the revolting glint in eyes that trampled upon the lives of others, and had turned them into literal food, or RTICLES Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, LEY baiting Kados. Roaring at the absolute top of his voice, he asserted his existence and attracted the attention of the opponent. Even gaining his attention for this singular moment alone was beneficial. Of course, there lay the possibility of his side sustaining equal blows, but it was nothing if it meant reducing the damage being inflicted upon her. With affection filling his heart as fuel, he could even fly in the sky right now. If that could increase our chances of winning, even slightly. Halting his feet before the frozen floor, he poured strength into his abdomen and glared at Lei. He maintained a watch at his movements with all of strength, and no matter what move should he Japanese letter. Such preparedness of Subaru's was robbed and shattered by the amethyst eyes that suddenly turned backwards. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. His black eyes and her amethyst eyes intermingled with each other. The wave of emotions that appeared in her eyes at that instant was enormous, almost washing him away. Her eyes had always gripped his heart and sought to drown it within themselves, because he wished to somehow save the entirety of the multiple emotions levitating in her eyes. THUS Japanese letter. It's dangerous, so wait. You may not know about me, but he is the enemy. Leave this place to me, even though you may not know about me. His eyes twinkled upon seeing her call for vigilance while swaying her hands in panic. Delayed by a beat, he gulped down the meaning behind her words. Japanese letter, THE memories of being told this very same thing were certainly present within him. At the same time, he comprehended the turn of events, and he truly thought. Japanese letter, THT, he was glad to have been the first one to reach this place. He knew what he ought to say, how he ought to call out to her. Furthermore, the thought of how he wanted to call out to her arose. Subaru, Japanese letter, ITS, all right. Emilia-tan. Sorry for causing problems for you, for making you worry, for making you wait. Wielding those sentiments, though unbefitting for this place, he nodded whilst loosening his lips. And whilst looking at the young girl, whose eyes grasped comprehension by the few words he had said, he resumed. With a finger of his right hand pointing towards the heavens, he posed with one hand on his waist. Though there was no need for him to be doing this enabled him to solidify his resolve. For that PURPOSE Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, my name is Natsuki Subaru. Emilia-tan's one and only knight. Emilia. SUBRU Japanese letter, tilde HK. Subaru. Bah. The instant he declared so, with a determined, smiling expression, the silver-haired young GIRL Japanese letter Emilia dashed towards Subaru with fearsome velocity. Colliding, Subaru was thrown backwards, but he somehow supported Emilia's frame. No need for concern, she was light as an angel's feather. No problem at all. But if there were to be something labeled a PROBLEM Japanese letter, Subaru, Emilia-tan. This is so sudden I'm freaking surprised, and you're also super light and smell so nice. Did you change your shampoo? Emilia, stupid Subaru. Geez, your rear tilde Ellie so stupid. I was so worried, yet just like that. Stupid. Subaru. Wow, you're really calling me stupid an astounding number of times. Well, I can't make any excuses. Subaru was overwhelmed as Emilia pressed him with widened eyes within his arms. Since he was meanwhile also glued together with Emilia, Subaru's heart was a total mess and even his vocabulary crumbled. Putting all this aside, Subaru reluctantly parted, grasped Emilia's slender shoulders and distanced her body. Subaru, I'm sorry for making you worry, but I've returned. I've been revived, restored, or should I say I've become the complete Natsuki Subaru. Either way, it's all right so. Emilia, Subaru. I'll leave all of Natsuki Subaru in the past. Japanese letter, THIS is Natsuki Subaru's explosive birth. 1. Energetically talking on and on, he forcefully attempted to exert Emilia's relief. However, in the midst of this plan of Subaru's, Emilia blinked and lay a single finger on his chest. A ticklish, gentle sensation. Subaru involuntarily shivered. Emilia, did you properly become one? Japanese letter, Emilia. Because even the Subaru who didn't have memories was Subaru. So even if Subaru remembers everything now, that Subaru, who worked his hardest and put his life on the line, even for the short while he was here for, was Subaru. Japanese letter, YEH. It's all right. Whilst touching his chest, Emilia affirmed Subaru's footsteps with faltering words. There existed a Natsuki Subaru who, due to the unification of memories, could be interpreted as having become one or even having disappeared, and a time wherein their hearts were touched by him also existed within them. Japanese letter, YERH, thus it was simple. Subaru. The fact that I was within myself, and within Emilia-tan, certainly remains even now. So it really is all right, Emilia-tan. Emilia. Subaru, so please expect great things here onward from perfect Natsuki Subaru. With all the frustration piled up in this time of turmoil as the trigger, let's go towards a bright future. Emilia, sorry, I have no clue what you're saying. Emilia shook her head and responded as Subaru smiled with a single finger upraised. This unkind attitude of hers was also so lovable, and something he eagerly looked forward to. Subaru would prefer to spend countless minutes, countless hours, countless days just messing around with Emilia like this. BUT, Japanese letter, a BOUT time, tilde W, had enough of your moving conversation. Saying so, raising his voice and calling out to the timidly touching Subaru and Emilia, was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony with a devious, malicious, vicious smile. But Subaru raised his eyebrows in response to the fact that he did not launch an attack in this interval. Subaru, yeah, I didn't think you'd wait so conscientiously. Did you become contrite? Lay, become counter, eat, you say, that would be outrageous, tilde Sue. It's just that, we are gourmet, you see, tilde. From Oni-isan's perspective, that be what you call gourmet, a tilde-s one who knows the delight of meals, Wanting to be pro-tilde-pearly attentive to the setting of the table is what it's about. If the table is untidy then, it's a killjoy. Isn't that right? Speaking of table manners difficult to apply practically, Lei laughed with a shrill voice in a strange and frivolous manner. Whilst listening to the ear-hurting voice of his laughter, Subaru gave a deep nod. And Subaru, I see, makes sense. I completely thought, Lei, completely thought, Subaru, that you got all afraid, considering how ugly of a shape your little sister was left in. Lei, Japanese letter, tilde-tsu. The next instant, Lei's expression completely changed from that of having a smile of leisure. His smile disappeared in an instant. What appeared instead was scorching rage. Abiding by that intense fury, Lei's body kicked the frozen aisle and plunged ahead in the blink of an eye. Lei, what would you know about our LOUIS Japanese letter, tilde-tsu? Subaru, I know nothing. I just arbitrarily had my body be entered by her. I have no idea what she was thinking, nor do I want to know. Seemingly truly possessing sentiments and love for his younger sister, enraged Lei's dagger inched closer towards Subaru. However, Subaru did not fear the approaching footsteps of death. Controlled by violent emotion, if Lei was not viewing anything but Subaru then, that was precisely what he was aiming for. Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, I am also here, don't forget. Lei, ga, bgh tilde-tsu. Accompanied by a brave voice, Emilia's beautiful, long legs drew an arc. Energetically rotating it to a large degree, she intercepted Lei's face as he plunged straight ahead. The instant of the direct hit, Emilia's ice battle technique ice brand arts activated and reinforced her toes, which were striking the enemy, with boots of ice as bonus. Emilia, you, Ria tilde. Pouring strength into her fair leg, Emilia completely swung the leg which had struck the enemy's frontal teeth. Despite somehow defending against direct damage, Lei's petite stature was unable to withstand that force and was pushed away as he slid on the frozen floor and landed towards the interior of the aisle. Emilia subsequently pointed her palm towards that direction, and the generated stumps of ice mercilessly pursued Louis, elder brother, having collapsed, icicle dust, then engulfed the aisle, seemingly succeeding in inflicting enormous damage onto Gluttony. Subaru. That did it. This was a mixed attack of my instigation and Emilia Tan's adorable intent to kill. Emilia, is that supposed to be a compliment? Subaru, it is a compliment indeed, the best, so cute, I wanna marry you. Emilia, ma, geez, no messing around. With her cheeks slightly red, Emilia's reaction as she fixedly looked towards him was unexpected. He thought her refute would be more powerful, so the embarrassment rebounded onto Subaru as well. Subaru, no, I'm acting way too merry since having met with Emilia Tan. All messing about comes after the problems have been solved. Emilia, Subaru, I don't know when another attack will come, so don't let your guard down. Subaru, I know. Though I'd openly welcome it if this makes for his defeat. Straightening out their minds at once, Subaru and Emilia turned towards breaking the deadlock of the S-I-T-U-A-T-I-O-N Japanese letter Emilia, concentrated on Lei baiting Kato's before her eyes, while Subaru concentrated on the problems encircling the Pleiades watchtower. The 5OBST, a CLES Japanese letter, even after Natsuki Subaru's identity problem had been solved, they still remained and exposed this watchtower and all of Subaru's comrades within it to hazard. But some conditions had changed. For example, the menace of the shadow that descended as though symbolizing a time limit, swallowing the entire tower and bringing ruin to everything. If that WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. If that is, the penalty is the way I've imagined it till now. The event of the shadow swallowing everything was the reappearance of the catastrophe he had formerly encountered in the sanctuary as well. The story behind why that happened was because he had spoken to Echidna within the graveyard and had unburdened himself by telling her everything about return by death. If the happenings occurring in this tower were also of the same kind, then that shadow resetted everything in cases when return by death had been largely leaked outside. In other words, it was surely because Louis Arneb had been within Subaru. Now that Louis Arneb had been eliminated, and her existence had disappeared from Subaru's interior. There was around a 50% chance that Shadow would swallow the Pleiades watchtower. Hence he did not possess the option to rely on that and let the circumstances proceed slowly. Subaru, Emilia-tan, I have a plan. Emilia, Japanese letter, got it. Then let's follow it. Subaru, I haven't said anything yet though. Subaru arranged the options in his mind and accordingly called out to her, and the next instant came Emilia's ready consent flying towards him without him having said a single word of explanation. Subaru was surprised, as Emilia said it's fine. In response, Emilia, Subaru's plan must be one he came up with after thinking with all his might. I can trust it far more than having to think about a lot of things and coming up with an answer here. Subaru, Japanese letter or H, damn it, makes me so happy you'd say that. Scratching his head, Subaru powerfully stomped the floor as though in response to the faith that made him feel uneasy. Afterwards, Subaru pointed towards the interior of the aisle, the space filled with icicle dust. Subaru. For now, Emilia-tan, another shot at him. Emilia, I. With an explosive, dynamic sound, Emilia dropped the flow of ice onto the interior of the aisle. It would be great if this merciless strike made for the finishing blow for Lei, but that would be a dim prospect. In reality, Emilia spilled out a note saying, ah, as she widened her eyes upon the impact. Emilia. Subaru. The Sin Archbishop from earlier, Subaru. He's a tenacious bastard, but there should be no way he took absolutely no damage. When Emilia turned backward, Subaru understood from her expression that Lei had erased his form from the course of impact. He had gotten fed up of that tenaciousness, on the same level as that of a cockroach, but his characteristic of judging the situation to be unfavorable and ejecting accordingly was different from Betelgeuse of aggravated diligence and tactless frankness, or Regulus, who did not possess the word humility in his dictionary. Japanese letter, or MONGST, the Sin Archbishops, Lei Baiting Cato's had the greatest survival instinct. However, it was inconceivable that he would withdraw from the tower. Subaru, Emilia-tan, for now, we meet up with everyone else. We need to realert the deployments of our personnel. Everyone needs to do their best, or this situation won't be broken through. Emilia, right, but is it okay if we let him escape like that? Subaru, I'll be honest, I would have preferred if the one from earlier would, we finished him off, but having retreated once, Lei would surely make the best use of this time to catch up on his breath as well. In that case, it would be difficult to calculate the necessary time and certainty for striking Lei. Then they might as well prioritize planned movement in this situation and take custody of his life. Subaru, no need to worry, he won't leave the tower or anything. As he stimulated a lot because of Louis, because of his little sister, the misunderstanding Siskin bastard won't back down. Emilia, Siskin, Subaru. It means one who is affectionate to their younger sister, though in their case, it'd be being affectionate to the little sister in a negative sense. At the very least, it did not seem as though Louis deeply loved Lei or Roy, her true elder brothers, very much on her end. To devote themselves for the sake of Louis without even knowing that, they were either pitiable victims or just role-playing maniacs intoxicated with that duty. However, ironically, only the unbending, distorted ways of the Sin Archbishops could be relied on. Subaru, someone who can adapt to circumstances and flexibly change methods to deal with something, wouldn't become something like a Sin Archbishop in the first place. That was Subaru's Sin Archbishop evaluation, having unwillingly repeatedly come in contact with the Sin Archbishops. Hence, it was not easy to track down the dirtily living Lei Baiting Cato's. Meanwhile, situations Subaru could not interfere with continued to head towards ruin. Before that, HAPPENED Japanese letter, Subaru. Emilia-tan, we go where everyone is. Emilia, got it. But I don't know where everyone is, Subaru. Japanese letter, IT is my duty to Subanavium. Natsuki Subaru Navigation System. Japanese letter, SUBRNAVI for short, referring to Corleonis, he activated. Japanese letter, queer, deep emotions came to his mind upon the activation of the authority wherein coexisted familiar and unfamiliar sensations. Concentrating the whereabouts of his beating heart, He magnified everything within the close range of his radar, with his beating heart at the center. That was close to sonar, which grasped the surroundings based on the reverberation of sounds. But what he could feel was his comrades' warmth and fleeting lights, thus it was a restrictive sensation. Japanese letter HOWEVER, that which specialized solely in feeling the existence of his comrades, rather than being an omnipotent might, was presently the authority of the most worth for Subaru. Figuring the location of those fleeting lights, Subaru lifted his face. Just as he had first hurriedly met up with Emilia, next, they shall prioritize meeting up with the members she had earlier enabled to run away. In other WORDS Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, FIRST, we retrieve my cute partner. Japanese letter, THROUGH, the sensations being conveyed from core Leonis. Subaru grasped large sections of the happenings occurring in Pleiades' watchtower. What he understood through the effect of the authority was, at maximum, the individual respective conditions of his comrades and a vague sense of distance with Subaru at the center. His comrades' fields of vision could be shared, but he could not grasp their state with clarity. But still, should they sustain an injury, he could substitute for the injury, and should they be burdened with recoil, he could take over the recoil. Was the effect of Subaru's authority of greed, and various usages could be mused for it. Emilia. Subaru, are you okay? You look pale, Subaru. Yeah, I'm good. Well, I'm acting strong a bit, but I'm still all right. I can still work hard at this level. As they dashed through the aisle side by side, Emilia worried for Subaru whilst he let out a heavy sigh. Her voice, like a silver bell, and her amethyst eyes tickled his heart, and Subaru revealed his honest thoughts. It was agonizing. But he could still endure it. Those were his true thoughts. Japanese letter. As pointed out by Emilia, Subaru's paleness was also, of course, due to the chaos that had unfolded with Louis in order to recover the memories. Mental abrasion is quite difficult to heal, and it is not an easy task to make a worn-down heart stand up again. But what was presently making Subaru suffer was a much more simple, clear cause. Japanese letter RM's inferior physical form, because he had been preliminarily taking up the anguish she had always been experiencing on a normal basis. Subaru. Taking up her wounds without permission, Ram is sure not going to be happy. It would never sit well with Ram, who actually possessed a strong sense of responsibility, to let others substitute for her own recoil. Should he propose to her saying, I want to shoulder your pain together with you at her face, she would simply laugh it off with a snort, and in the end stuff steamed potatoes in his nose. So he shall arbitrarily shoulder Ram's inferior physical form. He shan't let her refuse. That is WHY Japanese letter, Emilia, Subaru. By the shattered angle of the aisle, as she saw clearly ahead, Emilia called Subaru. The meaning behind her call was known by Subaru, whose lion's heart was beating. The comrades that had escaped from the battlefield and taken distance, whilst Emilia preoccupied lay. The jet-black ground dragon and the blue-haired young girl on its back. Holding its reins was her elder sister, possessing an identical face like two peas in a pod, and standing beside her was a little girl in a DRESS Japanese letter, Subaru. Biko, Emilia, Beatrice. Beatrice, Japanese letter, tilde HK, S Subaru and a God knows who girl are here in fact. Beatrice turned behind to look at Subaru and Emilia, who were energetically dashing towards them. Paying no heed to her astonishment, Subaru and Emilia reached her at almost the same time. At the same pace, he hugged and picked up the young girl as she shouted, Whack ya tilde, Subaru. Oh, Biko, you're so light. You're so cute. You've got such an intelligent look. Beatrice, wah. Emilia. Look, Beatrice, Subaru remembered everything. Ah, wait, you still don't know who I am, isn't that right? But Subaru remembered. That Ria tilde Ellie made me so happy, Beatrice. W8, I suppose. Wait, in fact, it's like both a known occasion and an unknown occasion have arrived, so Betty's mind is all topsy-turvy, I suppose. Whilst being swung around, Beatrice was mutually knocked down by Subaru and Emilia's words as she darted her eyes about in confusion. However, she immediately pointed her palm forward, making Emilia shut up, and Beatrice, Subaru. Subaru, yeah. Beatrice, do you truly remember everything, in fact? About Betty, about the time you've spent with Betty as well, everything? Subaru, yeah, that's right. Don't make such an anxious expression. I remember everything, and if anything, can just make up a lot of the stuff too. The historia of everything that happened and didn't happen between you and me. Beatrice, no need to make up what didn't happen, I suppose. Og geez. Raised up in his arms, Beatrice sandwiched Subaru's face between her hands. Looking at the silent Subaru from an inch's worth of distance, Beatrice let out a deep sigh. Her eyes, with a peculiar pattern on them, subsequently quivered Beatrice. Truly, all Subaru does is swing Betty around, in fact. Subaru. The contract's condition was that I'd be a contractor who'd never let you get bored after all. And you said that I'm no Superman, Beatrice. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Subaru. Looking at it objectively, I'm pretty Superman-like, am I not? Closing an eye, Subaru winked and smiled at Beatrice. For an instant, Beatrice widened her eyes at his response, but then immediately pouted. Beatrice, don't get carried away, I suppose. Subaru, let me get carried away. I'm the type who gets things done when I get carried away. Along with that, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, glancing sideways, he noticed Ram standing there with a dazed expression. She narrowed her light crimson eyes and looked at Subaru with a Piercing Japanese letter no, stabbing gaze. Subaru. Ah, Nisama. Ram. That was quite the fast snowmelt, isn't it? Ultimately, a pointless fuss befitting of Barusu. Subaru. Well, in essence, I guess it did last only for a day. Subaru couldn't do anything but smile wryly upon it all being labeled as a pointless fuss. In reality, close to 20 deaths that Subaru had experienced, upon thinking of the mental recoil he had undertaken for the purpose of accepting them all as his own, it would be impossible to think that all of the happenings had been a matter of a single day. From Subaru's perspective, it felt as if the amnesia had lasted for several years. Subaru. But I've come to terms with everything and made it back. The man who gives 150% of his strength for everyone, Natsuki Subaru, pleased to be in your company. Ram. Ha, how nice. Kindly say whatever you would like. However, Ram's exceedingly benevolent self shall overlook it. Subaru. Overlook it. Bangladesh. Beatrice. Kaya Tilda, in fact. Ram spoke deeply meaningful words and subsequently paused. And just as he tilted his head upon her words, he was blown away by a tail whip that targeted his blind spot coming from the ground dragon, together with Beatrice. As Subaru and Beatrice twirled around, they were caught by a soft sensation. Upon looking, it had been Emilia who halted their spinning. He softly supported Subaru's body from his backside and smiled. Emilia, it looks like Patrashjan is also Ria Tilda Ellie happy that Subaru came back. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Ahead of Emilia's line of sight stood a jet-black majestic figure, exhaling from its nose. Having gotten a taste of one of its powerful tail strikes, Subaru readjusted Beatrice, whom he was carrying in his arms, and Subaru. You've always been such a tsundere. No, my bad. I made you worry a lot too. In the first place, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, receiving Emilia's support, Subaru fixed his stance and faced Patrash, who was looking at him with a sharp glint in its eyes, and thinking back to the unchanging devotion of the affectionate dragon during the time he was devoid of memories, Subaru. Really, you saved me so many times. I love you. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Subaru. So you're not going to slap me away like usual, right? Every time he made a flimsy confession of love to her, it was standard that Patrash's ladylike self would discipline him, but that wasn't the case with this time's confession of his. Otherwise, Beatrice, even this ground dragon can tell when you're joking and when you're being serious, is what it means, I suppose. Subaru. Yeah. Nobody knew when she had gotten so close to it, but Beatrice spoke for Patrash's true heart. The fact that she didn't get struck by another tail whip meant that her interpretation was correct. Now if Beatrice were to also learn the ability of deciphering and translating, then Otto could finally be dismissed of his duty. Subaru. Japanese letter, R-E-M. On Patrash's back was Rem, her body leaning on the saddle. Of course, it shan't be possible to hear her eternally asleep self's voice of delight upon the return of Subaru's memories. However, the emotion that arose within Subaru's heart upon looking at Rem's side profile was different. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. What if, in that white world, persuaded by Louis Arneb's cajolery, the instant he was truly going to fall into gluttony's poisoned fangs, had there not been the voice which kicked the hopeless weakling up? The existence known as her, truly, shan't let Natsuki Subaru loose, even should he forget himself. That is why, once again, after overcoming a totality of 40 deaths, he ended up coming back. Subaru, I'll save getting lost in thoughts for later. Anyway, my memories are back. I appreciate all of you wanting to celebrate it, but let's clean up the situation at once. Ram, celebrate you say, truly, what an overestimation of oneself. Wonder what happened in this short duration. Besides, Emilia, Japanese letter, army. Snorting her nose upon Subaru's lowered tone, Ram then turned her gaze towards Emilia. Levitating in her eyes was usual arrogance and an equal sense of unease. It was clear from Beatrice's reaction, but INDEED Japanese letter, Emilia. I'm Emilia. You don't remember, I guess, yeah. Ram. The person who let Ram and others escape earlier, that is known. But that is all, nothing further can be remembered. How do things stand for you, Beatrice Sama? Beatrice. Same for Betty, in fact. The effect of the authority of gluttony is what it is, I suppose. At Ram's assent, Beatrice identically lowered her face. What had occurred to Julius's person in Prestella had descended onto Emilia's person within this tower as well, with this forming an omnipresent, excruciating WOUND Japanese letter, Emilia. Right. I am Emilia, just Emilia. There's lots of stuff I want to say, but I am family who is looking in the same direction as both Beatrice and Ram. Japanese letter, Emilia. If you can just understand that much, then for now, I will be fine. Ever since I got to know that Subaru remembered, I'm feeling Ria tilde Ellie good. Emilia flexed the biceps of her fair arms, and stout HERTEDLY Japanese letter, no. She was not merely acting strong, but truly seeming to fear nothing, smiled. Not only Subaru, but Beatrice also came at a loss for words upon her exceedingly confident conduct. Unusually enough, even Ram widened her eyes, unable to suppress her astonishment. Emilia, ha, did I say something weird? Subaru. Well, rather than weird, it was super-duper cool. Scratching his cheeks, Subaru answered upon Emilia's slightly flustered reaction. Subsequent to Subaru's response, Ram said indeed and took a deep inhale. She steadily affirmed Emilia's conduct and Ram. Emilia, was it? Enigmatically enough, upon looking at you, Ram feels the nooks of her mind be awfully uneasy. The same happened on Rem's instance. Emilia, that's Ram. Everything about you disappearing from the mind and being replaced by a void is difficult, is what it surely means. Though it is difficult to consider that Ram had someone like that other than Rem. Narrowing her eyes, Ram touched her head with a finger, as though tracing Emilia's disappeared existence within herself. Her words made Subaru remember something out of place. Though Ram may say so, it was unmistakable for Subaru, who had been witness to the two's relationship from the sidelines, that she cherished Emilia. Although with the vanishing of those spans of time, it was only natural that it would not come to Ram's mind. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Ram. The throbbing and aching of the mind Ram feels upon looking at you is the answer for the relationship between you and Ram. So rest assured. Japanese letter, RRM dislikes remaining defeated. Emilia, Japanese letter. The same goes for me. We're going to strike back absolutely no matter what. Ram, indeed, let the payback be 100 million times greater. Emilia, that many times. Subaru felt Emilia and Ram to be reliable, as the two exchanged fearless smiles. After all, originally, once the name was plundered, the victim drowned in isolation as all relationships around them collapsed. However, Emilia did not give in against isolation and managed to retain the core of her heart. Thanks to that, the collapse supposed to commence from her could not destroy the foundation of Subaru as well as that of Ram and the others. On top of THAT Japanese letter, Ram. Barusu, kindly give suggestions. However, do not think that just because your forgetful self managed to remember again, all of the missteps so far can be salvaged. Subaru. I know without you having to point it out, But how many things do you plan to point out? But he was grateful that they were willing to be cooperative without having to be convinced. Anyhow, the dilemmas laid within this tower of the Sand Sea were far too impending for accumulating trust, explaining the situation, and confronting each one of the problems whilst tying barns. HENCE Japanese letter Subaru. Let's obliterate this overeating festival. Those utmost worst three siblings started with the power of our barns. Emilia. Yes. Beatrice. Naturally, in fact. Ram. Ha. The three parties gave their three respective answers directed towards three of Subaru's greatest enemies, as he gave a deep nod to all of their words. And Subaru. Japanese letter ITS still all over the place, but it feels like I've come back home. Saying so, he vocalized first and foremost a quiet, yet a valuable and definite deep emotion. TL Note 1. This line is a reference to Pokemon the movie 2000, The Power of One, known in Japanese as Pocket Monsters the movie, the Phantom Pokemon, Luigi's explosive birth. Arc 6, Chapter 78, The Four Corners. It's with great thanks to an anonymous commissioner who has allowed WCT to use his commission that we can provide this chapter for you all to read. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray, Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Subaru, are you ready? The tower's in pretty bad shape right now. If I were to go out and say how bad it is, it's nearly as bad as playing Othello with all four of its corners taken away from you. Ram, that must be pretty bad. Ram's expression clouded over as Subaru launched into his explanation, holding one of his fingers up in the air. Quite the solemn look had appeared on the latter's face. Albeit, Ram wasn't the only one who was taking this seriously. Emilia and Beatrice, who were listening in as well, were like that too. Othello, more commonly referred to by the name Reversi, was a board game in which two players competed on an 8x8 equals 64 board using black and white pieces. Naturally, this was knowledge Subaru had brought with him from his original world. But since it had been relatively easy to recreate the game here, he'd introduced it to the Roswell mansion fairly early on. It brought a huge stir, with it being extremely well received, especially from Emilia. That's why he was able to properly convey the gravity of the current situation to them. Having all four of your corners taken away from you in Othello meant that you were already completely lost. Furthermore, though she hadn't partaken in it much, Ram had literally been as strong as an Oni in the few occasions she'd played, as one would expect from her. In any case, Beatrice, losing all four corners, an utterly outrageous situation, I suppose. That's going too far, even as a handicap, in fact. Emilia, I guess even I'd end up becoming as busy as a bee and winning if I got a hold of so many of them. Subaru. Who even says busy as a bee these days? Emilia. Subaru, can you say that again? Subaru. I will, but later. Later. Emilia snapped onto Subaru's traditional retort, looking somewhat dejected at having her request denied. Although he felt a bit guilty seeing her like that, the flirting would have to wait until later, just like he'd said many times. Their first priority was to find a way out of the situation they were in. And for that, Subaru, the four corners, they're the two gluttonies inside the tower, as well as the swarm of witch beasts they've called with them. Also, it pains me to say this, but our companion, oh yeah, I guess it's sorta debatable if I can call them that, everyone. Subaru had been about to mention the fourth corner, but for a split second he'd faltered on what to say next. Namely, because not even he had come up with an answer that would both be simple to understand and properly describe the woman who unintentionally stood in their way as the fourth corner. He wasn't so distant with her to call her an acquaintance. That, and their connection wasn't weak enough to be called bitter enemies either. But did they share enough of a destiny such that he could call her a companion? At the very least, he could perhaps leave it at them having sort of like a clueless, but very much unsanctioned teacher and student relationship. Still, how did Emilia and the rest of them view her? But as Subaru fell prey to his hesitation, Emilia, you said companion, right? What's happened to Shola? Subaru. Emilia. Subaru. Subaru, no, it's nothing. That's right, I do mean Shola. Subaru immediately acted like nothing was up and nodded back at Emilia. It hadn't been just her. Beatrice and Ram also hadn't seen anything wrong with how Emilia had recognized her. The way they'd perceived her had been the same as Emilia, regardless of whether they had memories of the latter or not. In other words, it served as proof that they viewed Shola as someone friendly to them. Subaru, was I being an idiot? Yeah, of course I was. Stumbling over the obvious was a bad habit of Natsuki Subaru. Yet he would reflect hard on things, leveraging them so that he could give it his all, and this was one of his strengths. A compliment for each time he put himself down. Ideally, he would give himself 100 for each time he did. That much would do, though the true ideal would be giving himself 10,000 compliments without putting himself down even once. Subaru. Anyways, about Shola, well, before that, do you remember the tower rules? The ones that mustn't be broken. They were explained before, right? Ram, yes, they were. We can't leave without completing the trials. We can't break the rules of the trials. We can't disrespect the libraries. We can't damage the tower. I think those were all the violations. Subaru, yeah, precisely. Subaru snapped his fingers at Ram after she'd readily laid them out. Then he pointed down at his feet and swung his arm around, indicating the entire tower. Subaru, so with those rules. The fourth corner shows up when one of them is broken. I don't know which one specifically, but one of them will. Then after that, Ram. She'll bare her fangs at us just like she said. How annoying. Ram, assuming her typical pose with her arms crossed together, batted one of her eyes shut as she imagined the worst. Shola's insane combat prowess was well known to Subaru, of course, considering he'd gone through many loops where she'd killed him. But other than him, the rest of them were also well aware of it after they'd been showered by sniper fire from afar, back in the Sand Sea. Beatrice, that vapid girl is quite strong when she uses those things of hers, I suppose. Even if we're better off than before, where we couldn't do a thing due to being attacked from afar, it's not going to change the fact that things are going to get grim if she turns into our enemy. In fact, with their arms folded, both Beatrice and Ram frowned, their brows wrinkling up. The fact that they were so quick on the uptake was a huge help, since he could cut down the time he spent explaining. From all those sullen faces, it was only Emilia that raised her hand. Her face, which was the cutest in the whole wide world, was still free of wrinkles, Emilia. But we'd be going up against Shola now. Can't we somehow persuade her by talking to her? Shola's super attached to Subaru, so if he tried his hardest, maybe. Subaru, I'd love a peaceful resolution to this, but getting Shola to the negotiating table seems like a tall order. In regards to her being attached to me, I guess nothing about that's changed, in a broad sense. Ram, meaning she's going to be primarily targeting you, Barusu. The fact that she's got her targets narrowed down is going to be extremely useful. It could be perceived as her targeting the weaker members in their camp, but regardless, Subaru agreed with Ram's thoughts. Rather than facing a situation where they wouldn't know who'd be targeted by the enemies indiscriminately lurking in the tower, it would be easier to come up with a plan of counterattack that involved having Subaru recklessly targeted. So putting the issues they were facing in a nutshell, Beatrice. The four corners are the two gluttonies, their swarm of witch beasts, as well as Shola, who'll come to attack us, I suppose. Subaru, though two of these corners are already being dealt with. All thanks to Biko taking command. During the time Subaru had spent cowering in the Taygeta library, the smart and adorable Beatrice had taken everyone with her in turn and got them busy dealing with the damage that had struck the tower. She'd sent Meili to the balcony, where she could overlook the swarm of witch beasts. Then, as part of that, she'd also joined up with Ram and Emilia after they'd taken Rem out of the green room. Unfortunately, though, they'd encountered Lei en route, which had led to them falling into this situation where Emilia's name had been taken away from her. Emilia, MHMNH, it's okay. Subaru still remembers me, so I'm completely fine with it. Even though he often ends up forgetting about our promises, it still makes me really happy that he remembers me properly. Subaru, NNH, what's with stabbing me in the back all of a sudden? Beatrice, it looks to me like it's just her usual, in fact. That girl seems to know you well too, I suppose, though not as well as I do. Subaru, no need to fight over me, my sweethearts. Subaru gave a few nods as he stroked Beatrice's head, basking in their affection for him. Then, while still steeped in emotion, Ram called out to him with a Barusu. Ram, you said that two of the corners are being dealt with, right? I know that one of them is Meili holding back the swarm of witch beasts, but what about the other one? Subaru, Julius. Subaru grabbed his chest in reply to Ram and turned his attention to the beating of his heart. His core Leonist power was still going strong. He was naturally taking Ram's burdens from her. Also, the whereabouts of his companions were being broadcasted to him in real time. From those, there was a light that definitely seemed to correspond to Julius, and the place he was at was Subaru. He's on the second floor, locked in battle with the enemy. Emilia, the second floor, you can't mean that Subaru. Yeah, I do. He nodded back at Emilia as she quickly turned pale before sneaking a furtive glance up above. He couldn't see it firsthand, since the ceiling was in the way, but he could most definitely feel the signs of the furious fight that was taking place beyond his gaze. Julius Euculius and Reed Astria's rematch had begun. Subaru. In the end, it looked like he hadn't been able to avoid a conclusion to it. After Subaru had fallen to his knees earlier, unable to pick himself back up, Beatrice had taken charge of their companions. The opponent Julius had ended up waging battle with had been Reed Astria, even under Beatrice's command. That naturally had been influenced by the fact Roy Alford, or rather Reed, who'd taken over the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony's body and gained his freedom, actively sought its conclusion. Nevertheless, Subaru had gone through many deaths and crossed through many possibilities whether he'd wanted to or not, and that had made him understand something. As annoying as it was, fate existed. No matter what road you followed, the firm, unchangeable reality that lay there was called fate. The fluctuations of history were so unyielding, to the point it really made you believe things were predetermined. It was almost like the results had already been determined by fate, with all the branches converging there. That had been the outcome of all of their wills coming together to try and achieve their respective goals. However, precisely because of that, they'd become so closely entwined with each other that they'd never come apart. Yet, couldn't it also be said that meant there was no hope ahead? Considering that the conclusion between Julius Euculius and Reed Astria was inevitable, it could only mean that Subaru. Reed should have assimilated with one of the gluttonies. His takeover should be almost done. Though we'll let Julius settle things with Reed. We're going to deal with the remaining three. Ram, is that really going to be okay, Barusu? Subaru, what do you mean? Subaru cocked his head earnestly in response to Ram's question, but on seeing him react like that, she just muttered out a brief, "Never mind, Ram. I already know how Barusu goes about things. Looks like I'm losing my edge as well. I suppose we have no choice but to rely on Barusu's proposal." Subaru, I don't really fully get what you mean, but you do know I can tell you're making fun of me. Emilia, ha, no, she's just complimenting you. Ram's saying that she relies on you a lot, Subaru. Hee, now I'm gonna need to work hard. Ram, I will be having a word with you later, Emilia. Emilia replied back to the mortified Ram with a yes, sir, a slightly happy trill in her voice. Despite the situation they were in, Emilia was most likely glad, and found it refreshing that Ram wasn't using honorifics to address her. Now that their master-servant connection was gone, the attitude she was showing Emilia was one of perhaps friends, or maybe a little sister that was always quite a handful. Ram didn't have the opportunity anymore to play the part of the capable big sister now that her actual little sister didn't require much to handle. Nevertheless, she seemed that way now thanks to the bizarrely happy-go-lucky Emilia. Subaru. Anyways, that's it for what's going on in the tower. What we need to do next is sort out the best people for each place. This sorting business is where Natsuki Subaru really shines. Ram, you sure are really humble, Subaru. Humble or not, it's still important work. This is what they mean when they talk about unsung heroes. This is something that's right, this is something only I can do. This is my battle, oh wow. Ram, just hurry up and start sorting. Ram slapped his face for spending too long on the preambles. Feeling the pain of the damage he'd received, Subaru looked around at all three of their faces as well as the Earth Dragons and said, "Are you all ready? From here on out, it would be all-out war in its truest sense. It barely made any difference whether you were a human or Earth Dragon, and in the first place, Patrash was typically far more useful than Subaru himself. But if you added Super Subaru into the mix, their possibilities would explode tenfold and then double. TL note, the bit above seems to be a reference to the Japanese quiz show, Quiz Derby. Subaru. One for all for one, one for all. We can't win without having everyone on board. We can't have even one of us missing. We will start winning if we've got everyone, because we, TL note. Subaru says the first sentence which I italicized in English before repeating the Japanese equivalent. Emilia, because we came to this tower to get back what was taken from us, we won't allow ourselves to lose them. Subaru, exactly. Subaru gave Emilia a nod with a snap of his fingers before regaining his composure. Subaru, so, first things first, lay baiting Kato's opponent shall be Barusu. Subaru, huh? They began to head to their posts after they'd finished their discussion. However, someone grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and forced him to a halt before he could. Though there hadn't been enough force in it to throttle him, there'd probably been a reason why they'd shown such consideration. Subaru, it's really not like you to care enough to not hurt me, Nisama. Ram, it's not like I would bother using too much of my strength when looking at a fly trapped in the palm of my hand. This is the same as that, though it's not like I would purposely put one there. That'd be disgusting. Subaru, don't just say it and then deny it. Subaru shrugged his shoulders at Ram's ram-like phrasing. Standing in front of him, Ram softly clenched and unclenched the palm of her hand, checking its feel a few times. Her gestures carried faint traces of bewilderment in them. This was quite the rare sight for Subaru, so used was he in seeing Ram always acting aloof. It was quite a perk to witness her acting so perplexed and unsure of herself. It was only thanks to this that he could put up with the levels of exhaustion that were threatening to crush his entire body. Subaru. Ram's body was constantly tormented by the burden of being hornless. Subaru took over this burden when he used his core Leonis, which in turn gave her the extra strength that let her operate to her fullest. Core Leonis was one of their most essential tricks for beating this tower. Subaru had already given Ram a brief summary of what was happening to her, albeit setting aside the fine details. Simply put, Ram's burdens were flowing into him, making Ram's body a lot lighter in those respects. However, since it strained him terribly, he desired a speedy settlement to the situation they were in. That was it, more or less. Ram, now that I think about it, since it's just going to be you who's suffering, Barusu, I don't really care how long it'll last. Subaru, but this is a joint effort between you and me, Nisama. You must want to get this over as soon as possible when you think about it like that, right? Ram, yeah, you repulse me. Subaru, don't you think using repulse is going a little too far, though well, throwing abuse at me is so typical of her. Subaru accepted that, all the while suppressing the urge to vomit. Ram stared at him, assuming her familiar pose with her arms folded in front of him. Ram, Barusu. I won't be taking it easy. Subaru. Naturally, the more Ram moved using the full capabilities of her body, the greater the burden he would need to take, acting as its counterbalance. Even so, if he wanted to keep Ram in this state, he'd need to be prepared to take on all of that extra burden. Just her standing there breathing was already plenty to make him groan, and that was just the pain she experienced in her typical daily life. Subaru. Nisama is too kind, huh? That was how the still sleeping Rem would frequently assess her. He hadn't really gotten it back then, but now he finally understood what she'd meant. If he were to let himself preface it in typical Ram fashion, it'd be something like, "That's how Ram goes about things. Ram, Barusu, Subaru, it's nothing. Definitely don't take it easy, of course. I can tell whether you're in serious mode or not by how much pain I'm in, what torture it is. Ram, so you're saying your plan is the kind where the better I feel, the more you'll suffer. Subaru, I feel like I've just handed the switch to the nukes to the one person I shouldn't have. Then again, if Subaru was going to hand over the switch to the nukes to one of his compatriots, Ram was the only one he'd consider for it. Subaru. Otto would be a good bet as well, if not for the fact I'd worry he'd probably slip and accidentally push it. You're the most reliable in the sense of who'd use it properly, Nisama. Ram. Ha, flattery will get you nowhere. Listen, take good care of Emilia and Beatrice Sama. I don't care what happens to you, Barusu, since I know you're always a mess, whatever the case. Subaru. Yeah, I know. And about Ram, the one who cares the most about Rem in this world is me. Ram declared that as if she were stating a matter of course. Her crimson eyes narrowed as Subaru's breath was taken away by the sheer intensity of her words. Ram, let's just say that it's enough that you, in your own Barusu-like way, are the person who cares about her the second most in the world. Leaving it at that shouldn't unsettle even a single hair on Rem's head. Subaru. Yeah, or it'd make me want to die. Ram turned her back on Subaru after they'd exchanged their feelings. There were probably so many things that she wanted to say, words that she wanted to leave him, but she'd quickly changed her attitude, putting an end to them there. That was truly how Ram went about things. Ram, kindly take care of yourself as much as possible, Barusu. Otherwise, if you die, you won't be able to see Rem again. Subaru, yeah, love you too. Subaru likewise replied jokingly to Ram's facetious concerns. And so Subaru watched her run off into the distance saying nary a word, before then planting his feet firmly down onto the corridor and regrouping with Emilia and Beatrice who were waiting for him. Subaru, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head out as well. Emilia, yeah, let's do that. Will Ram be okay? Subaru, yeah, most likely. She's Ram after all, so she'll be fine. If I told her to do something really dumb, there'd be no way she wouldn't have said anything about it. Beatrice, you've gone and put a lot of trust in Ram again, I suppose. Subaru, I trust you just as much, and on top of that, I love you way more. Don't pout. Beatrice puffed out her cheeks as if she were saying, I'm not pouting, in fact. Subaru took her outstretched hand and then looked over at Emilia, standing by his side. He wondered if she was worried about Ram going out on her own. However, her face in profile looked only slightly anxious. Subaru, Emilia Tan. Emilia, no, it's nothing. I just find that really reassuring. Subaru, coincidence as it may be, I actually feel the same. Emilia's words didn't really have any foundation to them, but for Subaru her words served as a great boost. Their expectations far surpassed their anxieties. It was far more reassuring to have someone you could entrust, rather than have someone trusting in you. You could better face up against what lay ahead by believing, rather than clinging. Though it wasn't like they'd solved any of their problems yet. Subaru, it's only natural to believe in your companions. What's more, you can believe in yourselves relying on them as well. Now's the clearest our views got ever since we came to this sand-filled tower. Beatrice, that look of yours, it's my favorite kind of Subaru, I suppose. Beatrice looked at Subaru, who'd encouragingly taken over things, and gave him an audacious smile. And then at Beatrice's comment, Emilia brought a hand to her lips with a hee-hee, causing Beatrice to point out Emilia's reaction with a what's up with that, in fact. Emilia shook her head and then spoke up. Emilia, it doesn't look like you remember, Beatrice, but I was thinking the exact same thing as you. A huge creature was caught by its hind legs and savagely swung around before being smashed against the walls and floor without relent. This creature, that was on the receiving end of these monstrous, unfathomable blows, let out a hideous wail. A cacophony grated through the air that sounded like the wails of countless babies. Letter 3-1, letter 3-1. What was letting off those wretched cries was a repulsive, bizarre-looking witch-beast one, which in accordance with his own knowledge, Natsuki Subaru had called the centaur. However, that girl who'd been well acquainted with this kind of witch-beast had once called it by a different name. The Hungry Horse King. The Hungry Horse King. Letter 3-1, letter 3-1. The Hungry Horse King's massive body was hurled away, causing it to somersault through the Sand Tower's balcony. Having been knocked about by the impacts, the King of the Sand Sea instantly picked itself back up with flames spewing from its mane. Its human upper half brought forth two swords wreathed in flame. Using this completely un-witch-beast-like dual-wielding sword art, the Horse King tried to fire off a scorching red blow at the being that had been piling on attacks at it. However, a white ray of light pierced the hungry Horse King as it tried to swing its swords of flame, its fiery mane billowing. The impact caused this massive creature to falter back a fair few steps. However, it withstood it. It had withstood it. And just like that, the Horse King stepped forward again, preparing to launch its counterattack. But the very next moment, the white ray of light exploded inside its body. The ray of white light turned into a plethora of white rays that shot out of the Horse King in all directions from the inside out, no matter how resilient a creature was. It could not escape death if all of its vital organs were destroyed within. The hungry Horse King was no exception to this rule, as it brutally perished to the white rays of light. The slaughter of the woman who'd been behind its death, Shola, didn't stop there. Swinging her braided brown hair about, Shola powerfully kicked off the floor and leaped across the balcony floor. With light coming from her outstretched hands, she grabbed a hold of two enemies that were obstructing her path. They were witch beasts, that had lizard scales over their ape-like bodies. From there, the light coming from her hands welled forth. If Subaru would have seen her blow, he would have probably dubbed it a pile bunker. The heads of the two monkeys she'd grabbed by the face were obliterated by the white light she'd shot, not even giving them a chance to fight back. She followed up by spinning around on the spot and using her long legs to knock down the monkeys that were bounding towards her. Her toes slammed into their faces, whacking them down to the floor with their heads caved in. The stage where the battle between Shola and the witch beasts was taking place was the fourth floor of the Pleiades watchtower. Although the outer wall balcony was built hundreds of meters above the ground, there were quite a few witch beasts there that had wings or could easily climb the wall. She shot down the ones climbing one by one, the balcony soon becoming a sea of blood. Shola. Even after carrying out so much carnage, Shola wasn't the least bit out of breath. The total number of witch beasts that were swarming towards the Pleiades watchtower was so massive that it'd be pointless to count them. However, the fact that the tower hadn't succumbed to their avalanche was in no doubt thanks to her overwhelming fighting strength. Even so, the precarious equilibrium that Shola was keeping was about to. Shola, Shola, Ghhhhhhhhh. A shrill voice called out her name, but she didn't answer back. With her face contorted in pain, she grabbed a winged witch beast that was flying towards her and smashed it down at her feet. She followed up by piercing it with a white ray of light, giving bloom to flowers of red midair, successfully putting an end to its pursuit. However, the state Shola was in didn't change as she drove them away. She clutched at her own face and stamped her feet down onto the floor. Through the gap between her fingers, her large pupilled eyes were beginning to split apart and pulse a brilliant red. Her compound eyes were making their appearance, meaning Shola was transforming. Shola, someone broke a rule. With her face covered by the palm of her hands, she met the looming witch beasts in this destitute state. She fought off their attacks with her long legs, pulverizing their bodies with sharp back kicks. This is bad. She's at her limit. Melee, how's it looking on your end, Melee? It's exactly how it looks. I've got my Heartilda and DS full dealing with these flying young'uns. If my naked one-san becomes unable to fight too, we'll definitely be running short of Heartilda and DS. Guess so. This is looking fairly grim. Gazing at Shola's anguish was a girl with wavy light purple hair sporting a bleak look on her face. Anastasia, or rather, Echidna, who was currently borrowing her body. Standing beside her was Melee as well. Her dark blue ponytail was swaying about as she somehow kept the scales tipped in their favor by using her divine protection. The trio of Shola, Echidna and Melee were the team resisting with all their might to keep the witch beasts from approaching the Pleiades watchtower. However, unlike Melee with her divine protection of magic manipulation and Shola with her predisposition for pure firepower, Echidna's presence was pretty much worthless. TL note. The wiki translates Melee's divine protection as magic manipulation, but this is a bit literal. The Chinese letter character in Chinese letter is most likely referring to the character in Chinese letter rather than the more generic magic or demon nuance it has. Translating it in English is tricky due to language limitations and the fact that everyone but the anime calls Maybasts witch beasts. I've used the wiki translation for it, but I think there's a lot of merits to explaining this issue here. She was reluctant to go back to Taygeta, but at the same time, she wanted to avoid retreating further into the tower, which was in a state of unease, where she'd only end up being an unnecessary burden. Echidna, calm down. Now's not the time for that. She moved her slender fingers and focused her awareness at the Ard inside her, though strictly speaking it was the Ard inside Anastasia's body. Anastasia's gate had a defect in it, where it couldn't take in any mana. That's why she could only cast magic with her natural Ard. In other words, it was tantamount to cutting Anastasia's lifespan. Therefore, a measure that not even Echidna wanted to take, other than when her life was truly in danger. But better to take action than just sit around waiting for death. At least, that's what the Anastasia she knew would think. Everyone had to use the cards they were dealt with, and thus, victory was determined by the way you played your cards. Echidna. The change afflicting Shola was most likely due to something that was rooted in her core. Something that definitely couldn't be overturned, existing as a kind of shackle on her. As an artificial spirit, Echidna understood that all too well, considering she was in similar shoes. There wasn't anything anyone could do about one's force of will. If what she'd said before was true, then the rules of the Pleiades watchtower had been broken. She needed to act as the watchtower's keeper to remedy that. The reason she was resisting so hard was because, in the depths of her heart, she didn't actually want to harm them, or rather, she probably didn't want to harm Natsuki Subaru. Echidna. It's ironic. Thanks to her staying on as the keeper of this watchtower, she'd been able to reunite with the one person she'd wanted to meet. Yet because of her continued presence as its keeper, she couldn't go against the orders to harm him. Truly the sorrow of being a creation. In its truest sense, Echidna thought that probably only she and Beatrice, with her also being a creation, could comprehend the pain she was in. That was why she... Dry her eye. Echidna caught a glimpse of the silhouette of a person leaping out from the corridor that led from the balcony to the tower, letting out a vigorous yell. Her eyes mutely widened in surprise, her breath taken away from her. Subaru felt shocked the moment he'd leapt out onto the balcony, witnessing the differences between what it usually looked like and now. He immediately realized that a fierce battle was taking place here. Subaru. The fourth-floor balcony had turned into a sea of blood, with countless witchbeast cadavers scattered about. This best seat in the house, where you could enjoy an unbroken view of the sand sea, was now dyed in blood thanks to the countless witchbeasts ceaselessly charging at it. If left unchecked, they'd get into the tower and mayhem would ensue. And the biggest contributor in preventing this damage from spreading was Subaru. Shola, master. Shola turned around at the sound of Subaru's yell. Her eyes were about to split apart and divide into her 6 compound eyes, 3 on the left, 3 on the right. He'd already witnessed this transformation process of hers with his own eyes. It meant that the rules of the Pleiades watchtower had been broken, and Shola's time had come to take up her duty as the watchtower's keeper. This would culminate in Shola transforming into the giant scorpion against her will, where she then set about annihilating the challengers inside the tower, i.e. Subaru and his group. That's why Shola, master, please order me. Subaru. Shola, someone broke the rules. At this rate, master, I'll end up Kai. If you can't, before I do that, Shola clutched her body tightly as she sought Subaru's orders with a look of desperation set on her face. Her capacity for self-suicide seemed to have been instinctively robbed from her. What she was beseeching for here was one final push to kill her. Shola would throw away her life without any hesitation if Subaru were to say it. You could safely say that the threat of the giant scorpion would be gone, so long as he gave the command. Thus, Subaru nodded his head firmly. Subaru. Shola. Shola, why ease if it's for you, master, Subaru. I'm getting sick of telling you this, but I ain't got a clue why you're calling me master. Shola, HK, the instant Subaru replied back to her, Shola's compound eyes became tinged with despair. After 400 years of waiting in vain, she'd finally been able to meet him again. But to have that denied by him, and after all that, even have her last wish trampled on, led to her feeling as frightened as a child. Subaru took a deep breath, and then let it out as he gazed on at her trepidation. Subaru, that's why we'll talk about whether I'm your master or not later, as well as if I'll admit to it. Shola, Subaru, I'm not going to tell you to die. There's no way I'm going to let you keep crying. There's absolutely no way I'm going to let your 400 years end here. He'd spent quite some time scraping up the memories he'd temporarily lost, so he knew all too well. The patience people had in this world was insane. 400 years they'd been waiting in earnest for someone. He really needed to drag out these people they wanted to meet, even if it meant grabbing them by the scruff of their necks. Subaru, I'll just do it myself, as if I'm going to willingly do what someone else tells me. Bring it on, oh inevitable fate. Shola. Subaru raised his fist up above him while he firmly declared that, leaving Shola speechless. Yet at the same time, the unbearable urge going on inside her seemed to be about to burst. But at least in that precise moment for her, that which mattered weren't the rules of the tower or the explosive urge to swell up from within. Shola, master, I love you. Such it would seem were her emotions of uncontrollable love she held for the person she'd longed for all these 400 years. Shola. Shola's transformation truly began straight after she'd proclaimed her love. Her pale, slender hands swelled up and morphed into giant pincers. Her feminine, voluptuous body burst open, scattering flesh and blood which then formed back, like the rewind on a tape, remolding her body anew. A jet-black shell grew there as her bright red compound eyes glared down at the world. Her many legs pierced into the floor, and so the warden of the sand tower was completed. Shola, letter 3-1, letter 3-1. The foreboding figure of the giant scorpion let out a shrill warning cry at the rule breakers who'd violated the tower rules. The first thing its compound eyes settled on was, ironically enough, the black-haired young man that the previous version had obsessed over. It aimed at him, ready to unleash its devastating blow. Here! Yet a thunderous flying kick drove into the giant scorpion's body from the side. The kick carried a tremendous amount of power, enough to lift the giant scorpion's huge body up from the floor and blow it back. It hurtled across the stone floor, collecting witch beasts on its way, before flying off the edge of the balcony out into the skies over the sand sea. However, the giant scorpion wasn't going to just do nothing about it. She hurriedly thrust her outstretched stinger into the wall of the watchtower, tossing its massive body up, twisting its body midair as it desperately tried to get back to the balcony. Subaru. Murak. A single chanted word was what prevented it from making its way back. This direction-imbued mana interfered with the reality around them, bringing about effects into the world that wouldn't normally occur on their own. This time, its effect had been to block the giant scorpion's return. The scorpion was caught by a gust of wind as it desperately tried to land on the balcony. Its body was swept back by the sandy breeze, sending it far off trajectory. How strong a turbulence would it have to be to blow away the scorpion's colossal body? It was utterly massive, weighing at least several hundred kilos. Though things weren't like it seemed. Murak was a kind of yin magic that changed the gravity of its target. To put it briefly, it was quite natural that its body had ended up unable to move as it normally did, considering it now weighed as much as a speck of dust. That's all there was to it. Shola, letter 3-1, letter 3-1. The giant scorpion let out a pained cry before being thrown back once again from the balcony. It quickly swung its stinger in an attempt to snipe those in the tower, having given up on getting back. But that came a step too late. Melee, Hain Magura-chan. TL note. Hain Magura literally means winged mole. I opted to just use the Romaji to represent the witch beast name like the wiki does. The girl's imposing command gave way to a rush of blows that hurtled towards the giant scorpion as it blew away in the breeze. Witch beasts, with what seemed to be bird feathers sprouting from them, and most of their heads morphed into a horn, dove towards her. One by one, they shot themselves straight at the scorpion's shell. And although they didn't damage it, they were still able to push her further and further away with each impact, keeping her away from the tower. Shola, even as great of a scorpion as she wasn't going to be able to shift her body, weight around without something to support her. Just like that, after the wind had blown her away, the magic was cancelled, making her fall head over heels towards the ground. They were hundreds of meters up from the ground, but she wasn't the kind of opponent who'd be done in by something like that. Though it sufficed as a means for buying time, thus he would make use of this brief reprieve. Subaru, Meili, Echidna, Natsuki-kun, you've pulled yourself together, yeah. Echidna looked up with a frown as Subaru rushed over to her. Then with a pensive look adorning Anastasia's face, she continued her words, Echidna, have you perchance gotten your memories back? Subaru, this is going to save me a lot of time, though how did you know? Echidna, it's obvious. Otherwise Beatrice wouldn't be sporting such a proud look next to you. Echidna jerked her chin at Beatrice, who was looking rather smug as she held Subaru's hand. Indeed, it was plain as day that Beatrice's mood had lifted for the better. Plus, the fact that she couldn't hide this show of emotion of hers was really lovely. Of course, Echidna's insight was superb as well, make no mistake about that. Following from it, she shifted her gaze to look behind Subaru at Emilia, who'd given the giant scorpion a flying kick earlier. Echidna, and this girl I don't recognize is Subaru. It's due to gluttony's authority. She's a victim to it, just like Julius is. They're all forgotten, other than by the person themselves. Her name is Emilia, my tough yet adorable princess. Echidna, I appreciate you getting me up to speed so quickly. Even so, the tower, both inside and outside, is an utter mess. Would you mind if I were to ask you what we're going to do about it? Subaru, You can. I've already got an answer ready for that. Subaru gave her a deep nod. Behind him, Emilia spread her arms out and sent countless shards of ice up into the air. She waited a moment and then unleashed them all, their ferocious power tearing through the witch beasts soaring through the skies, as well as those on the ground. Although Subaru couldn't see it from where he was, they must have also pierced into the giant scorpion who'd fallen beneath. Yet her attack had only been a drop in the ocean with all these witch beasts they had in front of them. Subaru, Echidna, you're going to take over inside. First, you're going to meet back up with Julius on the second floor where he's fighting. I've told Emilia what to do after that. Echidna, I have no issues leaving together with her, but what are you and Beatrice going to do? Beatrice, our role is already set, in fact. Echidna hesitated for a moment before giving her answer. Beatrice replied back to her before raising her eyes up in admiration to look at Subaru's face in profile, firmly giving his hand a squeeze. Beatrice, we're going to deal with that giant scorpion here, I suppose. We're going to have to go easy on her so that we don't accidentally kill her. Geez, what a bother, in fact. Subaru, she sure talks big, doesn't she? That's my Biko for you. Beatrice, THBPTTTTTTT, I suppose. After voicing out her boasts, as if trying to rouse both herself and her contractor, Beatrice stuck her tongue out. Echidna's eyes grew wider as she witnessed their exchange, followed by a shake of her head. Rather than wasting time arguing, it had better for her to believe that this was the best way to go about things, and commit to it. Indeed, it was so typical of Anastasia to have that instinct that allowed her to make split-second decisions. Echidna, there's no doubting that your opinions have come as a great help for us pretty much everywhere inside this tower. That's why it seems to me that handing this place over to you would give us our best chances of winning. Subaru, I feel honored, though I can't help but feel bad that you've ended up with Echidna's name. Echidna, regarding the matter of the deep influence my creator has, I'd like to find an opportunity to have a proper discussion about this after we settle things. Is there anything you want me to pass on to Julius? Subaru. Echidna tacked that question onto the end, just before she turned her back to leave. Subaru could still sense Julius fighting a floor above them, using the effects of Corleonis, now that he thought about it. This meant that he'd met back up with all of his friends inside the tower, bar him. Given that Julius had also been really worried about him when he'd lost his memories, Subaru wondered whether he needed to tell him that he'd gotten them back. However, Subaru, nope, not really. He had no words that he needed to tell Julius Euculius, who lay locked in combat with Reed Astrea. After all, Subaru's plan had been to assign the best people to their most suitable posts amidst this dismal state of affairs. That's why he'd gone around talking to them. After all, he'd needed to reshuffle their roles. However, he didn't need to do that for Julius, because his post lay nowhere else but against Reed Astrea. Subaru, at this point, I can literally only say attaboy to him. He'd still end up going to Reed, even if I didn't mention anything. Thanks to that, he'd been able to talk with Shola before transforming into the giant scorpion. The familiar words of love she'd uttered in the end had provided Subaru with a boundless strength. A fire had been lit in his heart when he'd told her that he'd definitely help her. So that was why Subaru. Everything I needed to say has already been said by the previous me, as well as the me a little before that. I don't have anything else to add now. He is Julius Euculius after all. Natsuki Subaru fully acknowledged that an unyielding fate existed in this world. The many problems shrouding the watchtower were impossible to avoid. They would always rear their ugly heads at them. But being unavoidable and unsurmountable were two completely different stories. If it was fate for Reed Astrea to stand against Julius, then what came beyond that was also inevitable. The one who was going to slay Reed Astrea reborn was Julius Euculius. Echidna. I see. I'll just tell him as it is then. Subaru. Oh wait, there is something. Since everyone's having a hard time here, tell him to hurry his ass and settle things there, then come give back up to the others. TL note. Subaru uses Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter in this chapter for help back up, which Echidna wouldn't understand properly since it's an English loanword. The reason I've put a TL note here is because it becomes slightly relevant in the next chapter. Subaru waved at Echidna as she began to rush off to her duties with a strained smile on her face. After seeing her off, he turned towards Emilia, who was busy cutting down a pair of witch beasts with a sword of ice, over by where Echidna was heading to. Subaru, Emilia-tan, it's going to be just as we discussed. I'm counting on you, Emilia-tan. Emilia, MHM, leave it to me. You're the one who mustn't die here, Subaru. Subaru, of course I won't. Emilia's words were only natural, however. They made Subaru raise his fist, feeling more overwhelmed than usual. He didn't want to die. The reason for that remained unchanged, but now he had more of them why he needed to avoid it at all costs. The dangers of returning by death in this situation were nigh unspeakable. If his restart point hadn't changed, then he'd go back to the stage before he'd separated Louis Arneb, along with her witch factor, from himself. As for what kind of trouble that would bring, neither he nor anyone else could know. Would Louis vanish from Subaru's body or not? The Hall of Memories lay somewhat out of the normal scheme of things, so he didn't know whether it would avoid the effects of his return by death. Everything was so unclear. So that meant, Subaru, this time we're going to settle things here. Following Subaru's affirmation, Emilia grabbed a hold of Echidna and left the balcony. The girls would be going to their respective field of battle, and likewise, so would Subaru and his group. Melee, Tilda T now. All of that sounded like gibberish to M tilde E. Any chance you could explain things to me, pro tilde Pearly? Melee had been patient and not interrupted his conversation with Echidna, but she'd called out to him when she noticed that only he and Beatrice had remained on the balcony. Subaru gave her a thumbs up and flashed her a devilish smile, showing all of his teeth. There'd been only one reason why Subaru hadn't called out to Melee in these last moments like Julius. She was already in her ideal field of battle. Subaru, I'm sorry, Melee, but you're going to be joining us. Me, you and Biko are going to be holding down two of these corners, the giant scorpion and the swarm of witch beasts. Melee, that's really not much of an explanation. Beatrice, she's coming, in fact. He didn't have the time to give Melee a more detailed explanation, as she gave a swing of her braided hair with a puff of her cheeks. The very next instant, a massive creature jumped up from the outer wall of the tower, onto the balcony, as if in response to what Beatrice had said. The creature had a jet-black shell, red compounded eyes, and ferocious-looking pincers. Subaru. So, you're a 400-year-old hikikomori, yeah. Subaru let out a quick sigh before nimbly picking Beatrice up from his side and snuggling her into his arms. Then, along with Melee, who'd rushed over to join them, they came face to face with the giant scorpion. Faced with their enemy who was still silently glaring at them, he gave a small smile, Subaru. This is a hikikomori showdown. Her over there clocks in at 400 years, whereas us two over here clock in at 401. Melee, isn't 402 more co-tilde erect when you count all three of us? Subaru. In other words, we're gonna win. Beatrice. I don't get what any of this means, other than the part you said about winning, I suppose. Held within his arms, Beatrice shouted at Subaru and Melee for joking about together. And just like that, surrounded by just the right amount of tension, he glared at the giant scorpion and let out a sigh. Now things had shaped up to become his foreseen matchups. All that was left now, Subaru. I'm seriously counting on you, Emilia-tan. You're the key to everything. The battle against the four corners enclosing the Pleiades watchtower had officially begun. Did you enjoy reading this translation of The Ray, Zero Starting Life in Another World unlicensed web novel? Please consider supporting the translators of the Witch Cult translation team through our Patreon. Arc 6, Chapter 79, Ready, Steady, Go. It's with great thanks to Troost Americanaran, who has allowed WCT to use his commission, that we can provide this chapter for you all to read. All credits for his donation rest with him. Commission translated by Archbishop Sapa, Ice, Archbishop Art Sources, Archbishop. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. The giant scorpion was the one who fired off the first blow to start the battle. Its red compound eyes glittered brightly, and immediately afterwards, a white ray of light gushed forth from its swinging tail. What was terrifying about that was that its blow, meant as a fatal one for them, had been fired off without even one of its typical cries. With nary even a hiss, the giant scorpion nonchalantly rained death down towards them. Subaru had tons of bad memories associated with that white light. Specifically, he'd been killed by it in around half of his 15-plus attempts inside the tower. Nevertheless, given that he'd been killed so much by it, he did learn a thing or two, despite how much he despised it. Namely, Subaru, the time it takes to charge up, and the signs it shows when it's about to attack. The scorpion's compound eyes and stinger both glowed a smidgen more when it was about to unleash an attack. These signs were so subtle, to the point he'd thought he was just seeing things, but this eye for survival was what Subaru had developed through his mortal trial and errors. Making full use of it, Subaru ran with Beatrice in his arms, taking it upon himself to close the gap between them and the giant scorpion. Reason being, Subaru. Its charging speed is pretty damn slow. With a twist of his body, he dodged the white ray light that had welled forth as he said that. Even if he'd called the ray of light slow, it was still much faster than a pitch from a shoddy high school baseball player. Fortunately, though, he was confident in his ability to tell whether a pitch was good or not. And in any case, there was no way he was going to stay alive without being able to do that. A great man had once said that life was all about trial and error, though he probably hadn't been envisioning these life or death situations when he'd said that. Even so, you learn by making mistakes. That was an immutable truth. Subaru, luckily, had the ability to go through trial and error in life or death situations. He made full use of that to find his eye for survival. Thus this was Natsuki Subaru's arena. Subaru, I'm sorry for not being able to live up to all your expectations, other me. TL note, Subaru in fact refers to himself using Chinese letter here. I opted to use other me purely because it sounds crisper in English, but he literally is just saying me. Subaru dished out a heartfelt apology to his other self who'd sought out an almighty Natsuki Subaru. It was like he was saying to them, I'm sorry for only being able to fight dirty. Beatrice, though, reacted with a snorted HMPH. She was still held tightly in between his arms, dancing this jig of life and death with him. Beatrice, what are you talking about, in fact? You've never failed to live up to our expectations, I suppose. Beatrice spoke up, then raised her hand up in a flash. From her thin lips she chanted the word Murak, a kind of yin magic that tampered with the law of gravity. The giant scorpion had once been hit with its effects and pushed far away below them. So this time, the scorpion braced its jet-black shell and planted its legs firmly so that it wouldn't go through the same thing again. However, Meili, you're just playing into my hands if you're going to stay, Sty, tilde LL. A barrage of witch beasts began to assail the unmoving giant scorpion. The strange-looking witch beasts Meili had ordered the attack from were called Hain Magura. They looked like what you get if you crossed wings and horns together. And just like bullets that held no fear of death, they shot towards the giant scorpion and unhesitatingly struck its tough shell with their horns. The sounds of them crashing against it overlapped with the sounds of shattering. The giant scorpion writhed in pain and raised its large pincers in retaliation. Letter 3-1, letter 3-1. What followed the attack in their stead was the bizarrest of all bizarre-looking figures, a being that was the very manifestation of a nightmare-ridden night, the centaur that was a cross between man and horse, the hungry horse king. The terrible wail of babies swept through the watchtower's balcony. Along with it came a grating roar that made him want to cover his ears up, and then a burst of flames which violently filled the area around them, almost all the way up to the sky. Hungry Horse King. Letter 3-1, letter 3-1. The Hungry Horse King didn't hesitate and thrust its fiery spear right into the heart of the flames. Its red-hot tip was going to land a critical hit that would burn through even the scorpion's iron-like shell. The giant scorpion was overwhelmingly strong when it came to plain fighting strength. However, that didn't mean attacks wouldn't work against it. It felt pain if struck, just like any living creature. It felt pain if struck. Subaru. Thus the giant scorpion embodied the then everything's hunky-dory so long as I'm not hit sort of mantra. It caught the fiery spear with one of its enormous pincers and severed the hungry Horse King's arm in one swoop. The Horse King tried to regenerate its wound, but it had been ruthlessly cauterized by its own fiery spear. The squirming, bubbling flesh of its wound, trying to regenerate itself, stopped in its tracks. Subaru had been able to obtain an unnecessary tidbit from this. namely, that it wouldn't be able to regenerate its burnt wounds. The hungry Horse King was now stopped in its tracks, but then the giant scorpion's stinger went off with a bang into the hungry Horse King's body, causing its large body to burst open from within. The hungry Horse King's flesh and blood scattered everywhere, and along with it went its life. Even the Magura who'd been smashed against the scorpion's shell ended up dead when their horn, which was fused with their head, broke. The way they fought by tragically throwing away their lives was one that could naturally be cursed as utterly barbaric. It would be wrong of Subaru to close his eyes to this and dismiss it, as there's no problem with that since they're a witch beast. However, he also wasn't planning on glossing things over by saying all lives are created equally. Life had value to it, and without a doubt, there were differences in their values. There were clear differences in the way he felt about the weight of the lives of those who were precious to him and those who weren't. He wasn't going to hide that behind any deceptions. That's why he was going to make full use of the witch beast's lives to win this fight. Therefore, Subaru, though you're doing the right thing overlooking me, you're still making a big mistake. With the witch beast vanguard repelled, Subaru confidently stepped through the floor, which was now coated red. Carrying Beatrice in his left arm, he drew out his whip with his right and swung it up. Dubbed the Guilty Whip, its blasphemous finishing touches had been done using the corpse of his former foe Natsuki. Subaru cracked it through the air. His super-quick whiplash scored a direct hit on the giant scorpion's shell. The scorpion let out a thunderous cry and glared at Subaru with its red, compound eyes. There were no signs that he'd caused any damage to it, nor that it was feeling any pain, but he was fine with that. His aim hadn't been to inflict any damage on it. That had probably been why it had put off dealing with Subaru until last, after the other witch beasts. The great scorpion's decision was both right and wrong. Subaru, W. Beatrice. We caught a big one, in fact. His whip had snared itself around the scorpion's shell. With that, the scorpion's massive body would shoot up when he tugged with all his might, thanks to the recoil. This was made possible by the fact that the effects of Beatrice's yin magic were still in play, drastically decreasing the weight of the titanic beast. The giant scorpion immediately tried to plant itself firmly on the ground. However, the vast quantities of blood and entrails at its feet made the conditions extremely poor for getting a firm grip. Subaru reeled the scorpion up in one swoop as it tried to cling onto the floor with its sharp talons. From an outsider's perspective, the situation almost looked like Subaru was swinging the giant beast about using some form of superhuman strength. But this grandiose spectacle on display had only been made possible thanks to Beatrice's help. And so he kept swinging the giant scorpion's body as much as he could with his whip, until finally he hurled it away. Subaru, bon voyage. The giant scorpion's body spun around in midair, carrying its supergiant swinging momentum. As it spun around uncontrollably, it tried to hit Subaru with a white ray of light, showing pinpoint targeting. However, Beatrice raised her hand up to knock it away. She materialized glowing purple crystals in midair and used them to shoot the white ray of light down head-on. As their coordination sprung to life, Subaru released the giant scorpion from his whip, and it flew away towards the sky once more. Subaru, this should buy us more time. Subaru found a reprieve out of this mess with this precarious attack, although he had to allow some concessions to win out in the end. However, his eyes widened in surprise before he could finish what he was saying. Right before his eyes, the giant scorpion began to perform an astonishing feat of acrobatics as it hurtled away. With a slash from its enormous pincers, it severed its own tail at the root. Just like that, its tail flew away, scattering dark red bodily fluids in its wake. Yet a white ray of light was fired off from the very tip of it. It slammed against the now tailless scorpion and blew it back towards the balcony of the watchtower with tremendous force. All that work in making it lighter and practically weightless, and now it had made it back to the balcony, bringing a shockwave with it. It dug its enormous pincers into the floor to stop its momentum, before then pointing its glare at them. Subaru, those were some acrobatics you did. But if that means you've lost your tail, then all the better for us, Scorpion. Subaru, hey, wait a sec, wait a sec, wait a sec, wait a sec. The giant scorpion had landed and lowered its body, putting itself on guard as more darkish red blood poured out from its tail. But its wound hadn't gotten any deeper. Quite the opposite, in fact. Its severed tail was regrowing from its stump, and it wasn't only its tail. The cracks in its shell that had come from firing the white ray of light at itself, so to blow it back, were also bubbling away. He could see those wounds filling in as well. Subaru, it's tough, smart, and heals. Aren't we just getting more and more of these unshola-like features? Healing aside, Shola's body was soft, and she wasn't in the least bit smart. Nevertheless, the giant scorpion had shed all of these traits and was now coming at them with its overwhelming killing power. It haphazardly swung its newly grown tail about, releasing its stingers all around into the surroundings. Its attack was a ranged one that showed no signs of its typical tells, so it was safe to say that it was the worst kind of attack for Subaru and Beatrice to be subjected to, given how much they fell short in strength. Subaru, woo-oh-ah, Beatrice. Subaru will have to fly, I suppose. They had no means to escape from the white rays of light the scorpion had fired off, at least on terra firma. That said, a means of escape had presented itself in the skies. Beatrice quickly released her magic from the scorpion and called back to Subaru. Subaru kicked off from the ground and jumped up into the air with all his might, trusting in his partner, regardless of whether her magic was actually going to work. The white rays of light began to shatter the balcony, with one of them just barely grazing his feet. Subaru, that was really close. Beatrice, don't speak so soon, in fact. They'd literally jumped over the possibility of death, but they had no time for relief. The same thing had happened as before when Subaru and Beatrice had laid their attack onto the giant scorpion. Escaping up to the skies meant that they'd lost both their foothold and escape route. All that was left for them was to be destroyed by one of the scorpion's attacks. Subaru, Biko, Original Spell Part 2. Although this trump card could only be used 3 times a day, there was no way they could risk messing up by not using it and dying as a result. The moment Subaru squeezed her shoulders tightly, Beatrice came to the same conclusion as well. She'd have their special technique ready for deployment in a jiffy, which would make Subaru invincible for a set amount of time. Letter 3-1, Subaru. Whoa, Beatrice, wah. She and Subaru were grabbed from the side before she could cast the technique. A white ray of light passed through the space which they'd been in a moment ago, almost evaporating them. The only thing that had saved them from that demise and was keeping them from being pursued by the great scorpion was Subaru. That was close. What even happened, Guy? Beatrice, I suppose. Subaru checked to see what was going on as he clinged to something rubbery. His voice caught in astonishment. Likewise, Beatrice also had quite the frown on her face. This was because the one who'd saved them from the giant scorpion's attack and was still giving it their all to protect them was a mauve-colored, vicious-looking witch beast, a hungry horse king. Subaru, I never thought we'd be here fighting together at the climax when I first saw you down in the underground. Hungry horse king. Letter 3-1. The hungry horse king let out an ear-splitting cry in reply to Subaru's bluff. His face tensed up at that. Then another hungry horse king pulled over next to them. Clinging to that horse king's back was Meili's small body. Meili, it looked to me like you were about to pull out your trump card. We tilde rent you. Try to be a lie tilde TTLE more careful. Oni Isan's and Beatrice Jan's trump card is a lifeline for me as well after a tilde LL. Subaru, nice save, nice support. You did well, Meili. Can we change the field of battle at this rate? Meili, you mean you want us to change locations? I sure can, boo tilde T, Subaru. Then please go for it. We have too few escape routes here for starters. Scanning the surroundings, Subaru decided to beat a retreat from the balcony since there weren't many places left to stand on. Tons of witchbeast corpses were already littered about there, and with how things were, weird accidents would be prone to happen. Meili gave some thought to the efficiency of his decision, and then nodded. She clapped her hungry horse king on its back and gave the 2 of them their orders. As soon as they heard her words, the 2 horse kings picked up their pace and jumped down from the balcony onto the wall of the watchtower. They began to run down it without wasting any time at breakneck speeds. Subaru, wah. Beatrice, wabba-babba-babba in fact. Subaru and Beatrice yelled out in tandem, hugging each other as they faced this unexpected hard ride. At the same time, though, he could only take his hat off at Meili for being able to tame hungry horse kings of all things and have them be part of their troops. Subaru. With the supremely powerful hungry horse kings at their head, the Magura flying through the skies, the colossal sandworms, courtesan bears, and other countless witch beasts on the ground as their allies. They had quite a wide range of strategy available to them. It could be said that they were the ideal partners for Subaru, since his plan was to keep stalling for time by dishing out one delay tactic after the other. Subaru, we're really being spoilt for choice with how many ways we have to attack. And I may be way more compatible than I'd ever thought Meili. Meili, duent say that, Oni-san. I really wouldn't want Petra and Beatrice Janglar Tilda ring at me. Subaru exchanged shouts with Meili as they galloped down the watchtower in vertical fashion. The latter gave Subaru a sullen frown in response to his casual chit-chat as she clung onto her hungry horse king's back. Her reaction slightly hurt his innocent male sensibilities, but right now was the time to ignore such trivial wounds. Subaru, round two's gonna start when we drop onto the sand sea. She's gonna come after me. So for the time being, she shouldn't interfere with anyone inside the tower. Meili, Butilda T was still stuck without a way to beat her, yeah. No matter how much time we spend running around, we're not gonna be able to grab a win, right, Tilda GHT. Since they were in the Ogria sand dunes, they had witch beasts in endless supply. Thus their witch beast ammo was never going to run out. However, all that gave them was the ability to continue waging their battle, rather than a surefire way to beat the Scorpion. Subaru. He glanced over at Meili. Sweat was dripping from her forehead, which she was wiping away at, and her breaths were slightly labored. That was in part due to how strange she was, being caught smack dab in between the hammer and anvil that was the battlefield. However, he couldn't help but think that it was also in part due to the toll which controlling witch beasts had on her. Though this was something which Subaru couldn't really comprehend, since he didn't hold a divine protection, there was enough of a chance for a divine protection to become toxic when overused. Subaru. Otto did joke about this, saying stuff like the world was hellish back when he couldn't control his divine protection. Maybe those words that Otto had spluttered out when drunk were nothing to sneeze at. If divine protections became burdensome like Otto had said, then there'd be a limit to how much Meili could fight as well. Their defeat would instantly be set in stone were Meili to fall in battle. In other words, Subaru. Indeed, this battle will be decided by how much I coddle Meili as a princess. Beatrice. What an inexcusable plan, I suppose. Right after Beatrice raised her eyebrows in response to Subaru's declaration, a shock ran through their entire bodies. It served as a sign that the hungry horse kings had reached their final stop after running down the tower at breakneck speeds, meaning they'd broken past the vertical wall of the watchtower and arrived back at the sand sea. Subaru. It's not like it's gone anywhere at the end of the day, but when you drop down to it like this, it feels way more different. Beatrice. How does it feel, in fact? Subaru. Absolutely awful. I hate how deserts are just full of sand. It reminds me of how I never liked the desert stages you often got in games as well. Sometimes, depending on the game system, the HP of his character would start ticking down by doing nothing but walking in the searing heat. This sand sea had nothing to do with the scorching sand you got in those, but even so, he didn't have any fond memories of it, made all the worse by the fact that they were surrounded by countless swarms of witch beasts. Subaru, though I know they aren't going to attack us. A sickly sweet aroma that made him want to wrinkle his nose was floating about, accompanied by a far worse beastly stench. He could pretty much say that the air around the sand sea was one of the crummiest in the world, though with the environment being filled with tons of witch beasts, some familiar, others not. Perhaps witch beast researchers or whatever would drool over that. Unfortunately, it only made Subaru and his team feel uneasy. Meili. S. Tildero, what's your answer to my question? Meili rode her hungry horse king over to Subaru and Beatrice as the former shuddered. She wanted an answer to her question. Subaru glanced up at the tower and then replied, Subaru. It's as you say, we can't do anything about the giant scorpion about Shola. That's why Emiliatan holds the key to everything. Meili, are you talking about that silver-haired one-san from earlier? Subaru. Yeah. Emiliatan and the fifth rule are the key to everything. Subaru gave the puzzled Meili a nod before sticking his palm up in front of her. He spread out all 5 of his fingers, marking the rules imposed on them as challengers of the Pleiades watchtower. Subaru, we can't leave without completing the trials. We can't break the trial rules. We aren't allowed to disrespect the libraries. We mustn't damage the tower. And finally, Meili, HM. Meili should have heard the first four rules, but she didn't know the fifth one. Shola had been trying to hide it, so only Subaru, who'd returned by death, knew what it was, as well as Shola herself, of course. The fifth rule that Shola had zipped her lips shut and refused to tell them was Subaru. It is not forbidden to destroy the trials, meaning we can destroy the rules of this tower. As challengers, the trials constrain their actions. At the same time, though, the rules also constrained Shola's actions since she was one of their examiners. Shola was bound by the rules of the tower. So, even though she didn't want to kill them, she couldn't escape from the fate that bound her to try, and do so through her giant scorpion transformation. If those shackles had been binding her for over 400 years, then Beatrice. She's coming, I suppose. A great plume of smoke rose before their eyes just after her warning. An accompanying shockwave came from the giant silhouette that had leaped down from the balcony without any hesitation, rather than running straight down the tower. He could hear the heavy grating sound of its large pincers coming from the thick of the smoke. The giant scorpion slowly emerged from within. Its compound eyes were pointed directly at Subaru instead of at the countless enemies around them. Subaru, Biko, Meili, we need to buy some time. Emiliatan's victory is the condition for ours. Beatrice, I get you loud and clear, in fact. Meili, and exactly how long is she going to take to achieve Thar tilde T? Subaru, as fast as she possibly can. Emilia was always earnest and extremely hardworking. Thus, there was no way she was going to compromise or slack off with the problems they were facing. The results she delivered were always the best she could give, and with it came the highest firepower she could muster. Subaru believed in that, he loved that, he cherished that. That's why he was going to be able to stand his ground here. Subaru, now then, let's do this. We're gonna break fate. No, we're gonna break the tower system. I see, so that's why you're... Yeah, it's like that. Subaru told me that I'd definitely find a way to rewrite the situation we're in if I go up to the very top of the tower. Emilia focused on running as fast as she could, giving her only a brisk reply. She was holding Echidna in her arms as she ran, with the latter trying to make her body as small as possible. At first, Emilia had taken her by the hand as they ran, but being slowed down by her, she'd ended up picking her up partway through, and she'd remained like that ever since. In fact, it was much faster this way, and it strained her body far less, so it was a huge help. Even so, Echidna, shouldn't it be you who needs to save their strength? You haven't got a clue what's lying in wait for you, right? Emilia, ha! Oh, you don't need to worry. Anastasia-san's body is really light, and it's not like it's gotten any heavier even with you in it. It's no sweat off my back. Echidna, my presence doesn't really have anything to do with Anna's weight, like, not at all. Faced with those slightly amiss answers, Echidna looked at Emilia, rather, at the beauty of the unfamiliar half-elf as she felt the struggles within herself. This unfamiliar half-elf was one of her companions who'd had her very name stolen away by the authority of gluttony. Her circumstances were pretty much like Julius, but the way she was behaving was far different compared to him. Were their intrinsic personalities different? Or was it perhaps a difference in the people who were there to support them? Echidna, doesn't it terrify you that you've been forgotten? Emilia, it's really scary and lonely. But I don't have the time to sit down and curl up in fear, wouldn't you think? Emilia gave a brutally honest reply to Echidna's hushed question. The strength behind her change seemed like a testament of her mental fortitude, or perhaps it was down to some other factor. Emilia had said before, I'm not worried because Subaru remembers me. They've been awfully simple words, the stuff you'd see in dreams. Yet at the same time, they seemed to be the truth. Echidna. It wasn't clear what made Natsuki Subaru impervious to the effects of the authority of gluttony, though strictly speaking it wasn't like even he was completely impervious to it. In fact, hadn't he said that the reason he'd lost his memories had been due to an unexpected encounter with gluttony? So Echidna couldn't definitively say that Subaru's specialness was the main cause behind everything that occurred, meaning there should have still been a certain possibility. As in, couldn't they have protected their names and memories somehow? If they could have done that, then both Anastasia and Julius, Echidna. When she stopped to think about how Julius felt, having been forgotten by everyone, could anyone even blame him for faltering? Though, when she looked at Emilia's strength after she'd been placed in the same situation, she couldn't help but wonder what was different between the two. The difference must have come in who was at their side. The difference must have been in who was beside them, supporting them. Likewise, wouldn't Julius not have collapsed if he'd had some support? And shouldn't someone have been there like Natsuki Subaru had for Emilia? Echidna, what should I do? Echidna couldn't find an answer to that question within herself. It was so bad that she felt like this may have been the first time in her life as an empty artificial spirit where she'd been at such a loss with herself. Emilia, Echidna, Echidna, it's nothing. More importantly, is it true that you managed to find a way through Reed Estria's violence and past the second floor's trial before? Emilia, yeah, it is. It's really hard to explain now that you've forgot. Emilia gave her an adorable puff of her cheeks, but the fact of the matter was she was embarrassed by how she'd beaten the trial of that man, who was the very picture of violence itself. Echidna never for one moment imagined that she'd be lying in this situation. Despite only knowing her for a short time, Echidna could tell that her nature wasn't suited to telling fibs. So everything must have been true. It had only been for a few moments, but judging by how she'd stood up against the giant scorpion on the balcony, there was no doubt that she was quite the capable fighter. So the only remaining issue was Echidna. So you can find a way to fix this situation if you go up to the very top of the tower. What's your basis for that? Emilia. Subaru told me that he heard what the fifth rule was from Shola. Plus, Subaru's thought long and hard about this before coming up with the idea, so I'm pretty sure it's the right way to go about things. Echidna, to me that seems like an idea based on excessive blind faith. But, Emilia, if you're still full of doubts, we can address them, but I don't think now's the time for it. And didn't you come here with me because you believe in Subaru as well? Echidna was lost for words as Emilia turned her crystal-clear eyes over to her. Seeing Echidna's reaction, Emilia gave her a smile that was tinged with delight, even if it seemed a tad out of place. Emilia, you see, my esteemed knight is really giving it his all for us. Emilia showed with her attitude that she was proud of the fact that their hard work was being appreciated. In response to that, Echidna likewise felt an odd pang of emotion. She placed her palm over Anastasia's flat chest and breathed out a sigh. Echidna, these sorts of emotions are dangerous, Echidna warned herself. They were completely irrational and out of place. At the very least, it wasn't something she ought to feel at a time like this. She needed to forget them if she could, and if not, then at the very least she should forget them for the time being. Emilia, Subaru's relying on me. Echidna felt, amongst other things, envious of her. She who believed so much in her companion, who was that much closer to her. I need to forget this present moment and focus on overcoming the situation we're in, Echidna thought to herself. Echidna. Emilia's long legs moved gracefully as she flew up the stairs. Then, after they'd climbed up what should have been quite a lot of steps, a tremendous flash of silver came into view, scattering sparks everywhere. With their vision now unobstructed, they saw a battle unfolding wherever they looked. With his lilac hair aflutter and white uniform stained with blood stood Julius Euculius, and the person he was up against was Julius, GHKHH. Whoa. Dawson, look like you can do anything about me like that, you prick. Don't go underestimating me, you prick. Did you come here to mess about? If you want to mess about, then go put on some makeup. When you do, I'm gonna step on you, bully you, and ruffle you about, you damn prick. The very embodiment of violence, Reed Estria let loose a nightmarish slash with the pair of chopsticks he held in his hands as he swore. He was dancing a dance macabre with the second floor as his stage. Theirs was a battle that transcended what humanity could fathom. Even so, the fact that Julius was far inferior in strength to him was something that was so sadly obvious that it could be grasped instantly, even to the untrained eye. Julius. Dealing with the flurry of slashes and kicks coming from Reed, Julius countered by spinning his knight's sword around and thrusting it into one of the gaps. His sharp thrust derived from extraordinary technique seemed to be nothing more than a blur of light. Yet Reed easily avoided it with a yawn, and that was with his eye patch blocking part of his sight. Reed, ah. Julius looked on, stunned that Reed had avoided his thrust. Immediately afterwards, a casual-looking kick slammed into Julius' torso, with the soles of his zori digging straight into his abdominal muscles. Julius took a few steps back and let out a pained cry. Then a blow from one of his chopsticks dropped down towards his head. Reed, get pulverized, you prick. With a vertical flash, his slash, which came with a shockwave, cut through the air, space, and reason itself. His sword slash was so overwhelming that ways to even express it no longer came to their minds. It was so beautiful that even though his weapon had been a chopstick, one couldn't help but be captivated by it. Even if they were an amateur at swordplay, it was the pinnacle of swordplay, the very culmination of it, which was what was being manifested there. A slash so beautiful that you would probably die from just admiring it. Julius leapt aside, dodging it. The hem of his cloak didn't make it in time and was swallowed by Reed's blade, evaporating. A vertical groove was left carved into the second floor of the watchtower, which was made of unknown materials, as if it were all a jape. And to make matters worse, Reed, hey, aren't you Bane, naive if you're thinking you've escaped with that. Julius, HK, giving him a mocking smile, the air he'd cut through in the room warped and bent, with a gust of wind starting to roar. Julius, who should have managed to jump aside, gulped, and then was instantly dragged back to his feet, as if he were being pulled back towards the torn space, back into the range of Reed's sword slashes. To their disbelief, this was due to the force of gravity from the torn space restoring itself. It was pulling Julius back after his narrow brush with death straight into the range of the next blow. Reed began to throw a punch at Julius, unable to move due to what was happening. Emilia, that's enough. A split second before he released his punch, the sound of a chiming silver bell interjected between the two swordsmen. However, in contrast to the beautiful chime of her voice, the way she joined the fight was rather audacious. Echidna became lost for words, faced with that extreme spectacle in front of her. Reed, ha, Julius. Reed looked up above him, unable to conceal the suspicion in his voice. Julius, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide in surprise, utterly speechless. They were looking at the strange thing that had appeared above them, a block of ice that was so big that it covered the ceiling. This block of destruction that could instantly shatter even a dragon carriage into smithereens fell down towards the two swordsmen. Reed and Julius' reactions were contrastingly different. Julius leapt away to avoid the hurtling ice block, while Reed curved his lips up into a smile and laughed. Reed, ha! With a fierce smile on his face, Reed thrust up one of his chopsticks at the falling block of ice. His raised chopstick collided with the point of fall of the block. By some miracle, the forces between the 2 points stood at an equilibrium with each other, causing Reed's chopstick to bend, but preventing its fall. Reed stamped his Zori down firmly onto the floor. The force of it traveled through his chopstick and flowed into the ice block, which was still being held up by said chopstick. A crack began to run up the block as his chopstick snapped in half. Reed. Now, Wasson, that something. Reed spat those words out, and a split second later, the block of ice with a crack running through its center shattered in the blink of an eye. Chunks of ice began to rain down, and while basking in them, Reed slowly turned himself around. Receiving the piercing gaze from his blue, uncovered eye, Emilia pointed her palm at him, with a look of resolve setting in on her face. Their gazes crossed each other's, causing Reed to ogle at her in surprise. Reed, you're a real feisty one, ain't you? It's not like I dislike women like you, but what the hell, you twat, you're really damn hot, ain't you? One hell of a smockin' hottie. Why the hell's there such a smockin' hottie in the middle of this sand sea? Come on, you're gonna be my opponent, you twat. Emilia, my apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I do need to get Julius to beat you. Reed, wah. Emilia paid no heed to Reed's egoistic talk, and instead continued with a troubled look appearing on her face. Reed frowned at what she had said, but Julius was the one who was far more bewildered, having just been rescued. Though he'd managed to escape from the block of ice that Emilia had unleashed, he couldn't hide his suspicion towards the fact that she'd suddenly appeared. Keeping himself at a distance from Reed, he turned his yellow eyes to look over at Echidna, who was standing beside her, and spoke. Julius, I get that she helped me, but who on earth is she, Echidna? Echidna, it's kinda hard for me to explain her identity. But if I may put it simply, she's someone who's in the same boat as you, Julius. Julius, what the? Julius stared at Emilia once again, with his eyes widening slightly, probably because her features coincided with a being he knew about. Julius, a silver-haired, amethyst-eyed elf. No, I find it hard to believe that such a distinctive being would have suddenly turned up in the tower. Then, could it be that she's in light of the situation in the tower, as well as the peculiarities of her appearance, and the fact that her presence was nowhere to be found within him. Julius felt, out of his own accord, that something was not quite right. Julius came to the answer by himself. Seeing his startled eyes, Emilia gave him a firm nod. Emilia, Julius, right now I know exactly how you feel. Julius, then you indeed are. Given that they both had their names snatched away by gluttony, Julius immediately grasped what was going on, and as soon as he did, his conviction that Emilia was their ally appeared to grow. He stood in front of both Echidna and Emilia, protecting them, once again pointing his sword at Reed. Julius, you have my thanks for helping me out earlier. But I still don't quite get why you two have come rushing here considering what's going on in the tower. What's happening with the TAPPEI library and with Miss Rem and the situation outside. Echidna, there's an attempt underway to try and bring all these matters together so to deal with them all at once. The idea is Natsuki-kun's, and the ones helping him with it are all of us in the tower. Julius, it's Subaru's, but he's... A puzzled frown appeared on Julius' face as he heard Subaru's name wedged in the middle of her explanation. As far as he knew, Subaru should have faced Reed's Book of the Dead in the TAPPEI library, and his consciousness should have been in a state of disarray from his return. Beatrice had told him that his return had been difficult. Thus, Julius had continued to fight against Reed so that they could overcome the turmoil in the tower in his own way. Therefore, even if she was saying Subaru had woken up and came up with this idea, you could say it was only natural that there was no real link between spontaneity and recognition. Nevertheless, Reed, I haven't got anything against y'all getting all chummy with each other, but don't your pricks go jabbering away while ignoring me. The floor exploded with a loud bang, resulting in Julius receiving a blow from the intruding Reed's chopstick. Although he'd lost one chopstick, he still had another one left, and it wasn't like he had to use them. Even if he just fought empty-handed, it wasn't like his strength was going to diminish. Julius, KH, while buffeted by Reed's sharp attacks, Julius rallied himself and focused on keeping his desperate defense up. Seeing that, Reed unleashed a blow with one of his hands that could have literally felled even a dragon. At the same time, he stuck out his spare hand at Emilia as she searched for an opening, thrusting his fingers out at her. Reed, I ain't got a clue what you're trying to pull off, but I don't think I'm gonna let you do as you please, you twat. I'm gonna be your opponent after I'm done dealing with this novice. Ha! Reed abruptly tilted his head in doubt mid-sentence. He then brought his fingers of his spare hand to his eye-patched left eye and spat out a venomous tirade of, hey, yes. Reed, the hell, you twat. For some reason my hand ain't moving to stop you. Unless I've like suddenly become smitten by you, no way, you must have passed the trial. Emilia, yeah, I did. You lost because you touched my chest with your chopsticks. Reed, now that's one way of losing that I can really get behind. What a huge waste that I can't even remember it, you smarking hearty. Reed clucked his tongue. His words indicated that there was some shackle on him that wouldn't let him stop Emilia. In other words, it meant that the obstruction standing in between her and her duty was now gone. Emilia, Julius, Julius, you may go, my lovely lady. You who like me are of unknown name. Turning only his head around, he interrupted Emilia as she was about to say something. Seeing his knight's sword now held at the ready again, Emilia kept her silence at his words. Seeing the surprise on her face, Julius gave her a gallant smile. Julius, you have your duty to carry out. I know it's something I won't be able to help you with, but that's fine with me. I pray everything goes well. Emilia, yeah, for you too. Receiving Julius' encouragement, Emilia nodded at him and then broke out into a run. Reed didn't make any attempt at stopping her. The one-eyed red lion let her pass by him and saw her off. Then, as Emilia reached the front of the staircase in the innermost part of the second floor that would lead the way up, she stopped in her tracks and turned around. Emilia, it's Emilia. Julius, Emilia, my name is Emilia, just Emilia. I'll definitely see you again later. Leaving her name behind, Emilia ran up the stairs with an air of elegance about her. Echidna let out a long, long sigh as she watched her disappear from sight. From here on out, Emilia's duty was to head to the top. So Echidna's duty was to Julius. You're not going anywhere. Are you planning on watching me fight? Echidna, only if you'll let me do so. Well, no, I suppose not. I'm the one who's decided to do that. Julius, Julius glanced towards Echidna, who was standing by the wall, and then pursed his lips together. She took a quick gasp of air as she witnessed all kinds of emotions flitting across the profile of his face. Echidna, it's not like I can do anything, but if Anna were here, she would have probably done this. No matter where I am in this tower, I will always be subject to danger. Given that, I shall stand behind you out of my own volition. Because, Julius, Echidna, because you are Anastasia Harshen's knight. Isn't that right? It took a tremendous amount of courage to believe in something that didn't feel real. It was nigh impossible to grasp just how much strength it took to believe in something that had no concrete basis, to the point that it would make her feel relieved, at least when compared to believing in something that was actually tangible. Regardless, Echidna spoke those words to the man before her eyes, his back facing away from her, while believing in that uncertainty. Julius. Julius lowered his long-lashed eyes in response and softly let out a deep, long sigh. Julius, you're able to give me more strength than you give yourself credit for, merely from the fact that someone went and summoned their courage to believe and hold expectations in a me who may not be anyone anymore. Echidna, Julius. For Julius, the footing he'd lost had become uncertain. For Echidna, the bonds which she was supposed to know had become ambiguous. The two of them had to rely on something so shaky to build this relationship, which altogether differed to the one that they should have been bound by. Nevertheless, at this very moment, the two of them must have surely been seeing the same thing. So for that reason, Echidna, Julius, I have a message for you. Julius, a message. Echidna, yeah, everyone's fighting all over the tower, so he said to hurry your ass and settle things here, then come help the others, Julius. Echidna could tell that this was his kind of encouragement, thus she conveyed it to him exactly as she'd heard. Julius, slender shoulders tensed slightly after he heard it. He digested the contents of the message and took it on board. His response following it was loud and clear. Julius. How it almost seemed like he'd let out a short, sharp gasp of air, but it wasn't like that at all. He'd let out a laugh. He breathed out a single gasp of air from the pit of his stomach to wheeze out that laugh. The fact that Julius Euculius was facing battle with a smile on his face would have been a thing to marvel about, had there been anyone here who knew Julius. Julius. If he's broken out of his shell, then I mustn't lose here either. His expression of determination was quiet, yet full of hidden zeal. Julius raised his knight's sword in front of him and faced his foe, reflecting himself in his blade. Reed had been lodging a bored look on his face for a while, but now he was grinning like a shark. Reed, you really kicked into gear, didn't you, you prick? Julius, pardon me, but when it comes to fighting, I always take it seriously. Reed, no, that ain't what I mean. You get it right. Even if I don't spell it out for you, you prick. Reed lifted his left hand up with a grin still plastered on his face. He flipped his eye patch up and uncovered his eye. Thus, with his perfectly functioning blue eyes, the peak of all swordsmen pointed his cheerful murderous intent towards his challenger. His sword spirit was so formidable that anyone faint of heart would have been killed by the glint in his eyes alone. However, Julius met that sharp glint of his head-on, and Echidna behind him likewise braced herself and endured it. Seeing the two of them endure the raging storm of his sword spirit, Reed loudly clacked his fangs together. Reed, I am the stick swinger, Reed. Remember only my name before you disappear. Julius. Exchanging one's name in battle before crossing swords was a sign of recognizing a warrior as their equal. There was no knowing how much Reed really cared about that norm, but regardless of what he thought, the considerations of the person who'd basked in that had changed dramatically. Julius took a breath and prepared himself, stilling his raging heart. Julius, I shall give you my name once again. I am Julius Euculius, one and only knight to Anastasia Hashinsama, who stands as a royal selection candidate in the kingdom of Lugunica. It's time for me to give up acting the part of a nameless knight. He magnificently proclaimed his name so that it would be engraved in both he and the world itself. Leaving behind Julius and Echidna downstairs, Emilia continued to run up the steps. Her long legs were moving as fast as she could muster, skipping up the stairs 2 or 3 steps at a time. Though the speed she was going at was inordinate, her own thoughts were screaming at her to go faster and faster. Emilia. GNH. Emilia strongly gritted her teeth. A look of desperation was adorning her beautiful face in profile. She was worried about the two she'd left behind downstairs on the second floor. Reed was extremely strong, foul-mouthed, and a thug to boot. The two of them could easily get hurt both physically and mentally dealing with him. Naturally, Amelia's worries didn't just stop at Julius and Echidna. Would Subaru, Beatrice, and Maylie manage to keep Shola in check? Would Ram be able to play her part too? Would Patrash keep guard over Rem? Her anxieties, such as whether she was going to have to rebuild all her relationships from scratch with her name eaten, were never-ending. She felt like she was going to burst into tears if she took a moment to stop. However, she didn't stop. She didn't shed any tears either. She endured the tingling sensation at the back of her throat. Emilia, nothing is over yet after all. The fact that they believed in her, and that they were able to believe in her, was what was propping Emilia's entirety up right now. She was full of worries, brimming with anxiety, but she was also full of "I believe in you," which trumped over those emotions. Emilia, HK, there's a light. As she continued to pour her heart and soul in running up the stairs, Emilia's amethyst eyes caught a glimpse of a white glow at the far end of her field of view. She realized that it was coming from the end of this extremely long staircase, and that it would lead to the unknown first floor. The moment she comprehended that, she firmly kicked off from the floor and sped up even more. Then, finally, Emilia, I made it out. Emilia broke through into the light, where the staircase had ended in front of her. What unfurled itself before her eyes that instant wasn't an area that you could call a floor. Emilia, ha! Emilia stopped in her tracks, completely flabbergasted, and unintentionally let out her surprise at the scene she was faced with. Reflected in her amethyst eyes was not the next part of the familiar watchtower she'd come to expect. The walls had disappeared, as had the ceiling. Spread out all around her lay the vibrant blue sky. Emilia wasn't standing inside the building, but rather she was outside. She'd ended up emerging right on the rooftop at the top of the tower after running up the second floor's stairs. Emilia, the first floor's outside. This place is up even higher than the clouds. There was a vast, circular floor at the summit of the tower with no other partitions or anything that looked like a handrail at its edge. Therefore, she could easily look down below by going over to the edge of the floor. Clouds which should have been far above in the sky were brushing against the tower. Emilia's breath caught as she realized she'd come all the way up to the clouds, or was even above them. It was the first time Emilia had ever come to a place as high as this. However, despite receiving such a shock, she was quickly distracted by another profound emotion. There was a presence there that she hadn't been able to notice on account of how still and grand it kept itself. Emilia. Our Emilia had been busy looking at stuff like where she was, the height of the clouds, and what the situation was like on the first floor. She'd been late in noticing the being that had swept past the corner of her eyes. She slowly turned around and let out a large gasp. Even though Emilia had almost fallen into despair from being forgotten by the world with her name being taken from her, her heart had still stood firm in the end. But even that Emilia was lost for words in sheer awe. The being that had appeared before her eyes was utterly beyond the pale of her imagination. Because that being was, Emilia, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Its voice was solemn, and it felt like it was being roared directly into her soul. She realized that her voice was trembling. Was there anyone who could fault Emilia and call her weak-minded? No one would be able to. It would be impossible, because all living creatures had no choice but to prostrate themselves before this being, because this being's name was, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. With his huge body covered in glittering blue scales, the divine dragon, Volcanica, looked down upon Emilia and declared that, while exerting a presence that seemed like it would blow even her very soul out of existence. Outside of the tower commenced the battle of Shola, who had transformed into the titanic scorpion, against Subaru and the rest. In the second floor of the tower, the sword play of the grinning wielder of violence, Reed Estria and Julius, reopened. On the first floor of the tower, Emilia achieved an unforeseen encounter with the mighty existence awaiting there. And on the spiral staircase connecting the fourth floor and sixth floor of the TOWER Japanese letter, a tilde H, damn it tilde tsu. Even after stealing it and everything, It just feels like not having put it to decent use, doesn't it? G tilde Zias. Spitting away in irritation, the young boy clicked his tongue whilst tearing at his dark brown hair. Upon swinging down the hand, scratching his head, what had been generated therein was a beautiful, ornate sword shaped with ice. With the stolen name as the foundation, it was a special power which he had reconstructed, but contrary to its appearance, its regulation of mana was exquisitely arduous, and was quite difficult to use jointly with other memories. In the first place, combining the skills of multiple others required a suitable sense, and that was something which Roy and Louis were maladroit at. We tilde LL, it's because we excel in it that we are so able, but you know tilde W. Even within the trio of siblings possessing the authority of gluttony, each one's way of using the authority subtly differed. Amongst them, as one who took pride in being gourmet, the points he would like to object to in his younger brother and sister's ways weren't few. Japanese letter, FORTES connected to sense of superiority, though something like advice was unbefitting of him. The message won't get across to dear cute Louis, or that chap Roy, a tilde H. It can't be helped tilde Tsu. If the two of them are saying they can't do anything, then it can't be helped. That means that we can thoroughly lick the feasts present inside this tower down to the roots tilde Tsu. How nice, so nice, quite nice, very nice, as it's nice. It certainly is nice. Surely it is nice. Surely it must be nice, as it must be nice. Gluttonous drinking tilde Tsu. Gluttony tilde Tsu. Crunching the sword of ice in his hand, with his sharp fangs unraveled. Gluttony, Japanese letter, lay baiting Kato's, decided to itemize all of the targets inside the tower for his own platter, without leaving a single one. Fortunately, the situation had been served. What remained was to simply select the order, and what was to be the main COURSE Japanese letter, Japanese letter D. Oh, you think you have the privilege to be choosing that. How very easygoing. Lay. Japanese letter upon the voice descending from the top of the spiral staircase. Lay ceased chewing the ice and raised his head. Overhead, on the fourth floor, were light crimson eyes looking at Lay, who was standing on the staircase between the fourth floor and the fifth floor. With the same hue as blood or blaze, eyes with terribly icy heat, were looking down upon Lay's ferocious hunger as if pitying. ND Japanese letter, Ram. From what was said, it seems you were the one who tore apart Ram and Rem's sisterly love, isn't it? Japanese letter, KINDLY, die whilst baying like a pig. Did you enjoy reading this translation of The Ray, Zero Starting Life in Another World unlicensed web novel? Please consider supporting the translators of the Witch Cult translation team through our Patreon. Arc 6, Chapter 80, Death of the Mind. Translated by Archbishop Art Sources, Archbishop. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. A Japanese letter, IT, was the scent of rage. Fragrant, rich, it was the scent of highly pure rage. Prodigiously churning this slender, petite body, he understood that it would uplift it to greater heights. Lay, tilde Tsu, facing each other from the upper and lower ends of the spiral staircase, Baiting Kato's laughed with sadness and gloom upon Ram's caustic remark. The young girl with potent emotions conceived in her light crimson eyes, breathing in the resentment and hatred she directed towards him, Baiting Kato's tasted ecstasy. Should he state without giving much thought to selecting the wording, saying that this one breath was what he was living for wouldn't be an exaggeration? Lay, how nice, so nice, quite nice, very nice, as it's nice, isn't it nice? As there normally aren't any people who'd face us with such an enraged expression, you see, tilde. It sure is a really valuable feeling, isn't I tilde T? Do you understand? We wonder if you do understand tilde ND, the delight which we're feeling right now. Stepping on the ground upon expressing the vivifying emotion, Baiting Kato's licked his lips. Yes, this emotion and encounter was something Baiting Kato's normally couldn't ever hope for. The memories and names stolen through the authority of gluttony got disengaged from the world, and with the exception of Roy and Louis, it became impossible for anyone to even be cognizant of them. The grief of having lost someone precious, the rage of hesitation, the hollow sense of loss, anything and everything got evanesced entirely, beyond all help. Lay. So naturally, that's a matter of course. That's why we've never minded it, you see, Tilda. Whenever he operated as a member of the much-loathed witch cult, on copious occasions would he meet humans who directed their hatred towards his affiliation. However, never had there been one who knew of Lay Batenkato's deeds, who harbored hatred for Lay Batenkatos individually, who aimed to kill Lay Batenkato specifically. That natural divine providence brought forth by the authority of gluttony, that obvious unwritten law, had been overruled. Japanese letter WITH, the emergence of an outsider, who did not sustain the effects of the authority of gluttony. Lay, Natsuki Subaru, Tsu. Whispering the name of the man Louis had been attached to, Batenkato's attained a sweet ache in the depths of his slim chest. It was not as if he had taken influence by Louis. He had known about him, even prior to that. He had been thinking of him, powerfully, profoundly, far earlier than even Louis. That BEING Japanese letter, Lay. Japanese letter, NEE Sama, will also understand, Rai tilde GHT. The connection between the origin of this sweet ache in his chest and the young girl looking down towards him was deep. Japanese letter, NO, not merely deep. Two hearts that beat as one, irreplaceable individuals, saying that they were the other halves of each other would be unobjectionable as well. Thus, she would surely understand. These sweet, fleeting, far too mighty emotions. This sensation, blended with both love and hate, and the ache within the chest longing for release. That is why he addressed with half of his mouth open, pouring in that conviction, and EXPECT a TION Japanese letter, Ram. Ram's already told you. Japanese letter TO kindly die whilst baying like a pig. Lay. Japanese letter tilde HK. The subsequent instant, Ram's first move as she flew down after kicking the staircase, made Lay jump far backwards. He had narrowly managed to draw his body back, but the fine point of the wand being pointed out was accurately aiming for his right eye. Should he be slow in pulling back his head, it shall ransack his brain through the eyeball. Lay. Geez, Nisama is Mercil tilde SS. Had we eaten this one just now, forget about imitating the bay of a pig, we would have died unable to do anything tildetsu. Ram. Ram has reconsidered. If you were made to imitate something below the standard of a pig, then it'll surely be a real affront for the pig as well. Flying through the spiral staircase, his landing was delayed solely due to the difference in the levels of stairs. Whilst apprising her chilling intent to kill, Ram's furious assault waged a pursuit of fierce vigor towards Batenkato's. Whilst gyrating her slim figure, Ram pointed out her wand, fired a kick, drilled in a shot of the elbow. Batenkato's dodged them entirely through the handling of his body, but things like the hit which had grazed past his ear certainly possessed the vigor that upon a single hit would certainly lead to loss of faculty of that part of the body. Lay. Haha tildetsu. Scary. It's scary though you know tilde W. Batenkato's laughed, whilst using his body to evade the unhesitating strikes in pursuit of him. That wasn't flexibility, but exaltation. Japanese letter, NO, slight flexibility as well. Ram's martial arts were quite something. Lacking all forgiveness, she possessed no faltering in her aim to kill. Yet Batenkato's dodged with leisure and ease. The reason for that was quite simple. Lay. We already tilde Pearly know that Nisama is more amazing, you see tilde. The multitude of memories terminated and packed together within Batenkato's. Within them was a passionate one which adored Ram as an elder sister, which yearned for her infinite potential. The untiring trust and expectation towards Ram which those memories were endowed with conveyed their contrast with the Ram before his eyes, nearly to a sorrowful extent, to Batenkato's. To SUMMRRIZE Japanese letter, Lay. Japanese letter, NEE Sama without a horn, is nothing but a counterfeit which even Rem can substitute for. Isn't that right tilde GHT? Ram. Japanese letter, Lay. Ah, did you get angry? Have you gotten angry? If you want to get angry, then you can get angry perfectly fine, Nisama. Now that we think of it, we've never even had a proper sisterly quarrel before. Tilda W. Baiting Cato set forth the reminiscences as if a belonging of his own. Though Ram's cheeks stiffened in reaction to his speech and conduct, her attacks did not slacken. Baiting Cato's admiringly thought within his innermost heart that she was really quite pushing herself. It was famously known that Anis who lost their horns lost their bodily control, though it was unclear how much anguish it entailed. Ram had also been continually tormented due to that penalty. It was unknown just how many times the thought of wanting to take over her pain had come to mind. However, alongside that also came another thought. Japanese letter, THT oneself wouldn't be able to endure the anguish she bore. If the agony of losing the horn depended on the strength that Oni originally possessed, then Ram must have the greatest in that regard, which no other Oni in the world could share. Thus, commendation to her onrushing form by way of her own determination through that compelling anguish, and gratitude to her earnest wolfing stance with an unruffled facial expression. With the ripening of the greatest, supreme, premier flavor, to simply whom should he express his delight for being witness to the moment the rich aroma arose, he did not know. Japanese letter H, he hailed gratitude and admiration toward the miracle of happening across this gourmet delicacy. Lei, truly Tildatsu. Nisama is so wonderful Tildatsu. A murderous dance blended with love and hate unfolded on the spiral staircase. Whilst tasting that to his heart's content, Baiting Cato's blessed Ram's existence, and tilting his body, turning over, stooping down, dodging as per the memories craved, lay. Now with a tada, time for a COUNTERATT, a Japanese letter, Ram. How truly noisy. Surrounding Ram while she pointed out a wand, Baiting Cato's aimed for her fair neck, his side which had gotten into her undisputable blind spot, and Ram's line of sight entangled when she turned around. At that single moment, feeling intimidated, Baiting Cato's interrupted the strike and flew in evasion and escaped. However, the instant after wind grazed past his right cheek, he felt blood starting to drip out. Lei, Japanese letter, Tildatsu. Tracing his cut cheek with his hand, Baiting Cato's inhaled faintly. It was a wound he wasn't supposed to sustain. At the very least, the memories present within BATENK or ITOS Japanese letter, if he were to abide by the existence who best knew the prodigy Ram, then there didn't exist a future where he should sustained this wound. YET Japanese letter, Ram. Though Ram told you to bay disgracefully, an unsightly opponent's voice is also rough to hear. Ram doesn't intend to keep you company any longer, so you're getting killed. Lei, Nisama this is, Ram. If you had been evaluating Ram relying on the memories, then your evaluation is yet too naive. Looking at Baiting Cato's after he stained his cheek with blood by his hand, Ram gently brushed her pink hair, with a dreadfully cold sidelong glance towards this side, Ram. Were you intending to bring out Ram's true colors? If that's the case, then that is quite laughable. Japanese letter R or MS potential is infinite. After all, Lei. Japanese letter, Ram. Japanese letter R or M is Rem's Nisama. A baseless, careless remark. The reason why it echoed with such extraordinary convincibility was because that is how the memories, present within nobody but Baiting Cato's, had captured the existence of their elder sister. Recognizing that reality, Baiting Cato's erased his smile and distorted his cheeks in annoyance. Boring, uninteresting, she doesn't get it. Lei, both rage and hatred are spices for enhancing flavors. But if the taste of the spices is too strong, if it asserts itself too powerfully, then even that platter goes to waste. Guess Nisama, who doesn't cook, would be completely clueless about these customs, who tilde H. Ram. That's not true. There's nothing to hide. Ram's special dish is steamed potatoes after all. The memories which had vivid recollection of that resuscitated, and his stomach growled. Intentionally ignoring that call of the sense of emptiness and hunger in his stomach, Baiting Cato's casted his mood to play around aside. Ram was still yet to demonstrate the true worth of her strength. In other words, that meant not, but that she hadn't revealed everything even to the younger sister, who was physically quite similar to her. In other WORDS Japanese letter, Lei. Japanese letter, NEE Sama, won't trust even her little sister. Talk about the ultimate individualism. Isn't it, Ram? What a superficial way of understanding things. Ram doesn't know how many human lives you have tasted, but even those people don't come to mind. Everything aside from Rem is trifle. Repudiating Bait and Cato's outlook on meals, Ram straightened her light crimson eyes. And whilst caressing her own slim chest, Ram, kindly exert yourself as much as you can, Barusu. Calling out to the young boy not present here, extraordinary determination levitated across her cold expression. Ram, though something like collective destiny, makes one shiver. He took a deep inhale, with a cloth covering his mouth protecting him from swallowing the sand. If he were to be honest, then he would have preferred to have goggles as well, but that would be a hope too high. Prepared to have grains of sand fly into his eyeballs, he had no choice but simply be careful about his eyes within the vortex of the sandy whirlwind. Subaru, Biko, Maylie, we've got to pull through. Beatrice, Betty knows, in fact. Maylie, geez, you really don't know how to treat people, Tilda. The one traversing through his field of vision blurred by the sand was a fiendish existence clad in a jet-black shell. Approaching closer and taking a single attack by its great pincers meant forfeiting life. Taking distance, and should it succeed in its efforts to fire its tail stinger meant forfeiting life. There were multiple other conditions of forfeiting life as well. In terms of simply conditions of defeat, there existed more than plenty. That is what their situation was presently. Subaru. With that being said, that's what always happens. Natsuki Subaru's battles were a series of continued tightrope walks. The reason why he suffocated despite knowing the future through return by death was because of the abilities he could possess, and the sheer magnitude of the enemies he confronted never allowed him to counterbalance. Lacking cards to play was his omnipresent scenario. Whilst trusting everyone's strength, expecting that they'd adapt to the situations, requirements, and fight, Subaru himself struggled hard, a befitting answer to everyone's expectations of him. Subaru, rather than a fight of my own, this is a fight of my wonderful comrades. Melee, is this really the situation to say Tha tilde T? Geez, do your best, hungry horse King-chan. Receiving Subaru's balonious yell, Melee, who was racing right next to him, issued orders to the Witch Bersts Japanese letter hungry horse kings. The witch beasts akin to centaurs screeched like the cry of a child, and two of them carrying Subaru and Beatrice, and Melee respectively rushed through the sea of sand. And the one in pursuit of their backs as they fiercely kicked the sand was the titanic scorpion as it scratched the sand with its several legs and gave a rise to a cloud of dust, resuming its hounding. Japanese letter, tilde Bishan. Just as his instinct had told him earlier, should they distance themselves, then the tail stinger, should they approach closer, then the enormous pincers, shall come for their lives. Whilst keeping a distance neither too close nor too far, they coped with the enemy's attacks. Compared to the conditions of defeat he had listed, the sole condition for victory permitted to them was a change at the extremity of stalemate. It referred to Emilia capturing the first layer of the tower and the rewriting of the cited rules. As a matter of fact, he hadn't even confirmed whether that was an actual POSSIBILIT, Japanese letter, Beatrice. If that's not possible, then it'll be strange to have that included in the tower's rules in the first place, I suppose. Subaru. Exactly, Biko. Going out of their way and having, you can also destroy the rules, included in the rules means that the rules are premised on the fact that they'll be destroyed. And if that was a possibility, then it was perhaps a reward given to the one who captured the tower. Should that be considered, then it was a right given only to the one who had cleared everything with proper means. It was an immense relief that Emilia had entirely broken through Reed. Had she not been victorious, then the means to save Shola perhaps wouldn't have even grazed past his hands. Subaru, though I'll never forgive him for sexually harassing Emilia Tan. It was a happening infuriating to even look back on. Julius had been charged with retribution when it came to Reed. Expecting that he shall fully overwhelm that violent man, Subaru caught the enormous sand tower within his field of vision and entrusted himself to the fierce struggle Beatrice and Meili were putting up. Meili, Oni-san, it isn't easy to move around in this spot. I think it'll be easier for the witch beast-chans to rampage about in a place further away from the toe tilde R. Subaru, GH. I get what you're saying. I get it, but no, I won't get away from the tower. If I get any further away, then I'll lose grasp. Rejecting Meili's appeal, Subaru gnashed his molars whilst grabbing his chest. Core Leonis efficacy resumed, and the locations of his comrades within the tower were still within his sphere of grasp, in the form of fleeting lights. However, he did not know for what possible cause this authority, with yet far too many uncertain facets, may come undone. In terms of the authority's efficiency, what was the easiest to perceive was indeed distance. In reality, Subaru did not know the locations of his comrades outside of the Ogria sand dunes. If that was due to distance, then it was unknown how far he could get away from the tower. He was afraid of losing the ability to confirm the locations as well as the well-being of his comrades. However, the greatest issue was not their well-being, but losing the ability to shoulder their burden. It was a matter, of course, that Emilia or Julius had exposed their bodies to grave battles, but what further had an eagle grip on Subaru's heart was Ram, who was out for vengeance. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Though he was confident that he had deployed his comrades to their respective utmost suitable positions, he had anticipated from the very beginning that even amongst them all, Ram's fight would become particularly dire. That's because her opponent was Lei B, a T-E-N-K, or I-T-O-S, Japanese letter, the originator of turning Rem into a sleeping beauty, and Ram's own condition. Ram must be in perfect shape and form, otherwise she shouldn't be able to oppose Lei Batenkados. On top of that, he wished for Ram to beat Batenkados down to her heart's content. For that purpose, Subaru was required to shoulder the burden she consistently suffered. That is precisely WHY Japanese letter, Subaru. I can't just thoughtlessly get away from the tower. Sorry for being a handicap, but please compromise. Meili, HK, this is absolutely definitely going to come back to bite you later. Rounding her lips upon Subaru's call, Meili shouted with a red face atop of the hungry horse king's back. At the same pace, the young girl glared towards the sky and clapped her hands towards the existences circling around in the blue, cloudless sky. Meili, winged mole-chans, it show tai tilde me. Receiving the shrill command, the tiny shadows soaring in the sky swooped down towards the sand sea. Seeing they were aiming for the titanic scorpion atop the sand, Subaru instantly shouted Biko. Subaru, match in with them. Beatrice, Betty knows, in fact. Vita. Presuming Subaru's aim, Beatrice put up her tiny palm towards the sky. The chance effect was invoked, however. The aim wasn't towards the titanic scorpion, but towards the winged moles, which had their eyes set on the titanic scorpion. In the course of the descending winged moles, there was a loop of pale light PRODUCED Japanese letter, the moment the winged moles passed through that loop. The small-sized witch beasts accelerated, clad in light. Japanese letter, the piercing strike drilled into the outer shell of the titanic scorpion, giving rise to a violent note. The titanic scorpion, which had been accepting the battle cries of the winged moles like gentle breeze until now, stopped its multiple legs upon the direct hit, possessing unignorable might. Meili, what was that just now? Beatrice Jan, what did you do? Beatrice, made your witch beasts heavy right before they collided, I suppose. Their speed or solidity won't change, but the result changes with a simple increase in weight, in fact. Beatrice responded to Meili's astonishment. That was the answer to the reason behind the sudden enhancement of the winged moles. Japanese letter, STRENGTH, was a mix of weight and velocity. Winged moles navigated underground using their potent horns, the risky assault of the witch beasts which flew about in the sky, and the underground will decisively halted the steps of the titanic scorpion with unbelievable destructiveness. The titanic scorpion's defensive capability was quite impressive, but it wasn't able to completely defend an attack it was witnessing for the first time. And in order to surpass that reflective defense capability, Subaru fully rotated his head. Subaru, I feel bad for the witch beasts, but it's a trade-off between life and time. There's plenty of quantity and varieties of witch beasts that can be used. With Biko's assistance, the possibilities are infinite. This W or Y Japanese letter, they can succeed. That definite response made Subaru clench his fist and Beatrice's hair. Beatrice raised her voice in protest, saying, "It hurts, I suppose." Japanese letter T H a T was the instant. Subaru, Japanese letter a H. With the plan to buy as much time as possible, Subaru spilled out a voice whilst looking up towards the watchtower. Hearing his vacant voice, Beatrice turned around saying, Subaru, but he remained unable to respond. What was brought to Subaru's consciousness was not the visible exterior of the watchtower, but its INTERIOR Japanese letter, the interior of the tower, whereby he could sense fleeting lights at various locations. The reason was the responses of his comrades. Likely, it appeared each one of them must be engaged in vehement battles. Amongst them, a single one's response vanished. Japanese letter THE response of Emilia, who was heading to the top. Japanese letter. That moment, Subaru's heart throbbed so intensely as if it had come detached. The reality that Emilia's response had vanished threw Subaru into a state of chaos. What if, within the couple of moments just now, Emilia had been LOST Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK, calm down, bloody bastard. He halted his vision from blackening through a reprimand of his own. This was far too early to despair about the reality. He needed to trust Corleonis' ability more, though its origin was from the worst kind of a man. But now that it had blossomed, this authority was an ally. Based on the responses of Corleonis until now, it could be assumed that the intensity of the fleeting light's warmth and movement conveyed the status of his allies. When they became violently worked up, the colors or intensity of the lights changed. Then did the disappearance of Emilia's response refer to her death? Subaru. If that's the case, then the rate at which the response disappeared happened way too instantly. If it were to be assumed that Emilia encountered an enemy so fearsome it was able to extinguish her existence in a single instant, even if she had fallen into its hands, he couldn't imagine her being taken out without resistance. He couldn't imagine, neither did he want to. He had belief. That's why the problem perhaps lied somewhere else. Rushing up the watchtower, Emilia had headed for the first layer, and something had happened which made her body go out of the range of Corleonis' influence. Thus, in but a single instant, Emilia's response disappeared from Subaru's perception. He must believe so. OTHERWISE Japanese letter, Beatrice, Subaru, Meili, Oni-san. This is no time to space U tilde T. Gnashing his molars and gums, Subaru kept himself in check through pain as the two young ladies called out to him. Hearing them, Subaru responded with, I know, such that both himself and they could hear it. Subaru. I have no idea whom she may have to confront and where, but I believe that she will make her way back. Japanese letter a T, the same time as when Subaru had pronounced words of prayer far below on the sand. Though Subaru said that he did not know whom she may have to confront, there was no way that even Subaru's imagination could have predicted the situation Emilia had been placed in. Abiding by Subaru's command, Emilia had headed to the first layer in order to rewrite the rules of Pleiades, WATCHTOWER Japanese letter. What she encountered was a blue, shimmering, gargantuan existence clad in scales. An existence whose name nobody was unaware of in this kingdom of LUGNIC, a Japanese letter no, in the entire world. If the Witch of Envy was regarded as the symbol of fear, then it was the befitting symbol of hope and faith. For this existence had continued to accumulate meritorious deeds of such scale for the world. The name of that gargantuan and great EXISTENCE Japanese letter, Emilia, Japanese letter, divine dragon volcanica. Ruminating the name it had given for itself, Emilia felt her entire body colden. Though a strange thing to say, Emilia's predisposition was entirely detached from nervousness. Though of course she felt her body be heavier when she had to stand in front of people or when she had to talk about something crucial, but upon undertaking practical action, she immediately forgot about their effects. On multiple occasions, she had been praised by Subaru or Ram for having that impressive quality. However, despite possessing that impressive quality, Emilia's physical movement ceased completely before the divine dragon, such that she felt she couldn't take even a single breath without the opponent's permission. To such an extent, the presence of the true dragon was projected and had its grasp on the world. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Whilst inhaling, Emilia once again glanced at Volcanica's frame. Scales with a deep tinge of blue were shimmering like jewels, and every single one of them appeared to have been tempered thoroughly, as if sharper than any treasured sword. Its forelimbs and hindlimbs were endowed with black claws akin to stone. Its face, similar to that of a ground dragon, gave the impression of having lived for long, and a pair of golden eyes that had witnessed an unfathomable amount of time. On its head were two enormous horns, white like a noble's milk. The divine dragon's stature was likely about 15 or 16 meters in height. Since it wasn't standing, had its wings and tail folded, its exact enormity couldn't be determined. But despite that it was this gargantuan, a matter of course that it couldn't be fit inside the tower. It was unquestionable that the first layer had been constructed in an open location because of Volcanica. Emilia, the third layer was the sage, the second layer was reed, and the first layer is Volcanica. Volcanica, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Emilia. Could it be that all three heroes of the great antiquity are involved in the tower's trials? Looking back onto the trials until how, Emilia discovered a similitude between them. The three heroes, Japanese letter, they had formerly made efforts in the sealing of the Witch of Envy, and were three heroic figures engraved into the history of the kingdom of Lugnica, those being Shola, Reed, and Volcanica. Furthermore, Shola had stated that it was actually an achievement of Flugel's. Reed was incredibly violent and talked crudely, and Volcanica was not a person but a dragon. But if they were yet connected in this place, THEN, Japanese letter, Emilia, to still be friends after so many centuries, that's Ria Tilda Ellie wonderful. Emilia thought it was a very wonderful thing if something like commitment or unity had tied the three heroic figures together. On top of that, Volcanica was the existence who had pledged a covenant with the kingdom of Lugnica, and as a matter of fact, when a black dragon had been rampaging within the kingdom of Lugnica multiple decades ago, it had been recorded that it possessed extraordinary power. Emilia loved those who viewed promises as important. She believed that upholding promises was a very nice thing. She cherished Subaru and trusted him, but she believed his characteristic of not upholding promises was no good. What if Beatrice started imitating him? Neither did Emilia wish to scold Subaru and Beatrice for breaking promises. Emilia, whoops, this is no time to be thinking all that, Volcanica. I came here to take the trial of the first layer, I'll tackle it. Volcanica, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Emilia. I don't know how tough a trial it will be, but I ask of you to hurry. I must hurry or Subaru and the others will be in trouble. Whatever it may be, bring it on. Striking her cheeks with her hands, Emilia reorganized her cowering emotions. Without even planning so, thinking about Subaru and Beatrice made the route for that. Even if they were to be scolded by Emilia for breaking promises, that was speaking of a distant tomorrow, a distant future. In order to come face to face with that future, Emilia needed to stand firm here. Volcanica, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, the silent divine dragon, was intently watching Emilia with its golden-hued eyes. Speaking without exaggeration, those eyes felt deep enough to absorb her entirely. It had fought the Witch of Envy and forged the covenant with the kingdom of Lugnica 400 years, a Go Japanese letter. But the time this great dragon had lived through appeared to be far greater than those 400 years. Those eyes, perhaps close to reaching 1,000 years of age, were intently gazing upon the world. It was unknown in what way would Emilia's existence be projected to this divine dragon. Emilia, I am used to being judged. There are people who hate me because I'm a half-elf, or meanies like Echidna. But like Subaru, Ram, or Beatrice, and everyone else, there are also people who have laid their expectations on me. Whilst addressing, Emilia touched the crystal on her chest with her fingers. Her family, who was yet asleep, was the first one to affirm Emilia, who largely looked through rose-colored glasses like this. With that family of hers as the beginning, in this tower were her comrades who had accepted Emilia. Emilia, that's why I don't care no matter how you look at me. Before the divine dragon she had been overawed by once, Emilia declared sharply. Even the existence known as Emilia, who had been crushed by the contrast in presence, whose limbs had been quivering and cowering, who had been overwhelmed by the existence acquainted to eternity, shall no longer lose. Japanese letter, and no matter what, she shan't lose. Volcanica. Japanese letter. Emilia strengthened her fist and made her amethyst eyes glitter with might. Whilst being showered with Emilia's gaze throughout its entire body, Volcanica slowly blinked. Afterwards, Volcanica moved its dragon jaws with GRNDEUR Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Japanese letter, Volcanica. Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Emilia, Emilia, who had packed her breath and put herself on guard for the challenge Volcanica may ask her of, heard the cumbrous words accompanying the dragon breath and tilted her head, for she had remembrance of these words. Emilia, hadn't you told me about that earlier? That I am the one who arrived at the first layer, and that you are Volcanica, is that right? Volcanica, Japanese letter, Emilia. Did I not introduce myself by chance? I apologize. I am Emilia, just Emilia. Well, there's many people right now who don't remember me, so it'll be a problem if you ask me to prove it, but I'm Emilia. Volcanica, Japanese letter, Emilia. Still no good. Thinking whether her omitting her introduction had brought its displeasure, she reintroduced herself, yet no positive change was born in Volcanica's response. Had Subaru been here, he would have gone so far and thought that skipping introduction led to the revocation of the right to take the trial of the first layer. But Emilia did not think that way. Emilia believed that even if a mistake was made, upon apologizing, the opponent couldn't continue being so heartless. Thus, even at this instant, she did not believe her impoliteness had bought Volcanica's silence. What Emilia had thought of was the possibility that Volcanica was not angry. But even if that were to be the case, it might be been much worse than simply being angered. After a Japanese letter, Emilia. Could it be? Gazing back into its golden eyes, Emilia timidly moved forward. 1 step, 2 steps, resuming her walk in a place close to the sky, she shortened the distance between herself and the divine dragon Volcanica. Emilia inched closer as it breathed, that too with magnificence, and gently stretching her hand forward, she touched the scales of the opponent's front leg. Emilia, Japanese letter, COLD. The scales she touched were cold like ice, or like steel which had cooled down. Just how long a duration would one need to remain stagnated to lose this much heat? It did not mean biological death. Those who remained stagnated for a long duration simply lost bodily energy. Volcanica, Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Japanese letter, Volcanica. Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Whilst gazing down upon Emilia, who was touching its foreleg, Volcanica repeated once again words of reception that had been repeated and stockpiled exactly thrice. They were not with the purpose of condemning the mistake Emilia made with her greeting. Volcanica's eyes, which were profoundly staring at Emilia, were reflecting her as if not reflecting her. Its reason was apparent. Emilia, could it be you became such an old uncle that you forgot about the trial? Not the death of the body, but the death of the mind had hunted the long-lived dragon. And for Emilia, who must clear the trial of the first layer, it befell as a challenge beyond the trial of the first layer. The great library of Pleiades, the trial of the first layer of Maya, the time limit, the time for the survival of her comrades. Number of challenges unknown. Number of challengers 1. Content of the trial unknown. Japanese letter, TRIRL. Begin. Did you enjoy reading this translation of the Ray Zero Starting Life in Another World unlicensed web novel? Please consider supporting the translators of the Witch Cult translation team through our Patreon. Arc 6, Chapter 81. Pleased to meet you. Translated by Archbishop Art Sources. At TAPPEI. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero starting a life in a different world from zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. A Japanese letter, DUE, to being left alone for umpteen years. The divine dragon Volcanica had met its death of the mind. Speaking tangibly, it had gotten Alzheimer's due to being left as is for a long time or its thereabouts. Emilia, but it'll be a problem for me if you're such an oldie. Hey, Volcanica, Volcanica, Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Emilia, geez, you're completely hopeless. Emilia knocked its foreleg and called in desperation, but the response she got was the sensation of resilient scales and forgetfulness that seemed even more resilient than the former, a psychological barrier. A trial which brought back the dead from the time they were alive like reeds was quite a challenge, but thinking of it now, that seemed cute compared to this. Though something like calling that thug Reed cute was like a joke in ITSELF Japanese letter, Emilia. Reed could be communicated to, and he also taught us what all we needed to know. But that was not the case with Volcanica. For Emilia, who must conquer the trial of the first layer, the examiner having Alzheimer's was pretty much the worst scenario. Even though she needed to take back the good news from here to Subaru and the others as soon as possible. Emilia, ugh, what can I do, what can I do? What should I do? It can't be that I need to beat Volcanica like it was with Reed. For the argument's sake, should it be the case then that could be expected to make for an extremely arduous trial? But the difference in the content of the first and second layers, trials made Emilia hold off on that thought. The trial of the third layer of Tegeta required solving the set questions through brain power. Fortunately, Subaru possessed the knowledge of beyond the great waterfall, thus they were able to solve them. But without that it certainly would have been incredibly onerous. And the trial of the second layer of Electra, as one may know, had Reed Astrea as the obstacle. Emilia had won it by somehow doing her best and banging Reed's head, but even that had the aspect of succeeding because it had been their first time challenging. In any event, it was indubitable that both the third layer and the second layer had been won extremely narrowly. That is why a simple challenge alone was sufficiently difficult, and why Japanese letter, Emilia, to think it won't even specify the challenge, Volcanica, Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Emilia, geez, I get it already. I want you to say something beyond that, you know. Though she expected it to say something beyond after a certain number of tries, she did not quite have the time to experiment that. While staving off the feeling of wanting to stomp the floor, Emilia turned her line of sight to her environs. The trial of the third layer was conducted in a white room with a black slate where questions would be SET Japanese letter. There had been something which Subaru and Julius had been enjoyably invoking with the monolith. Perhaps there may be something similar hidden in this first layer. As long as Volcanica could not be addressed to, it was a good plan to search for the problem by oneself. Emilia, I've got to do everything I can right now. Without clearing away the disposition of Volcanica's mood, Emilia began sprinting in order to survey the first layer. Firstly, the first layer was the uppermost story of the Pleiades, Japanese letter, existing in a position whereby it was too high up to be visible from below. Within its space, in the surroundings were 6 pillars, and one mammoth pillar in the CENTRE Japanese letter Volcanica was crouched by the central pillar as if leaning on it, and the vastness of the space was around 100 meters in radius. Though the space felt quite vast compared to that of the second layer, part of it was being capped due to the presence of Volcanica's enormous frame. Emilia, seeing below isn't possible. Grasping one of the pillars enclosing the circumference of the first layer, Emilia confirmed what was beneath. Inside and outside of the tower, Subaru and Ram and everyone else were supposed to be putting up tough battles, but thick clouds blocked her field of vision, rendering her unable to confirm what was below her. On the other hand, it felt like should she jump into the clouds, it would be possible for her to join up with her COMR, a DES Japanese letter, Emilia. It feels like if one cheats and climbs up from the outside like this, they'd be getting a scolding. No, in the first place, there's no way it's possible to get above the clouds so fast, just because I ran at my fullest. Though she was quite athletic, even Emilia knew how high an altitude the sky and clouds were positioned at. When she was little, she tried to extend her hand and grab the clouds, but failed. Even when she had grown up, that hadn't changed. Should she reach around Reinhardt's level, perhaps she may be able to jump up to the clouds' altitude, but Emilia did not have the ability to do something like that. That is why Emilia must have reached the summit of the tower because of some mysterious powers. Emilia, if that's the case, then the trial must be here or it'll make no sense. Her thoughts encouraged, Emilia went around seeing the 6 pillars, knocking them, trying to climb on them. However, she couldn't discover any befitting phenomena or writings whatsoever. If there were to be another possibility, THEN Japanese letter, Emilia, the big pillar in the middle, which Volcanica is close to. If the surrounding pillars didn't have anything, then the central mammoth pillar possessed the greatest possibility. Unlike the other 6, that pillar alone stretched further beyond the first layer. Japanese letter, OTHERWISE. Above even the first layer, the place which should be called the 0 layer was perhaps situated there. It felt that in that place there may be some means to cause any changes to this place, which remained ever unchanged. OWEVER Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. In order to investigate that pillar, she couldn't avoid Volcanica, who continued repeating the same words. Japanese letter, Though she was ready to take on the trial of the first layer, being ready to take on Volcanica was an entirely different subject. Maintaining that nervousness, Emilia distanced herself closer to the central pillar, to Volcanica. Emilia, Volcanica, what should I do for the trial? Volcanica, Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Volcanica's answer shan't change. Rather than being despondent or dejected towards that answer, Emilia instead felt relief. If Volcanica's answer did not change, then just as when she had touched its foreleg, it must be uninterested in her. Believing that, Emilia went around through the other side from Volcanica's in an attempt to investigate that bulky PILL or our Japanese letter, Emilia, Japanese letter, HUH. The moment she tried to touch the pillar, Emilia heard the sound of wind. Before even confirming its cause, Emilia instinctively produced an ice wall overhead. In that juncture, the impact went through the ice wall and slammed into Emilia, throwing her slim figure afar. Emilia, gah hack. The impact pierced her chest from the back, and Emilia tumbled down the floor of the first layer, coughing violently. Thinking just what in the world had happened, Emilia slowly raised her face and noticed. Japanese letter, THE tail of the divine dragon leaning on the pillar was slowly being lowered to the ground. Emilia, I was hit by the tail. Upon expressing it in words, it could be noticed that it had been an extremely simple attack. Dragons using their tail to express their emotions was something which often occurred between Patrash and Subaru as well. When Subaru played any pranks, Ram and Patrash would slap him as if competing with each other. However, the attack by Volcanica's tail wasn't of the same kind as an expression of love between a dragon and a man. She had taken only this much damage thanks to her sudden defense, but had Emilia's response been late, her neck would have gotten fractured. Even her head being blown away wouldn't have been strange. On top of that, for Volcanica, this had been like nothing but merely brushing away an insect in a state of vague consciousness. She felt as if she were a tiny insect being toyed around by the feet of a gigantic creature. Japanese letter, the moment she realized that truth, cold sweat traced Emilia's nape and spine. But at the same time, it also made another possibility emerge before Emilia. Emilia, so that pillar has something after all, right? Volcanica, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Emilia. After all, you are here for the purpose of the trial. You have not forgotten that, even now when you have forgotten the trial. That's why you're explaining the same thing again and again. Volcanica appeared as if it had forgotten what it ought to do. But the reason why the divine dragon still remained here like this was its will to uphold promises exchanged before its mind had met death. That alone was firm proof. The sage, the sword saint, and the dragon, each for testing wit, strength, and motives. If that was the CRSE Japanese letter, Emilia, Japanese letter, HALF baked feelings won't do. I'll be doing it seriously as well. Premising on the existence of the opponent's hindrance, Emilia declared the exercise of her true strength. At that moment, the atmosphere surrounding Emilia slowly let out a note and began to congeal. As if obeying Emilia like she was the queen, warriors of ice were created, and SUMMONED Japanese letter that was, Emilia's new potential born through further growth from ice brand arts. She wasn't able to even test it within the confined watchtower, but should her opponent be in a space so vast, there was no need for her to be merciful. She had not told Subaru about this, so she hadn't gotten it named. Thus, she shall do the naming. Emilia, Ice Soldier-san and Ice Brand Arts. The 7 warriors of ice born forth, having taken humanoid shape, they all held respective weapons, and gallantly accompanied Emilia's challenge until the point of their death. Emilia, Japanese letter, HEREI, come, Mr. Sleepyhead. If you want to wake up, then make sure to wake up fast. While speaking so, Emilia, wielding arms of ice, approached Volcanica along with the warriors of ice. Whilst lording over that with eyes ignorant to emotion, Volcanica opened its mouth. Volcanica, Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. With its consciousness, buried beyond the ever-unchanging infinity. Japanese letter, DURING. The same time, Emilia was not the only one facing a mighty enemy transcending one's own strength. One floor below Emilia, who was fighting the demented divine dragon, the collisions of swordsmen being performed on the second layer of Electra also grew in vehement, but with the arbitrary truth unwavering. Kamian. What happened, what happened? I'm Zeus, having to use one chopstick with one hand, you know. If you still ain't reaching me, then this ain't gonna make for even Zeus playing. Round, you tilde. HK. Whilst pouring hearty jeers, the man making his long red hair sway about fired an intense kick. Receiving that with the handle of the knight's sword in his hand, the knight with a refined side profile jumped far back by his own volition. He couldn't destroy the impact. He merely scattered it. And before it could dissolve, the next one arrived. Many a time, the repetition of that exchange was conducted on the battlefield of the second layer. And though this had occurred many times as well, the knight was blown away by the swordsman's strike, and as he retreated far back, the swordsman spat out a "Geez, damn it. If your mood changes, then your sword does too. I've expectations on you with these explosions, you know. But still, how many goddamn times will it take for you to change, you?" Or instead, while saying that, the red-haired SWORDSM or N Japanese letter Reed wrung his neck and distorted his lips. With a magnificent posture of mockery as if looking down onto his opponent, the swordsman with expectations scowled at the knight who was his opponent, Reed. Are you planning on losing by fussing over your manners, you? Are you gonna be satisfied by that, are you? Japanese letter WHAT, a self-indulgent thing to say. In response to Reed's objection, the knight, who was being told anything per convenience, loosened his lips. Whilst confirming his knight's sword numbed by the kick, the knight accepted Reed's sharp gaze and stood up, directly opposite to him. Julius Juculius, who had relinquished being a nameless knight and was resolved to battle destiny. Julius, many a time you have thrown such words at me. Unappealing battling, unmannered sword moves, lackluster amusement. They are words even I am familiar with. Reed, figures. Even if it ain't to my extent, pretty sure anyone'd feel that by talking a look, there ain't anything in your sword but desperation. Julius, desperation, Reed's careless remarks surely must not have been brought forth by noble beliefs. He was likely stating what he thought as is. The reason why it grasped reality with one of his eyes purposefully concealed, was because everything was visible in plain sight to that blue pupil. He could likely see Julius, shallow ideals concealed above his true character. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Upon glancing behind, the form of a female watching over the fight between Julius and Reed could be seen. For Julius, it was the guise of the female whom he currently esteemed the most in the world. However, the female's substance had been changed to that of a different person. Inevitability aside, it had been approximately 2 months since the events that had occurred in that Watergate, CITY Japanese letter, they had managed to resume quite an empty lord and retainer relationship. Julius, now that I think of it, both you and I should have further conversed with open hearts. Julius, Julius, had that been done, I'm sure I would have become good friends with you, because we shared our cherishing and admiration for the same female. Letting his heart out, Julius challenged the sword saint once again. Reed was wielding a short, slim chopstick in his right arm and assaulted the advancing Julius head-on. Slashing through, clearing away, holding aloft, swinging down, striking in. At times, Julius tackled whilst weaving together reality and myth through the grip of his sword or his footwork, which Reed defended against with ease and a striking lack of seriousness. Reed, this again How many times do I've gotta tell you this ain't gonna work, Julius? Even if you were to call it dull, this is my sword. Reed, here you go. Repudiating the rising yawn with a roar, Julius fired a sword slash which was met by Reed's kick. His stance destroyed by that kick, Julius showed an opening to which Reed's chopstick strike attained a diagonal POSTURE Japanese letter. That instant, Julius overturned the mantle he was wearing and instantly hid his body afterwards. Reed. Heh. Reed smiled at that move and slashed both the mantle and Julius, who was on the other side. However, the moment the mantle was blown off by the chopstick strike, Julius jumped horizontally right behind and escaped the chopstick's slaughter range. Reed. Hey, now that's more like it. Julius. No, you are wrong. Reed. Huh. Reed praised the battling style of using the white outfit as a distraction, throwing off the righteous path. However, Julius immediately slayed that praise and ran up to the mantle that had gotten blown off. And picking up the mantle that had been torn by the chopstick strike, he put it on his body once again. Carefully fastening its latch, putting the white mantle on with his white uniform, he personified knighthood. Even if he gave up on being nameless, he couldn't give up on being a knight. Witnessing Julius' attitude as if denoting that message, Reed once again clicked his tongue in displeasure. Reed, hey you, when the fiercely frizzlin' earlier the hearty standin' behind there showed up, I expected you to change, you know. That you'd aim for victory without carin' 'bout appearances. That I'd get to see that kind of you, you aren't you clueless 'bout yourself. Japanese letter, Reed. You act like ye're sittin' straight baying a night, but your interior ain't that. Your interior's the same as me, that of a stick swinger. So stiff I can't stand looking at you, god damn you. Whilst pointing his chopstick towards Julius, Reed spat out with a bitter expression. Hearing Reed's comment, Julius closed his eyes, and keeping his eyes shut for some time, he whispered, "Is that so once? Julius, I feel like I finally understand." Reed, what you understand? Julius, about why you are so persistent and obstinate about me. Despite being irritated, Reed never ceased his words for Julius. His way was violent, and said person surely had no such intent whatsoever, but it was akin to that of a leader teaching, guiding Julius. Finally, he now comprehended the reason behind why Reed pulled Julius around this much. Julius, Japanese letter, DID, you see something, which was the same as yourself in me. The reason why he, on multiple occasions, sneered at Julius, calling his battling style boring and his sword moves mannered, was because he believed there was a slumbering lion within the shell Julius put on. Though Julius thought, to believe that was a lion was quite excessively positive. ESTIMATION Japanese letter, Reed. I ain't got my idea about the finer stuff, damn immature fool. I juice, do stuff however I wanna do it. My instincts are telling me that you'd be more interested with your veneer taken off. Japanese letter, Reed. That's why I'm trying to peel it off. You get it too, right? that at this rate you ain't reaching me, and neither will you get to look cool before the hearty standing behind their eye. As Reed turned his chin up and pointed Echidna out, Julius smiled bitterly, thinking that truly Reed's eyes were something else. They were observing well. Japanese letter THEY had perceived well that Julius Juculius was a man of merely affixing appearances. Julius, that is precisely why I will not depart from the fact that I am myself. Reed, the hell d'ye say? Julius, your words are surely correct. Many things come to mind, though I never spoke about in a world where everyone had forgotten me, that I am not a legitimate child of the Juculius family. He commenced speaking, ensuring Reed, possessing a frown, and Echidna, who was firmly observing the front, could hear him. The unremembered history of Julius Juculius, which now nobody remembered but Natsuki Subaru. Julius, my father, who absconded from a noble household, married my mother, who was a commoner, and I was born between the two of them. That is why my origin is that of a commoner. My parents passed away, and until I was adopted by my current adoptive father, who was my uncle, I had nothing to do with the refinement of nobles. Thus, my way is one that is fabricated. Read, what a damn ugly paper tiger. Julius, that may be true. My true essence must be clad in civilian clothes instead of ceremonial clothes, and must be the rustic child unaware of ideals from the time when I used to run about in open meadows, laughing with my friends. Ignorant of propriety, possessing no ideals to strive for, earnest in living day after day. Precisely that way of being himself was the future that had been bonded to Julius. However, that future was washed away along with his real parents by a flash flood, disappearing into the beyond. That is precisely WHY Japanese letter Julius. That is why I shall feign the night. Being fixated over appearances, I shall confine my original oneself. Read, you, Julius. My innocent, ignorant self was, however, met by ideals. Japanese letter, I admired the knight, admired the form of the knight, possessing gallants and integrity. Hence, I shall go through with my admiration. Fastening the latch of his mantle with a note, strength was poured into Julius' yellow gaze. Reed was in displeasure. His expression changed from one of irritation to dubiousness. That was his astonishment for his words being denied, yet not being snarled back at. The man, like a painting of defiance, had his awareness eroded by Julius' words. Henceforth, Julius presumed with a grand voice, Julius, I am a gauche man. I perceive everything based on appearances. Till now, I have believed that if I wield a splendid sword, if I wear dignified clothing, if I use courteous words, I would become befitting of them. Thus, I shall stick through with that obstinacy. He was aware that there existed humans who despised words such as appearances. Natsuki Subaru, whom he immediately thought of, was he not the epitome of that? However, Julius also thought of something inverse. Julius, correcting my posture, completing personal grooming, dressing up as the form wishing to be equipped with that, holding the will to persist through. That is precisely the paper tiger I am determined to wear for eternity. Japanese letter, Julius. I am sure there are those who mock appearances. However, I trust that there are just as many who find appearances to be dazzling. Japanese letter, JUST is how I continued to yearn for the way of the night. He could not remember who it was that made his admiration for the night bud. However, Julius became a knight. The reason why Julius was called the greatest was not simply due to diligently studied sword moves, refined spirit arts, or the heights of his ability backed by those factors. It was because the way of Julius Juculius had been thought of as the way of the knight. The reason why it was the way of the utmost, excellent, knight was because his form, putting up appearances, had been perceived as dazzling. Making that declaration, Julius loosened his lips and turned towards Echidna. Julius slightly shook his head sideways towards her, who had borrowed the form liable to his utmost respect and affection. Japanese letter TOWRRDS her, who was regretting from the deepest depths of her heart that she did not remember Julius, in order to convey that there was no need to harbor such guilt. Julius, there was no need whatsoever for me to fear, console, lament being forgotten, because the existence known as myself is present precisely within the chivalry which everyone knows, which everyone yearns for. And he could say the same for those girls who were with him in this place. Julius, I apologize for everything till now, O buds of mine. Clinging to a lost bond, without parting ways with you all, I always made you anxious. I shall free you from that burden this instant. Allured by Julius, whisper, what visualized were fleeting lights of vivid HUES Japanese letter, they were beautiful spirits asserting 6 elements, Julius Juculius, quasi-spirits. They were existences difficult to be distant from, having remained close to Julius Juculius ever since prior to him becoming a knight. They, too, had forgotten Julius, who had got his name plundered by the authority of gluttony. However, due to the indelible contract formed between the spirits and the contractor, along with the divine protection of gathering spirits which Julius was born with, they were captivated by the power and continued to remain within his vicinity. Julius, too, believing that their relationship would return should his name return, did not let go of them. How foolish that was. He must be not wanted for what remained to change as well, after anything and everything had undergone change. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Julius. You did well staying with my prior self till now, O buds. I depended on your love and stubbornly remained without letting go of your warmth. I kept expecting to possibly return to those days with no problems whatsoever. Japanese letter, I shall relinquish that weak, pathetic, uncool self of mine. As if bewildered, the 6 quasi-spirits swayed whilst enclosing Julius and Virons. Facing them, Julius firmly presented his hand. The arm extended like a perch. Upon seeing it, the quasi-spirits gently gathered there, and Julius smiled towards the fleeting lights halted atop his hand. Julius, there existed a self of mine which feared change. However, upon having not the resolve to lose, there also exist things that cannot be gained. For example, the blooming of the buds named love, a future where I confirm with my own eyes what flowers will the buds who remained by my side blossom. Japanese letter, they did not answer. However, it appeared they knew well what was going to occur hereafter. Hence, Julius moved abiding by that FLOW Japanese letter, Julius. Oh, buds of mine, I liberate you all. I apologize for clinging to a fragmented bond for much too long. With those words, the quasi-spirits which had encircled Julius' hands took distance as if strummed. That which appeared to even possess a physical impact pierced through Julius, and the quasi-spirits alone with certainty, a sensation scathing like a flash of lightning. The connection, the bond which existed for certain, the contract binding soul to soul, was severed. That was the pain and grief of having forfeited an existence indeed bound to the soul, which only a spirit arts user could comprehend. Though Julius would not know, this same pain had once made even Emilia move to tears and cower. By his own volition, Julius experienced parting ways with his 6 spirits once, and a wound was born in his heart. The sensation, akin to distortion, rended his mind and heart, and Julius tasted the detachment of his soul. This was a pain differing from when he had been forgotten by his buds due to the authority of gluttony from its very origin. Not Julius alone, but the quasi-spirits must. We also experienced the pain and repented. They might have sustained a wound on their soul, conveying that they shouldn't have made a contract with a human. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Julius. Japanese letter, FURTHERMORE. Now once I call for you all. Japanese letter, Julius. I love you all. If you shall accept the courting of this vain man, then let us bind it. Japanese letter, THE new contract between myself and you all. A loud voice, Julius hollered with a hand raised towards the heavens which he had lowered once. Hearing that call, the quasi-spirits which had dispersed as if strummed, quietly flickered for merely a moment. Faltering and indecision, those had been matters of naught but a moment. Warm luminescence enveloped the entire body of Julius Juculius, gently permeating into the wound engraved on his soul due to severing the contract. There had been glee, there had been rage, there had been grief, there had been love. There had been hate. These multitude of emotions had been there in the time, greater than 10 years, that Julius and those girls had spent together. Repudiating it for once, they spun future. Whether that was the correct answer, he did not know. However, he thought that he wanted it to be the correct answer. He may make mistakes countless times. Continuing in failing to choose the correct path, he may err. However, she shall shape himself through that journey. Even if he were to err, he was not alone. He was not by himself. Should he decide to move forward, then there existed ideals molded by splendid predecessors. Should he halt his feet, then there existed the warmth of his buds, who had continued to watch over him with deep affection. And should he look beside, then there existed the side profile of his lord, vowing to dedicate beliefs that shaped oneself. Just what did Julius Juculius have to fear in the future? Julius. Japanese letter, T, H, a T must be true. O beautifully blooming maidens of mine. The six buds responded to that CRY Japanese letter no. The blooming maidens gave their answer. A light was BORN Japanese letter, Julius. From hereafter as well, profoundly, gently, whilst being hurt, I shall walk this path. The pain of the contract's severing was healed by the bond tied together once again. Clad in six, exceedingly ever mysterious lights, Julius Juculius looked forward. Their present was the form of the pinnacle as one who had dedicated his body to the sword, whom he admired. However, Julius Juculius' jealousy was directed someplace different. Hence, he shall slash through that longing and aspiration without faltering through the lights of a rainbow. Julius, thank you for waiting, Sword Saint Rita Stria. Japanese letter, PLERSED to meet you. Shaking his knight sword, Julius grasped his mantle and bowed with elegance. And lifting his face, completely taking shape of that which he admired the most in the world, he named himself Julius. Japanese letter, I am the greatest knight, Julius Juculius, the sword of the kingdom that shall slash you down. Ah, did you enjoy reading this translation of the Ray Zero Starting Life in Another World unlicensed web novel? Please consider supporting the translators of the Witch Cult translation team through our Patreon.